The Heavy Knight is a defender class that focuses enemy fire on itself and takes a defensive position. However, this class is not as good as other defense classes. The attack ability is also quite low, even if you level up. That is why it can be said that this is the most flawed, cursed, and useless class among all other classes. Every time the main character read or saw something from the distant past, he had the feeling that he had already seen it. And today, as the heir of the Edwan family, he is going to take part in a blessing ceremony, and he again feels some strange déjà vu, as if this has happened before. The main character was approached by his father and told that everything was fine, calling the young man Elma because he was his child, so he should believe in the god of swords. And then the priest called the name of Elma Edwan and said that the gods would bless him with class. The priest shouted about divine providence. After all, the protagonist knew about it 5 years ago and much earlier, or rather, even before his birth. This world is the VR multiplayer online game he played in his past life. This world is the same as the magic world. If so, then he wants the class he always liked. The magic warrior was always considered the strongest class there. The protagonist saw his profile where he is a heavy knight of the first level. The young man was happy and told his father that he is a heavy knight. Then the protagonist felt something was wrong and turned to his father again. The man looked at his son in horror and asked what he had just said. He asked again if the young man had said that he had become a master of the sword. Elma was surprised and did not understand why his father was behaving this way. He was confused by the memories of his past life. In this world, the best class is the one that can be easily leveled up. Slow leveling and technical classes don't have a good reputation. Apparently, this is due to the fact that the division by classes is not so well developed here. The boy hesitated to answer in front of his father. The man came up to him and grabbed his hand to look at his class. The man started shouting, "What does the class Heavy Knight mean?" The hero's status is weak in all directions, and he can't even see a single attack skill. So the boy is weaker than a wooden doll. This class goes beyond any bounds of decency. Elma tried to calm his father and said that health and protection here are at the highest level. The father pushes Elma away and says it doesn't matter. He says he's glad they're holding the ceremony inside, and no one will know about his son's shame inside these walls. He thinks about what will happen to their family. Elma was lying there at that moment, silently watching what was happening. Suddenly, someone apologized from the side, and then the sound of women's heels was heard. A girl came out and said that he was supposed to get a blessing too. She asked for permission. The girl's name was Maris. She was a member of a side branch of their family. They had played with Elma a few times when they were children, but they hadn't exchanged a single word for 5 years. Probably because she was a side branch. The priest hesitated, but the head of the family ordered him to begin the ceremony immediately. Elma had a bad feeling. The priest said about divine providence. The girl looked at her profile and grinned, saying that she was a master of the sword. The girl said that she was very sorry and it seemed that she had taken away Elma's talent. She continued to look down at the hero with a contemptuous look. Elma thought that if one of the illegitimate children received the Master Swordsman class, it would give his father a reason. The protagonist's premonition did not fail him. At this time, the head of the family told Maris that this was excellent and this is what the Edwan family means. He said that from that moment on, the girl would be his daughter and the true heir of the Edwan house. The main character fell into a stupor, while the girl hugged the head of the family and called him father. Then she turned to Elma. A terrible grimace of contempt followed, and the girl said that she thought Elma was not fit to be the next head of their family. The father ordered the young man to get out of here because he had not lived up to his expectations and he would no longer be his son. Having a heavy knight in the family was a real disgrace to the family. He ordered him to get out of the house right now. Elma asked her father to stop. Of course that was true, but he didn't think their family needed a heavy knight. The man ordered him to be quiet after all he had done for him. He ordered him not to dare show himself again. He must not pronounce his family name on the streets, or else his father will do everything to make the boy lose his head. Then the man turned around and left with the girl, and Elma was left alone. After some time, the boy's father did not listen to him. He gave him some money and kicked him out of the house that same day. The young man sat in his hotel room and cursed his father for what he had done to him. He had robbed him of his family, his home, and his life. However, he has the strongest class, a heavy knight. But the history of this world, the climate, and even the name of the city Roundarum, all this is different from what was in the game. He thinks he needs to study this issue carefully. First, he needs to check his status and skills. He brings up the status window and thinks that if the Heavy Knight's technical features and skills have changed here, it will be unpleasant. He looked at the skills: heavy armor, hanging protection, and basic swordsmanship. Elma sighed in relief because all the skills were the same as he remembered them. Skill tree. This means that you have the ability to choose which skill area you want to use. Available skill points, 5. This is the initial number of points you get when you reveal your class. Each time you level up, you will get 1 point. It is also no exaggeration to say that the path you choose will determine your destiny. The skill tree is divided into fixed skills, and there are also 2 types of skills that can be obtained randomly when you gain a class. In the case of the main character, the only fixed skill is heavy armor. Heavy armor is considered to be the weakest skill in the entire Heavy Knight tree. Still, it's pretty strong, it's just pretty hard to deal with. First, there are a lot of things that take a long time to use. Increased defense is one of the most useful skills. Although the hero will not be able to open new skills, this one increases armor. The initial value of fencing is also not as bad as it may seem. You can strengthen it by using special items. In addition, in the future, it can be pumped up in the skill tree. And yet the hero decides to spend 5 skill points on heavy armor. Heavy armor became level 2 and the defensive wall skill appeared. Defense power became plus 10 due to the fact that heavy armor got level 5. The protagonist clenches his fist and thinks that now he is definitely ready for anything. The next morning, he sets out for the city. Elma Edwan was level 1. His attack power was 8, his defense was 8, his magic power was 5, and he had 3 skills. Suddenly, while walking through the forest, the young man hears croaking. He turns around and sees a huge toad sitting and croaking in the bushes. The boy calls the status and names the wound. The monster was level 2. Suddenly, the toad jumps towards the boy, and he says that it was sudden. Then he uses the defensive wall skill and pushes the toad away with his body. The toad dies from this wall. Elma exhales, and his level suddenly rises from 1 to 2. He says that, however, it was a bit heavy. Defense wall is a normal skill. If an enemy attacks in melee range within this spell, they will take damage equal to their defense stat. After a while, the toad dissolves into thin air and a stone appears in its place. Elma picks up the stone. He looks at it and says it's a level 2 magic stone. Although they're cheap, it's worth collecting them. Suddenly, he hears a scream from the depths of the forest. Someone is calling for help. It was a man who was screaming that they would kill him. Suddenly, Elma appears. The man asks him to help him, and the hero asks if he is an adventurer. Suddenly, a large group of toads appeared and rushed straight after the man. Elma went straight for them and told the adventurer to leave everything to him. The man tried to catch his breath and asked if he could really handle it. Although judging by his armor, he must be a famous adventurer. Elma said that he had just leveled up for the first time. The adventurer was surprised and started shouting that the young man must be joking. He said that Elma was weaker than him and that a newbie would not be able to defeat so many monsters. At this time, Elma clenched his weapon. The man told him to take off his heavy armor and run away. The toads meanwhile jumped right at the protagonist, and the man closed his eyes so as not to look. However, they all crumbled in an instant right in front of the main character's body. The toads crashed into him and took damage. After some time, they were all defeated. The adventurer man was surprised that the young man had defeated so many monsters and asked him who he was. Elma gave his name and was about to give his last name, but said that he was a heavy knight named Elma. The hero's level increased from 2 to 8. Elma received the title of Stone Man. Elma opens her status and thinks that there seems to be no problem. The counting system is the same as in the magical world. Suddenly, a male adventurer calls the young man and says that his name is Ares, and he has come from the countryside to become an adventurer. He climbed to level 3 on his own, but was told he wasn't trusted enough to form a group. He says he thanks the young man again for helping him. Elma collects the magic stones that fell from the toads and said that Ares has no need to thank him. He managed to raise the level himself. He shows the stones and says that if the male adventurer does not mind, he will take all these magic stones. Ares agrees and then says that when they get back, how about they get a group together? He thinks they'd have a great time. He says that Elma must have had a hard time doing the missions alone. The defense class isn't very popular. Ares thinks that Elma is strong enough. He is absolutely sure that everyone will want to know him better. Elma continues to collect stones and then refuses Ares' offer. The man is very surprised. Ares starts asking why the boy decided to do that because he is a defender class. Even if he continues to fight alone, he will not reach the maximum, and this is very strange. Elma stands up and, with a face that shows no emotion, apologizes to Ares. He believes that the adventurer man is right. The main purpose of the defense class is to cover teammates from enemy attacks and take all the blows on itself. However, Elma wants to raise his own levels. If he does something in a team, the experience points will be distributed among everyone, and this is not what the young man wants. He also wants to earn items and titles with skills. And he doesn't know if anyone will believe his words. Besides, he can't step on the same rake again. Ares starts screaming and says that he is telling the truth. Elma is really strong, but the way things are now is a road to nowhere. He will spend his whole life doing nothing but hunting toads. He says that you need to strive for something high. Suddenly, glowing eyes of a monster appeared above the man's head. Suddenly, a huge spider-like monster appeared behind the man. The monster let out a shrill scream and prepared to attack. The man started screaming and asked if this was some kind of joke and what the spider was doing in such a place. Elma immediately grabbed his weapon and screamed. He used the status while the spider attacked the male adventurer. However, it missed and stuck its claw straight into the ground. It was a level 16 lavender spider monkey. Its health was 31 and its mana was 11. The young man thought that this spider was twice as big as a normal one. Then Elma realized that it was using a stealth movement skill. In addition, he has the skills of fire claws. He has immobilizing poison. The protective wall is almost defenseless against him. If the hero doesn't have a skill that will allow him to protect himself from double damage, then there's no point in sticking his nose in. If he doesn't absorb the damage from the fire claws, then it will all end in one hit for him. Ares screamed that it was his fault and that he had attracted this monster. The man trembled all over and then pulled out his sword and said that he would fight this monster and that Elma should run away. Elma smirks and looks at Ares' trembling legs. The man says it's okay. Elma asks to let him deal with the monster. Ares says it's crazy, but Elma denies it and thinks that, after all, it's a game. It's impossible not to win. Ares starts screaming that the spider is not a monster that a newbie can handle. He understands that Elma is strong, but it is physically impossible. The young man opens his status and sees that his level has risen from 2 to 8, meaning he will receive 7 skill points. He thinks he should invest them in heavy armor. The young man has acquired a new skill, Shake. This skill allows you to reduce the attack power of the enemy you hit by 1 level for a short time. This skill, which temporarily reduces the enemy's attack power if his attack is successful. To be precise, it lasts for about a minute and takes away 20% of your strength. This is exactly the skill you need to defeat this spider. Elma orders the spider monkey to advance and says he will deal with him. The spider lunges forward and clamps his jaws shut. Elma understands that high risks promise high rewards. He believes that now is the time to test himself, and a smile shines on his face. The spider realizes that he missed the boy with his fangs. The monster turns and starts screaming. He starts to attack with his claws, but the boy deftly dodges. Elma thinks that he needs to understand his movements and skills, and the rest is easy. The monster then steps one of his llamas on the ground and a magical seal appears underneath it. The monster rises up and starts screaming. Then another magical seal appears above his head. The spider spits out a sticky liquid from his mouth. Elma crosses her arms over her chest and thinks that this spider has challenged him. All the liquid hits the boy straight. The boy understands this spider and all his actions. He thinks that in this interval, use Shake. It didn't work, but it did apply damage reduction. The monster crosses its deadly paws over each other and then attacks the boy. Ares screams that this is bad. However, the spider's attack fails, and Elma says that he is already lost. The young man remains unharmed after this attack. Elma says that the mana cost to cast Poison Light is 7 mana. Fire Claws requires 5 mana. The hero dashes forward and uses Shake, attacking the spider. In this case, 2 Shake attacks removed 40% of the damage. Due to his title as Stoneman, his defense stat is increased by 10 while stationary. The hero believes that he has created all the conditions. The spider screams hysterically and begins to attack. The young man looks behind him and sees the spider approaching. Suddenly, the spider crashes into something invisible. The boy used the defensive wall skill. The spider falls to the ground and can no longer move. Elma places her foot on the spider's body and says that the end of this monster has come. The young man plunges his weapon straight into the spider's body. The boy's level increased from 8 to 12, and he also received 4 new skill points. He then looks at the notification window, which says that the hero can no longer upgrade heavy armor at this time. The young man remembers this message very well. Is it possible that the specificity of the magical world has been preserved everywhere? The young man gains a new parry skill as his heavy armor has reached level 15. But now he has basic skills. Ares starts running towards the young man and shouting for him to pay attention to him. Ares told the young man that he really is not of this world. If he saw everything correctly, the young man defeated it single-handedly. The monster drops a huge magic stone. Ares looks at him and says that it seems like he was very worried about the boy, so he apologizes for panicking too much. Elma was in a terrible physical condition. Ares was scared and asked if the boy had been poisoned. A sign about a critical dose of poison appeared next to him. Ares takes Elma by the arm and says that he will take the young man to the city. Elma thanks the man. The young man thinks he wants to register as an adventurer. To do this, he comes to the guild in the city of Rondelum. He goes to the Adventurers Guild and asks to register as an adventurer. The young man turns to the girl at the reception desk and says that his name is Elma and he is level 12 and his class is Heavy Knight. The girl says that she realized that the young man belongs to the protection class. The girl put a stamp that she confirms the registration of the young man. Elma smiles, and now he is an F-rank adventurer. The young man believes that now he can join the adventurers. There are 7 ranks of adventurers. To enter the dream space, you must be an adventurer of class E or higher. And also by rank, there is a limit on the number of skill points that can be spent on heavy armor. Elma thinks that they should quickly move to E rank. Then he turns to the girls and gives her a bag. There were other men standing near the reception desk. They laughed at the young man and said that a low-level heavy knight wanted to find a party. They wondered who would work with such a piece of bad man. Everyone started laughing at the boy. The administrator girl said that there weren't many people recruited for the role of protectors. She thought it would take time to find a group. Elma says he understands and he will think about it later. Besides, he wants her to pay for these stones that he dumps out of the bag. The girl asks if the young man really got all this on his own. Elma agrees and says that he hunted alone. He asks the girl to take care of it. She agrees and says if it could be true. The girl says that the small stones are worth 10, and for the big stone she will give 1 gold coin. The young man thanks her. Other people tried to figure out what kind of heavy knight this was. They also thought that he was cheating. The registration is complete and the young man has money for living. The experience of the hero from the magical world begins to bring him benefit. Then the young man asks if the guild has any requests for him. The girl squints and says that of course they do, but the task is not the best. After some time in the cemetery, a huge man says that he heard that there is an adventurer here who, with his actions, failed everyone's mass request. He turns to Elma. The man said that it couldn't be. A newbie who hadn't even joined a guild and was able to defeat such a monster. Does the young man really mean to say that he defeated the spider on the 12th level? He thinks it's nonsense. He says that adventurers are not so gullible. The man shouted that he would beat the crap out of him. Elma thinks that's bad. Although, of course, such mass requests rarely happen. That's why he bows and says he apologizes to everyone. The man looks at him carefully and then says he doesn't like it. He says that everything is fine and orders the girl tale to begin. The girl agrees and calls the man Gutan. The girl creates a magic seal and uses search magic. The girl sees hordes of monsters and thinks there were about 30 of them. The man said it was a great job. The girl laughed and said it was all thanks to his good skills. The girl said that they were almost at the E rank area. Then she looked at the boy and said that it seemed that his eccentricity, or rather behavior, was just a rumor. The boy thinks that judging by the girl's clothes, she is a red mage. She has high physical abilities and attack magic, as well as recovery magic and various auxiliary magic of a wide spectrum. The girl said that she was even offended that someone else had such an unusual class. Elma frowned and said that he liked his class. The girl was surprised and said that this was too strong a word. She waved her hand and told the young man not to try to bite off a piece that was too big for him. It is true that the Red Mage is a strong class at first glance. However, in the game they were known as jacks of all trades who were great at none. However, this world is not a game, so it is logical that like classes will be more in demand. The man then announces that they have verified it. This time, it is the ghoul's head that is leading the crowd of afterlife ghouls. All the D-rank adventurers are hunting for it. He orders the others to keep their distance and fight someone easier. Even if they reach them, they will have to run. Elma listened attentively to the man and thought that the ghoul's head was the supposed level 30. He doesn't have any attack skills, but he can summon undead creatures called the Breath of the Dead. However, this Guten, a D-rank adventurer whose level is approximately equal to 40. If they act correctly, then he thinks nothing complicated. However, there are weak-willed and arrogant people in the group. Their survival rate is sharply reduced because of this. In the game, there were enough numbers. In this world, there are many more. Elma turns to Guten and says that he thinks they should be a little more specific in their instructions. The man asks what the boy is saying. Elma says that regarding the undead hordes, it doesn't always match the data stated. They don't meet until the worst happens. The man calls the boy names and says, "How dare he tell what to do?" Elma looks at him with disdain. Elma says they are still low level. That's why it bothers them. A man should tell them what to do. The man says he doesn't like looking after children, but it seems he has no choice. Then the girl interrupts and asks if the boy is really talking about them. She says that the only person who is afraid of the small undead is Elma from the loser specialization. The protagonist listens attentively to the girl's chatter. The girl says she hopes the boy won't get scared and start screaming at the last second. She can't believe Guten will be like that. The girl turns to the others and says that they don't need to tell her what to do, and then she turns to Guten. If anyone is scared, they'd better run, because they're only getting in the way. The girl asks if she is telling a lie. She calls Guten again, but gets nothing in response. An undead appears behind the girl. The girl turned around and saw a large number of undead, and then the monster they were hunting. Guten and Elma took up their weapons. The monster began to emit heart-rending screams. The girl got scared and fell to the ground. She also screamed. Guten turned to her and asked what she was doing. He lunged forward. He turned to Tyle and Paul, calling them stupid, and then ordered them to follow him. Guten ordered everyone to move out. The rest of the group accepted the commander's order and agreed to move out immediately. Elma noticed the monster's stick and thought that this stick that the monster was holding in his hands was not an unusual object either. Then, it seemed, everything was under control. Elma ordered the rest of the team to head towards the head while he dealt with his buddies. One of the warriors was trembling. He asked if Elma was really going to face so many demons. Even as a knight, he could get hit in his blind spot. He thought Guten was going to scatter them, but it seemed like their boss was stuck there. Elma understood why everyone else was so reluctant to gather. They had never had to deal with a pack of evil spirits before. Plus, it looks so creepy and doesn't come with proper instructions. It's understandable why they don't want it. Elma asked everyone else to listen to him. He said that they would split into threes and form a motley crew. If they covered each other, they wouldn't fall behind and get stuck in the undead. The young man said all they could do was that. However, what if someone was left alone? Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared behind him and was about to attack the young man. Elma uses parry and reflects the monster's attack. Monsters use weapons. Parrying is a skill that allows you to use your sword or shield to block an enemy's attack and create an opening for a counterattack. The monsters began to advance on Elma's group. The protagonist used parry over and over again. Then he used the defensive stance skill. Suddenly, he uses a protective wall and pushes all the monsters away. All of his party members were shocked by what they just saw. Elma said that if any unforeseen circumstances arise, they should immediately inform their comrades. He is here to help them. Finally, the main character almost finished dealing with the advancing monsters. The young man who was watching this all the time said that he dealt with most of the zombies alone. Another warrior asked if Elma hadn't said he was a heavy knight. At that moment, the young man stood in the middle of a huge cemetery with a bunch of slain monsters. He closed his eyes as a sign suddenly appeared stating that the boy's level had been raised from 15 to 16. He also now had one skill point available. Elma thinks that everything is fine. His parry skill is more effective than he thought, especially at this level and with so many enemies. The young man opens his status window and sees that he is already level 16. He has 47 health points. He also has 15 strength points, 39 defense points, 15 magic points, and 15 speed points. The young man thinks that everything is fine and he is confidently going up. His thoughts are interrupted by other warriors who say that it looks like they are winning, but they are afraid that there will be more zombies. Everyone fought with all their might. However, after a while, they could barely stand on their feet and tried to catch their breath as quickly as possible. They looked around and realized that these were almost all the zombies that were in the cemetery. The young man then turned to Elma and asked him if they were really going to Guten. The young man answered with a serious expression that the ghoul's head was much stronger than them, so it was better to leave this monster to Guten himself. At this time, the man was fighting with the ghoul's head. The monster tried to hit the man with its bat, but the man deftly dodged it. Guten had a serious expression on his face, grabbed his hammer tighter and hit the monster with all his strength right on his head. This blow pushed the monster back and it fell on its back. Then it screamed in pain and rage. At that moment, the man jumped aside and said that this stubborn ghoul was still not discouraged. Suddenly, a skinny hand grabbed his shoulder. At that moment, Guten noticed that he was surrounded by a bunch of dead people who grabbed the man and did not allow him to move freely. Guten frowned and then called out to Tail and Paul. At that moment, he pushed all the monsters away from him. He ordered Tail and Paul to deal with the rest of the corpses, then angrily asked why they were just standing there. The man and the girl were scared and sweating. Guten kept shouting that Tail and Paul wouldn't get any better if they were such cowards. The girl said that she knew, but if they came closer and got into the ghoul's head strike zone. The man got angry and gritted his teeth at the girl's words. Then, while he was just standing there, the ghoul's head came towards the man from behind and swung its fist. The young man noticed everything with his peripheral vision and then jumped sharply to the other side. The ghoul's head struck with all its strength, but missed, and his blow landed right on the ground. The man landed on the ground after the jump and leaned on his hand to keep his balance. Then he jumped up sharply. The man swung his axe and gritted his teeth. The man used his rock-crushing ability and hit the ghoul's head with all his strength. The man hit the monster right on the shoulder, causing it to scream in terrible pain. Guten landed nearby and looked at the monster carefully. At this time, Elma was watching the events closely. He used the status to see the monster's characteristics. The ghoul's head was level 33, and its health was 28 points out of 79. At this time, the monster was kicking its legs and writhing in pain. Elma realized that they can do it. He thinks that one blow from Guten will be enough for this. Then he looked around and realized that the zombies were a big nuisance. They were grabbing Guten's arms and legs to stop him from attacking the ghoul's head. Tail and Paul were shaking in fear at this time. The other members of the group shouted that they would deal with the small zombies. They drew their blades and prepared to attack. Elma ordered that they stay put and wait. Then the monster grabbed one of the zombies and brought it to him. He opened his huge mouth and started eating the zombies. Then he ate another one and his health suddenly recovered. Everyone was surprised that health was suddenly restored. Elma said that the monster was a corpse eater. However, looking at the monster, he thought that it was very strange. If he was just a corpse eater, they wouldn't have used so many undead in one recovery. Suddenly, the monster began to roar with a piercing scream. Elma said that this simply could not be. Guten said that although the monster was healed, now the other small zombies no longer bother him. The man rushed forward and said that they would finally finish this monster. Elma shouted at Guten to stop and get away from him. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. The monster's muscles took on a horrific shape. They were covered with bulging veins, and its fangs grew several times larger. The monster took on a horrific body shape and then screamed even louder. His scream was so loud that it made you shudder inside. Eventually, the ghoul's head turned into a mad head. His level rose from 33 to 40. Elma was scared and said that this was the worst thing. Guten did not understand what had happened to this monster. Ontogenetic evolution is a rare event that occurs under specific conditions. The main reason for this is that a demon, when tracked, releases its own potential to get out of a difficult situation, and it can then use it as a weapon. It is possible that the ghoul head is related to this case, but the exact conditions of existence and evolution are still unknown even in the magical world. This situation is just some kind of bad luck. Elma screamed at Guten to get away from the monster. Suddenly, the monster started screaming directly at Gutan. The man was in a stunned state. Elma shouted to Tail and Paul to distract this monster. They were both hiding behind the grave monument at that moment. The girl asked the boy what he wanted her to do. If she attacked the monster with magic, he would kill her. Elma shouted that if Guten was defeated, they would definitely be dead after that. So they had to help them right now. Then the ghoul's mad head pushed Gutorn away with his hand and he coughed up his blood. Elma quickly rushed towards Gutorn, who flew to the side from the blow. The man was unconscious and came in a stunned state. Then the monster stretched its huge paw straight toward the lying body of the man, who was unconscious. Suddenly, Elma appeared in front of him, using his parry ability. He put his weapon in front of him, but the monster's blow was so strong that he was almost thrown aside. The young man stayed on his feet thanks to his weapon. He shouted to all the team members that he would distract the monster. He ordered Tail to heal Gutan and bring him out of his exhausted state. The girl asked about recovery again and then said that she had no recovery because she replaced it with an attack power increase. The young man realized that the situation could not be worse. He ordered them to take Gutan anyway and take him to safety, and then shouted at them to run. The girl replied that she understood and ran to Gutan to take him with her and run away. Elma thought that the poisonous numbness characteristic of the mad head was what was able to cause paralysis in Gutan. He heals in about 3 minutes. If Gutan survives this time, Tail will be able to get him back on his feet. However, this is in games, and as for reality, there is probably a big difference. At that moment, a huge shadow covered the young man, and he looked up with fear in his eyes. A monster, a crazy ghoul head, approached him, who was already level 40. His health was fully restored and amounted to 94 points. Elma gripped his weapon tighter and shouted that, until Gutan gets back on his feet, the ghoul's mad head will deal with him. The young man gets into a fighting stance and is already preparing to attack or take the monster's blow. The boys watching this didn't understand what was going on. What kind of F-rank adventurer could handle such a strong monster? It was simply impossible. The others shouted that they would get out of here while they still could, because if Elma was killed, they would be next in line. At this time, Elma and the crazy ghoul head monster stood facing each other. The young man analyzed that he was level 16, while the crazy ghoul head was level 40. Compared to that level, one mistake could lead to death. The monster opened its jaws and showed its huge fangs and large teeth. The monster slammed its fist on the ground to hit the young man, but missed as Elma deftly jumped away from its attack. The crazy ghoul head monster swung its fist again. Elma narrowed his eyes, then used the parry skill and shielded himself with his weapon to block the crazy ghoul head's attack. The blow was so strong that Elma could not resist and therefore flew further to the side. He started to get up and clear his throat, saying that he would prefer to avoid this situation. But high risk means high reward. This situation is using all his strength. The young man plunges his sword into the ground and tries to get up. He thinks that if he doesn't give it his all, he has no right to be called a hero. Elma smiled sarcastically, looking into the face of danger. The other warriors sat behind the tombstones and watched the heavy knight Elma's fight. The black-haired youth said that this heavy knight was fighting the same monster that was able to injure the strong Gutan so easily. The young man asked if it was really an equal fight. The other man shouted at the black-haired warrior to be quiet, for they had been dealt a better fate, and it was a miracle that they were still alive. At this point, the monster was beside himself with rage. His eyes were filled with anger, and his jaw did not close due to the large number of huge and sharp teeth. Elma was focused on the fight at that moment. Streams of blood were flowing from his temple and the corner of his mouth. They formed after the young man took the monster's attack point blank. Suddenly, the ghoul's mad head swung with all its might to hit the young man again with its big fist. However, his attack hit the ground right under Elma's feet. The monster hit where it aimed, but Elma deftly dodged the attack by jumping to the side. Landing on the ground, he thought that if he let the crazy head attack him in any way, he would be in trouble. He could not dodge this monster, but he had to attack it with restraint and counterbalance. The young man opens his status window and invests points into one of the skills, namely, into the basic fencing skills. The system informed him that the boy had acquired the weak point strike skill because he had raised his basic swordsmanship skills to level 5. Elma thought that this was very good. Weak point strike was a normal skill that could strike with the belly of the sword from 0 range. it could also easily damage even a strong defensive opponent. At that moment, the monster growled and prepared to attack. He raised his fist and was about to strike, but Elma used his parry skill and blocked the monster's blow with his sword. However, the blow was again so strong that the young man again began to fly away from this blow. Then suddenly he grabbed his sword and thrust it into the ground. The young man deftly twisted around the sword and slipped right under the monster's body. The crazy head of the ghoul stood and looked from side to side as he could not understand where the young man had gone. At this time, Elma stopped, then gritted his teeth and used the skill Weak Point Strike. He attacked the monster straight from behind. However, the ghoul's crazy head, as if he hadn't felt anything, turns to the young man. A running blow and a blow from the shoulder is the only skill due to the ability to jump on the enemy, even out of sword reach. Elma jumps back and the ghoul's crazy head turns towards the protagonist. Elma thinks that these skills go well with heavy knights, with their low attack power and strong defense. However, the young man is not so naive as to think that this will be enough to defeat this monster. The ghoul's mad head opened his mouth and began to scream with all his might. He raised his fist and hit the young man, but he dodged. Then another blow followed, but the young man jumps behind the monster. The monster uses his other hand and hits with a swing, but Elma dodges this attack as well. Elma smiles wickedly and tells the monster that he is too slow. The monster says something in his own language and gets incredibly angry. The monster screamed and began to hit the ground with his fist over and over again. Elma said that was right. He said that it would all end here. However, the main character's role is not over. Suddenly, the monster felt something strange and heard some noise. At this moment, Guten jumped out from the monster's back and swung his axe. He used the dragon killing strike skill and then stabbed his axe straight into the monster's head. Blood was gushing from the wound, and the axe was embedded so deeply that it could hardly be pulled out. Guten gritted his teeth and watched what was happening. The ghoul's mad head began to shake and make sounds at this point. Blood continued to ooze from his wound, and then the monster rolled its eyes, red tears pouring out. Elma kicked the monster away and it fell face down on the ground and never rose again. The young man smiled as his level rose from 16 to 23. The mad ghoul head was defeated. Gutan silently watched Elma, who sat down on the ground to catch his breath. The man thought that the young man was an ordinary F-rank adventurer. However, he believes that even farmers stand to the death when they see a demon. At this point, the young man sighed and said that he had almost reached his limit. He thanked Guten for his help. At that moment, the man came closer to Elma, who was sitting on the ground, and looked at the young man with anger and contempt, but continued to remain silent. Suddenly, the man bows to Elma with all his might and apologizes to him. The young man is shocked by what he sees. Man closed his eyes and said that careless command and lack of coordination. The boy was right about all of this. Elma was very surprised and looked at the man, and then he called his name. At that moment, Guten straightened up. The man then turned towards the body of the ghoul's mad head, which was already dissolving into thin air, and said that the young man could have it for himself. A huge magic crystal appeared from the monster. Elma silently looked at the treasure that had fallen out and thought that 40-level magic stones were valued quite highly. The young man would be very grateful if it were given to him, because right now he was a little short of money even for living. Elma looks at Guten and asks if the man is sure of his decision. Guten crosses his arms over his chest and answers in the affirmative, saying that it is a reward for the demon the boy killed. The man then notices an interesting item that has emerged from the demon's slime. He crouches down and says that it is an item dropped by a rare demon. Elma asks if the man actually dropped the item. Gutan panicked a little and told Elma not to be stupid, because a man's word is law, and it was Elma who killed the demon. He turns to the boy and asks how about checking this item. Elma takes the item in her hands and examines its characteristics. This item is a mad demon shield that gives 25 defense points and the market value is 3 million local currency. If the user interrupts an enemy's attack with this shield, their next attack will be plus 8 power points. Elma thinks that it is a rare case where the market value of an item is 3 million. The protective wall can only be summoned when the armor takes damage. However, with such characteristics, attacks within the same level range can be almost completely blocked by the shield. Again, for such a high price, he would consider selling this shield. At that moment, Guten was surprised that the shield cost 3 million. Elma turned sharply towards the man, and he, as if nothing had happened, made a neutral expression on his face and stepped aside. Elma looked up from his shield and asked Guten about his promotion. The man told Elma not to worry, as he would tell them that guilds were a good investment, so the boy would be promoted to E rank as soon as possible. Elma was delighted and asked if it was true. Guten began to laugh and said that the guild had asked him to keep an eye on Elma to make sure he wasn't cheating, and as the boy saw, he had. Guten said that if anyone objected, he would beat them to exhaustion. Elma laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a girl who came to apologize. She rubbed her hands and asked Mr. Guten if she could get permission for her promotion. She said that Guten was able to get back on his feet thanks to her treatment. The man turned to the girl with a stern look, calling her by name. The man started shouting that Tail was completely helpless against monsters. She couldn't be promoted in her current state. There were other problems in the guild that arose without her. He ordered her to fulfill the requests and be diligent. She gave a positive answer and then covered her face with her hands and looked at Elma with hatred. After some time, Guten and Elma came to the guild to hand in the tasks. The administrator girl said that the reward for this large assignment would be, firstly, 130,000 local currency, then 10 magic stones worth 200,000 local currency, and she also says that the price to buy a magic stone from this monster will be 600,000 local currency. Guten laughed and said that this time Elma had made a huge pile of money. The young man said that the raids carried out brought in a fortune. The receptionist girl distracted Guten and Elma from their conversation and told Mr. Guten that she really didn't believe that Elma had defeated this monster single-handedly. The other people in the guild agreed and said that Elma had brought a high-level magic stone before and that he was the guy they suspected. Another man asked if there was really something suspicious behind it. They said that Elma was a defense-class heavy knight, so they wouldn't believe that he was able to hunt so many demons. At that moment, Guten got angry and slammed his fist on the table. He said that whether the adventurers really got to interrogate this young man. This was an insult to their rules. Everyone in the room immediately fell silent awkwardly, and Elma stood next to him and smiled. Thanks to Guten, there were no more rumors about him, and he was successfully promoted to an E-rank adventurer in the guild. After some time, the young man was walking along the streets of the city and thinking about what he should do next. Now that he has access to the dream hole, he can try to get some money there. The countermeasure with the protective wall will no longer work. Then he decided that he would go looking for her, or rather the Book of Skills of Smoking Blades. The young man thinks that this is the most important item for a heavy knight to unlock their true potential as a class. Smoking Fangs and Oath of Heavy Armor. Only when these two skills are combined does the heavy knight become complete. The complete heavy knight is no longer a class that specializes in defense, and yet it would be ridiculous to call it an offensive class. It is truly a destructive class. The important items for a heavy knight are Smoking Fangs. The young man goes into one of the shops to find this item. On the shelves were many different magical goods for real adventurers. The protagonist goes between each shelf to find the Smoking Fangs. However, it is a very rare item, so it is very doubtful that it can be found in this city. He turns to the woman who is sitting behind the counter reading a newspaper. Elma asks her for 3 healing potions. She closed the newspaper and said that it would cost 72,000 local currency. The price made Elma very confused. He thought it was a bit pricey, but it was worth it. He took out his money bag and agreed to the price the woman told him. Then he turns to her and says that he has one question. The girl listens to him attentively. The young man asks where he can buy a book of skill because he could not find them in any of the shops he looked in. The girl sighed and asked if the boy really knew nothing. She said if the boy really was a freshman who had just recently started attending classes. The boy did not understand her. The girl says that selling the Book of Mastery is forbidden. The person who receives this book can use it for himself, but otherwise the Adventurers Guild buys it and gives it to the nobles or the church. The young man is very surprised by this and asks if the girl is really not lying. He thinks that she had the feeling that the nobles had become more powerful than in the game, although he never thought that this would happen. If so, the skill book located in Rondom City, that is, his family, the Edwans, have a monopoly on the skill book collected in Rondom City. The young man remains silent. The girl sighs and says that there is nothing she can do. She takes a pen and begins to write something. The girl says that it seems that the boy really needs something special. The girl says that the boy will have to go through such a route, and she herself draws this very route on a piece of paper. The girl gives the boy a piece of paper with a map and says that he must go to the place marked on the map. The young man takes the piece of paper and asks what it is. The girl replies that it is a store where various goods are sold. Elma realizes that this is a shop selling items from dead adventurers. He asks the girl if they shouldn't report such items to the Adventurers Guild. She replies that it's an unspoken agreement. The Adventurers Guild knows about these black market shops and they leave them alone. Some adventurers can't survive without gathering work. Even if proper measures are taken, the money will not go to the families of the dead, because most of it will end up in the pockets of the nobility. A book about craftsmanship. The nobles take them at a low price and hoard them, even if they do not use them. Elma clutches the piece of paper and says that nobles don't know what adventurers have to go through. He thinks that he has become a very naive person. If he had not regained the memories of his past life and become a holy sword, he would have been the same. Soon the girl asks the young man not to tell important people about this store. He agrees and says that he will not tell. After some time, the main character comes to the right place using the route map that the girl from the magic item store gave him. He was simply amazed by what he saw, or rather the smell. Elma wonders if there really could be a skill book in such a place. Suddenly, he finds one skill book on the shelf, and then he looks closely and sees 5 skill books. Suddenly, a woman addresses him, calling him lightly armored. She says that the Forge Grimoire is not for a novice like him. The young man says he has money and can he see the book of skills. The woman says he can look, but the main thing is he should not raise his hands, because these books are worth a fortune. He apologizes and takes one of the books. It had a picture of a bow and arrow on it. It was an archery skill book, and its market value was 2 million local currency. The young man was surprised that this book cost 2 million local currency because it was 50,000 more than in the game world. The woman then says that what the boy is holding in his hands is worth 3 million local currency. The boy is surprised and asks if this book of archery skills is really worth 3 million local currency. The woman says that this is exactly how it is because they are taking a risk here. The authorities pretend not to notice this. If this becomes known above, the owners of such shops will be beheaded. The youth thinks that the basic skill tree is for beginners. Even if he sells the Mad Demon Shield, he will only have about 3 million local currency left. He does not think he can buy a mastery book. He then lays out all the books in front of him and thinks that Elemental Archery, Enhanced Magic, Surprise Box, and Elemental Guardian. There are a few rare items here, but nothing that he was looking for. Then he takes out the last grimoire and his eyes widen in surprise. The young man found the right book, the one he needed the most. He holds the book of the Heavy Knight's basic skill tree. If he has this grimoire, everything will be ready. The woman didn't understand why he was so pleased. She thought that the young man was strange if he wanted something like that. The young man turns to the shop owner and was about to ask how much this grimoire costs, but the woman smirks and says that this book will cost 50 million local currency. The young man sighs and asks how a woman can put such an expensive item here without bouncers. The woman replies that if the young man thinks she is weak, then why doesn't he try to take the book away from her? The last time this was done, she defeated 5 of them. Elma asks if the woman can keep this skill book from going on sale. He will definitely return with 10 million local currency. The woman asks what benefit she will get from this. The young man tries to think of something, but he can't. The woman says that she likes young men like Elma. She agrees and says that she will leave this book for him. The hero asks if this is really so. She then pauses and then says she will do it for an extra 5 million local currency. Elma sighs and thinks that this is a very businesslike old lady. He will have to think for some time about how to pay for this book. Sometime later, the young man sat on a wooden box on one of the city streets. He thought about 50 million and an additional 5 million. He thinks that this is equivalent to about 60 raids on the mad head of a ghoul. The young man sighs and thinks that the older adventurers and the shopkeepers who work with them have clearly lost their sense of money, since all their items cost an incredible amount of money. Smoking Fangs is a rare skill tree, but the only ones who need it are heavy knights or true combat berserkers with a desire to destroy themselves. A more obvious and powerful skill book would cost much more. The young man will have to come up with a more concrete plan for the future. The first plan is to aim for a rare fall in the dream hole and get rich quick. However, the heavy knight doesn't have enough skills to deal damage consistently, so this plan doesn't work. The second plan is to focus on the defensive wall skill, but that will take a lot of time, so that plan is also not suitable. The third plan is to buy a fencing mastery book for beginners or other skill books and practice with them. However, the boy won't use these skills once he gets the smoking fangs, so he doesn't want to waste skill points, so this plan doesn't work either. The young man thinks that he is not the most popular heavy knight in the world, but he thinks that he has made a name for himself thanks to some big orders. So if he can team up with other adventurers, it will open up a whole new range of strategies. That's why Elma decides that he will find allies to form a group. At that moment, he sees a group of 3 people. The young man in the group said that he would never have thought that the bloody sword would fall. Thanks to this sword, he will be able to live off it. The last of the group was a girl named Lucy who called herself a clown. She was having fun and said that it was all thanks to her skill. However, her team members completely ignored the girl. She walked behind them and shouted about what they had done. At that moment, Elma thought about the group being made up of a swordsman, a thief, and a clown. The young man said while holding the sword that the girl's contribution had been too little since they had fallen into the dream hole. He doubted that it was really because of her skills. The girl says it's a good joke, but if they walk more, they'll notice the difference. She supports them and says they can do anything. The young man turns and addresses the girl by name, then asks her to tell him if she really thinks she can expect a share from this sword because of her weakness. The girl replied that she was also fighting on the front lines for her life and at least a fifth, and she would be happy if the young man gave her a fifth of this sword. The man asks if the girl knows that even if she fights for her life without any real attack skills, the problem is that she can only dispel attacks, so he says that she is completely useless. The girl clenched her fist and said that the lack of attack skills was the result of a boy named Klein asking her to level up that skill branch. She shouts at him and reproaches him for speaking like that only when he receives a large sum of money. She thinks it is a little cruel. The boy asks about the girl, saying that he is being cruel. Lucy is scared because of his hostile aura. The young man approached with a threatening look and asked if the girl really hadn't heard him. He had simply made a few suggestions, but the girl was the one who had distributed the skill tree, so she had done it all herself. Elma realized that the problem was the misallocation of skills and the distribution of large sums of money. They had a similar problem in the wizarding world. It assigned skill trees based on party compatibility, but then things changed and it became meaningless. At this point, Klein throws out the coins and says that these are the girl's 100,000 coins. He thought that the girl said that it was normal for her, so she should just pick them up and leave. Lucy did not move. The boy said he had worked hard to get Lucy into his group. He couldn't believe that the girl was so dazzled by this little shiny prize that she was going to show her true colors. He said it was just disgusting and then turned to a girl named Reese and asked her what she thought about it. The girl looked at the sword in Klein's hands and then agreed and said that they couldn't allow the precious piece that they had been given to be divided so irrationally. Lucy tried to justify herself and said that she didn't mean it that way. She bows and apologizes to Mr. Klein and Ms. Reese. She almost cries and says that she doesn't want the money from the sword. She's very sorry and she won't do it again. Klein turns around and wishes the girl luck in her new place. Elma thinks that, as they say, when the money runs out, you're out of luck. He thinks the skill point system is very cruel. Due to the nature of the system, if you don't hunt demons of the same rank as you, you can't say that you are of a higher level. However, if you have a bad skill combination and find it difficult to fight against people of the same rank, then it will be very difficult to level up. He wonders if you've been leveling up the skill tree of a weapon system you don't need. Then he remembers Klein saying that Lucy's contribution has been too small since they fell into the dream hole. He doubted that it was really because of her skills. Elma wonders if it could be those same skills. He denies it and thinks about throwing out a man with such skills, but from what he has heard, it is the only way. At this time, Lucy ran after her former comrades and apologized for her selfishness, saying that she did not need money. She asked them to let her stay in the group. At this moment, someone grabbed her hand, and the girl became very scared. It was a breathless Elma who asked the girl to work together in one group. Lucy was scared and screamed, and then asked the boy who he was. Elma held Lucy's hand and said that he would not let her lose a penny, so he asked her to work with him. Elma looks very assertive, and the girl at this moment was in a state of shock. The boy asked how about dividing 8 by 2, 8 for her and 2 for him. The girl asked the boy to calm down. She asked if he could take his hands off hers. Elma pulled away and apologized to her. At that moment, Klein came up to them and asked the girl what was going on here and who the young man was. The protagonist says that his name is Elma, and he heard that the girl is leaving their group, so he is here to invite her to his place. Coin asks if the boy has gone crazy, since Lucy is too weak in battle and she can't even develop normally. The girl felt very embarrassed for being shamed in such a way. Elma said with confidence that everything was fine. Klein replied that it simply couldn't be. If the young man could rid him of this incompetence, it would heal many of his emotional wounds. But Elma would regret this choice. He then smirks and agrees, telling Elma to take Lucy if he wants. The boy replies that he didn't ask his permission. Klein approaches the boy and points his sword at him. He asks who Elma is, what level he is, and if he has any partners. Elma replies that he is a lone level 23 heavy knight and is also an E-class adventurer. Coin asks again about Elma being a lone level 23 heavy knight. He looks at Lucy and says that at this level, he thinks Elma doesn't understand how worthless the girl is. Lucy shrank back awkwardly and said that she was only level 13, so she didn't think the boy should take her into his team. Elma says again that everything is fine and there are no problems. Lucy looked at the young man carefully. Then Reese came up to Klein and called him by name. Klein asked the girl what was wrong. She said that it was strange that an E-class adventurer was so enthusiastic about recruiting Lucy. She asked if the difference between them was too great. They wondered if the young man was simply too desperate. Klein whispers and asks what the girl is talking about. She tells the boy to just shut up and let him go. If he leaves peacefully now, that it will be more convenient for him. Klein says to think carefully first. A lone heavy knight can't reach level 23. He's either a fluke or he's been kicked out of the group. Or maybe he just wants to raise his value and look better in front of people. Reese agrees with Klein. The boy says that's good. He can't believe they kicked out one of the guys who misused his skills. Bad publicity for the rest of them. And it's not good for them either. The girl agrees. Klein taps his sword and says that he has been waiting for someone like Elma to take responsibility for Lucy. He is confident that he will be a great choice for Lucy. The girl smiles and says that she is very grateful to Elma. She is very pleased to meet the young man. Elma agrees and says that it is nice to meet Lucy too. It was the moment when he got his first ally in the group. Klein starts clapping and congratulating them. He then says that the girl hasn't even bought a decent weapon yet. He throws the money away and tells Lucy to take it. He says that this is another 100,000 local currency from them so she can put it to good use. The girl thanks Mr. Klein. She was about to pick them up, but Elma forbade the girl to do so. He turned to the young man and said that all they knew how to do was throw money around. He did not understand how they could pick up what the young man had scattered on the ground without any respect. He calls Lucy and says that they are leaving. The girl says that 100,000 is a lot of money, but Elma replies that the girl should not be in debt to such a man. Lucy agrees. Klein says that Elma is stupid and has no connection with normal classes. He calls them stupid and says that they will be a great couple. At this time, Weiss is about to pick up money from the ground, but Klein forbids her to do so. After some time, Lucy and Elma came to a local establishment to have a bite to eat. The girl thanked the young man for inviting her to the group. She twirls a strand of her hair and says that she still doesn't think she's good enough to work on the team. Elma asks the girl not to worry, because if she kills the right demons, she can easily increase her level. The girl also asks if it is possible that the young man saved her because he fell in love with her at first sight. Elma asks what the girl is talking about. Lucy says that she was wondering why the boy grabbed her hand so abruptly and that it was probably the only way out. After all, she's very nice. She thinks that being his wife would be wonderful, but it would be better to start with friends, but still start with friends right away. The boy interrupts her and changes the subject, asking Lucy about the luck skill tree and whether the girl really has the skill tree. What is a dream hole in the magical world? It is a nightmare of Altsaros, the sleeping god of the creator of the world. Alzaros created many gods and worlds, but during this time, which seemed like an eternity to him, Alzaros, the primordial god, lost his mind, so the gods he created sealed him away. But even so, Alzaros's nightmares continue to influence reality. Alzaros's nightmares create gates that spawn terrifying monsters. Elma and Lucy went to just such a gate. Such gates are called dream holes, and Elma and Lucy came to one of these holes called Angel's Toy Box. Elma tells the girl that he needs her. The girl's embarrassed and asks if the young man really tells her that. She stutters and says that she is very inexperienced in such things, so she relies entirely on the young man. She asks if it is okay to say such things in broad daylight. The young man says that he plans to earn 30 million gold on this expedition and raise Lucy to level 30. The girl is surprised and says that's what the boy meant. Then Elma also said that it's better not to show your characteristics to others. They move into a dungeon that looks like a cute hallway of a child's room. Lucy says that the recommended level here is 50, so she doubts that the monsters here are easy to kill. Elma says they'll just level up on the lower floors first. He'll distract the enemies while the girl kills them with her cleaver. Lucy says that it is her own fault that she did not object to the young man. That is why they went so far. Besides, she has already bought herself such an expensive thing, so she cannot back down. In her hands, the girl held a stone cutter, which gives +3 points to attack power. This knife easily cuts through heavily protected opponents, and with a successful attack, the enemy's defense is reduced by 15%. The girl waved her weapon in all directions and told Elma to rely on her. She would do her best to live up to his expectations. Elma said that everything was fine and that fighting spirit was very important. The girl said that she would protect the boy with her cleaver, but Elma replied, laughing, that protection was actually his job. Suddenly, he turned to the side and saw the first enemy, the bear Tukihagi. The monster was level 20. Its health level was 41 and the Mala's level was 17. Lucy said that the bear looked cute, but its level was not cute at all. The boy replied that its attack power was 22 points, so even if the girl missed a blow, it would not kill her. However, a critical hit can really be unbearable, but it can be completely blocked by changing your stance. Lucy asked why the boy knew so much about this monster and whether it was possible that he liked Tukihagi so much. The boy replied that nothing of the sort was possible. He said that he would distract the monster and the girl should attack from a blind spot, but she should beware of claws and teeth. Lucy agreed and rushed into battle. Elma used the shadow suppression skill he got for the points he got from the crazy ghoul head. With this skill, he will level up Lucy. The shadow suppression skill works by requiring the user to step on the target's shadow to attract their attention and prevent them from escaping. However, if the user's foot trembles, or someone else steps on the shadow, the effect will be cancelled. Elma said that the shadow might be bigger than it seemed, so Lucy should be careful. The girl said that she understood. Then she remembered that the young man had told her to beware of teeth and claws, but it seemed that this monster had none. Suddenly, claws emerge from the soft paws and the belly turns into a huge, fanged mouth. Lucy was very surprised. The bear Tukihagi began to run straight towards the young man, but he pinned him to the ground with his shield. Lucy was surprised, and Elma said that it was good that he had a shield. Without it, it would be hard to repel an attack without moving his leg. He ordered Lucy to attack the monster immediately while it was lying down. The girl said contemptuously that now the monster was not very cute even in appearance. She began to attack him with her splitter. After a while, the girl tried to catch her breath. She said that it took many blows, but she managed to kill this monster. The young man asked the girl if her level had increased. However, she did not listen to him because she could not believe her eyes. The girl was digging in the soft down of the bear. She took the fluff in her hands and started crying because the Tukihagi bear had no drop. She didn't know how she would live up to Elma's expectations if the monster didn't give her anything. Elma said that he doesn't need a drop. The main thing is that the girl raises her level. Moreover, they will kill many more similar monsters, so someone will drop something. He then tells the girl that another Tukihagi bear has appeared there. Elma tells Lucy that they are using the same tactics. The girl agreed. After a while, the girl was holding a bear shield, which was very cute and low recommended because it was round. Lucy was happy that even 2 such shields fell out. She asked if Elma was really lucky to be with him. She also asked if she was of any use to the boy. Elma said why not take them. The protagonist thought that this was very strange since this item rarely drops from Tsukihage bears. He wondered what the drop rate was. He wondered why Klein and his comrades hadn't noticed. In this world, not much was known about monsters, much less drop rates. Then he thought that they simply didn't realize how important Lucy was in that group. Lucy asked Elma, holding the shields, if she was really useful to him. The young man agreed and said that he was very glad that the girl was with him. The girl laughed and asked if the young man really wanted this bear shield. She suggested that he collect 10 of them today. The young man refused and said that he thought they had raised the level enough on the Tsukihage bears. The girl said that it was true because her level had increased from 13 to 20, which was very fast. Elma said that their goal for today was to catch the precious toad. The toad was the first monster the boy defeated in this world. It is also one of the most common monsters in the magic world. There are a huge number of varieties of toad. One of the varieties is the precious toad, which is the main target of Elma and Lucy. Given their current situation, they decided that they would hunt for this toad in the angel's toy box. The precious toad looks like a golden toad. It rarely appears, and if you manage to defeat it, it will drop a very expensive item. By the way, despite its high level, it has low attack power and no attack skills. That is, this monster, which does not pose a threat in battle, but they will be able to get a lot of experience and even an expensive item. There are several such mobs in the wizarding world that provide bonus loot, and many players enjoyed hunting them down, and they were hunting for the precious toad in this dungeon. Where it might appear, where it might run away, the young man knows all about it. Lucy said that she also knew about this toad. One adventurer said that if you defeat one of these, you can live happily for several years. The young man was surprised and said that if the girl had heard about her, then everything would be easier. Lucy replied that she would not say that. This toad is very difficult to catch, and if you do manage to hit it, it will seem as if it will not feel the damage. The group that was chasing her went too far and they were surrounded by monsters. Who knows how many adventurers died because of this toad? The young man realized that this world was not quite like a game. Killing the precious toad might not be easy, as it specializes in running away and can easily lead into a trap. The toad has high speed and defense. It is also immune to attack debuffs. Lucy asks what they should do with it. The boy gave the girl this blade, of course, but the stonecutter is effective against opponents with high defense, but she does not think that she will be able to damage her. She doubts that she will be able to catch up with her at all. Elma says that the precious toad boasts a defense of 200 points and a speed of 67 points. For her, 15% penetration of the armor of the cleaver is nothing. The girl asks what to do now. Elma thinks the toad is more than twice as fast as Lucy, the fast class clown, and more than 3 times as fast as him. And her defense, even if he can deliver a perfect blow, he will not inflict a single level. And a 15% defense penetration from a blow to a weak spot is also not enough. Lucy asks if this is even possible for them. Elma says that everything is fine and they have a chance. Even in this toad's perfect defense, there is a gap. Lucy asks if the boy has a skill that can damage her. Elma smiles, but Lucy doesn't understand what's going on. Elma tells Lucy that she can handle it. The girl is surprised and asks why her. The boy says she should have 8 skill points from leveling up. He asks the girl to spend them all on Jester's acrobatics. The 2 skills she will gain as a result will be the foundation of their operation. Lucy asks the boy to stop and says that she is glad that the boy believes in her, but where will she get such strength from? Suddenly, Elma notices something in the shadows. Then a square gift box jumps out at him. The boy blocks himself with his shield and pushes the monster aside. Elma calls Lucy and says that they need to run. The girl agrees, but asks if it wouldn't be better to finish him off. Elma says that this monster is not their target. When it senses danger, it calls its friends. Lucy asks if the boy is sure that they should focus only on the precious toad. She is sure that with his powers, they can easily raise another 3rd level by defeating monsters. Elma replies that this is true, but hunting for the precious toad is the best option for their level. Lucy admits that it is hard to find and might take them a couple of days to find it. Lucy asks if they are serious and if the toad is really that rare. The young man says that the precious toad is worth the effort. However, despite the girl's luck, it is difficult to meet her. If she feels bad or tired, she must tell the young man about it. Lucy asks the young man not to worry because she will not give up and will follow Elma to the end. Elma smiles. Then Lucy notices something and looks towards something jumping. Then they both notice the precious toad in the hallway. Elma looked at the precious toad and thought that they found it much faster than he expected. The monster was called a precious toad. It was level 40. Its health was 2 points and its mana was 36 points. Lucy began to whisper to Elma in panic that this toad was right there in front of them. She asked the boy what they were going to do. Elma continued to stand and look at the precious toad. Elma told the girl to take a deep breath and exhale. When hunting, it is important, first of all, to remain calm. The girl understood. Then she took a deep breath and exhaled. The precious toad began jumping away from the boy and girl at that moment. Elma looked at it and asked Lucy if she had pumped up her jester's acrobatics to level 10. The girl stuttered and confirmed it. She also said that she had also acquired the 2 skills that the young man had spoken about. Elma said that this was excellent and suggested that the girl stick to the plan. He told Lucy that he would wait for the toad at this place, and the girl should lead this precious toad straight to him. The girl said nothing, but stood silently to the side. Elma called her by name to ask what was troubling the girl. Lucy began to shake and tell herself that she was doing well, and that she would cope and be able to complete the task that Elma had given her. The young man asked the girl if she knew that nothing bad would happen if she made a mistake. He suggested that she take another deep breath and exhale deeply to calm herself down. The girl followed his words. She took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. She looked intently towards the precious toad and said that she was going. The girl asked the young man to rely on him because she would complete this task without any problems. The precious toad begins to run away when the adventurer comes within 4 meters of it. The passages in this dungeon are exactly 4 meters wide, so even if you try to go around her along the wall, she will still start running away. That's why you can go around it not on the floor, but on the ceiling. And that would be a completely different story. At that moment, Lucy used her acrobatic skill and jumped from the floor to the ceiling, then to the wall, and then on the other side to the floor. The precious toad appeared between the boy and the girl. Elma and Lucy grinned. The toad was very surprised by this. She started running straight towards the girl as she saw a gap between her and the wall. Lucy shouted that the toad couldn't run away anywhere. She uses the illusion double skill, and instead of 1 Lucy, 4 Lucys appear in front of the precious toad. Because of the width of the corridor, the illusions will completely block the passage, and the cowardly precious toad will not dare to run towards them. The precious toad cannot be blinded, stunned, or charmed, but it is unable to distinguish between illusions. This was their very first but extremely important step towards the long-awaited victory which they so desperately sought to achieve, having gone through many trials and difficulties. With alarm in her voice, Lucy shouted out, warning that the huge and precious toad they had been fighting was rapidly approaching Elma, posing a serious danger. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that in order to successfully carry out the second step of their plan, he would absolutely need to use shadow suppression to slow down the toad's rapid movement and gain a time advantage. However, there is still a chance of failure in his calculations. Despite the narrow passage, the precious toad is still 3 times faster than her, and the length of its shadow is no more than 50 centimeters. In the current situation, he had absolutely no right to make a mistake, because a lot depended on the success of their plan, and any mistake could lead to unpredictable and extremely undesirable consequences. Gathering his thoughts and casting aside his doubts, the young man carefully took out a holy element magic stone from his travel bag, which he knew was capable of emitting a weak healing light when using mana points. This same magic stone was acquired by him some time ago along with Lucy's cleaver, but due to its extremely weak healing effect, they rarely resorted to its help in battle. However, now he had a completely different plan for using this artifact. Concentrating his mana, the young man activated the Shining Stone, which immediately began to emit a bright light, and with a sharp movement he threw it to the side. The stone flared and began to shine so brightly that it blinded them all for a moment. The huge jewel toad, attracted by the sudden and powerful source of light, cast a colossal shadow from itself, significantly larger than its own body. Seeing this, the young man grinned triumphantly, realizing that his plan was beginning to be successfully implemented. He then uses the shadow suppression skill and steps right on the shadow cast by the precious toad. The poor precious toad cannot move because of the binding of its shadow. Elma was very happy because the precious toad was finally caught. The precious toad couldn't break away and run away because Elma kept holding her by her own shadow. Lucy happily moaned to Elma about what they had done. She ran up to Elma and said that they seemed like professionals, but the girl asked how they were going to kill her. The toad was struggling with its paws at that moment and trying to get out. Elma said with a serious expression that they could only defeat it with a critical hit during the attack. A critical strike is when you watch your opponent's movements closely and then strike at their weak point. This attack deals 1.5 times more damage and also ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Lucy said she understood. Elma could try to deal critical damage as much as she wanted, since the toad wasn't going anywhere. The girl wished the young man good luck. He replied that even if he landed a critical hit, his damage would not be enough. The girl was surprised. Elma smiled and said that was why he relied on Lucy. It took skill and luck to land a critical hit, and the young man doesn't even have the opportunity to strike, since he can't move. Lucy asked how she could make a critical hit. The boy said that it would be impossible in a normal situation. Lucy clutched the hem of her skirt, feeling useless in this situation. However, Elma said that the girl had a very necessary skill for this, namely, the skill of throwing a dice. The girl asked again about the dice roll. Then she remembered Klein saying that he thought the girl had finally learned a normal attack skill. A normal dice roll skill works by rolling a number between 1 and 6. The effect changes depending on the number rolled. The girl understands something. Elma agrees and says that if the number 6 comes up, the attack will be critical. If you roll a 6, the damage will be increased by 1.3, and the attack will be guaranteed to be critical. The total damage increase is 1.95. In addition, the 15% defense penetration of the rock splitter and the 50% armor penetration of the critical attack will also add up. This means that the damage will be increased by 1.95, and the defense penetration will be increased by 65%. Lucy asked if this would definitely work. Elma replied that even if some skills are situational or just late to develop, they are not useless. There are no useless skills. There's no point in obsessing over what others think of her. Klein and his group simply didn't see the girl's potential. He tells Lucy that it will happen again, and then tells her that she needs the girl's strength and that he will need it in the future. The girl was very touched by these words. She gripped her blade tighter and then rushed straight towards the toad. The girl shouted that she could handle it, if she didn't make excuses for the young man, that she wasn't worthy of even calling herself an adventurer. Elma agreed and said that he believed in the girl. The girl swung and used the dice throwing skill. The dial began to spin around Lucy's weapon. Elma was tense and the precious toad was shaking with fear. The girl was focused. Then suddenly the number 6 came up and the girl struck the toad with all her might. The precious toad gave its last cry. Her body cracked from the girl's strong blow. The girl's level was raised from 21 to 27. She was surprised that they had succeeded. She turned to Elma and said that they had succeeded, and she had immediately jumped to level 27. Elma was smiling at that moment, and his level had been raised from 24 to 30. The young man said that the precious toad gives a lot of experience and, most importantly, a good drop. But the drop rate is 50%. They stared at the toad's body with tension, and suddenly a shining toad blade appeared. It added attack power by +12. It was a shining toad dagger that was made of pure gold. The eyes of the girl and the boy lit up from such a good drop. They got a beautiful shining toad blade. Lucia looked at the dropped item in surprise. The shining toad blade had an attack power of +12 and a high cost. The girl said that they were able to knock out an item worth 1,700,000 local currency with such ease. Elma's ear was focused on this figure. He asked the girl to stop and said that she was wrong by 1 The blade cost 17 million local currency. The girl was surprised and began to count the zeros in the inscription of the price of this blade. Suddenly, she fell unconscious from the fact that this blade cost 17 million. After a while, Elma asked Lucy if she had calmed down. The girl hesitantly gave a positive answer. She pinches her cheek and says that she still can't believe that they got the expensive item so easily. The girl looks at the weapon in her hand in surprise. She then looks at the shining blade and says that such an expensive item will provide them with a comfortable life. She asked Elma to run away immediately and settle together in some remote village. The young man says that everything is so, and it is time for them to leave soon. Before they finish, he suggests killing another precious toad. Lucy is surprised and asks the boy if he really means that they can kill another precious toad. 3 hours later, the girl uses the dice roll ability several times. She uses the dice roll one last time and gets a 6, which gives critical damage to the girl's attack. The toad dies, and another golden toad blade falls out of it. Elma was happy that they managed to kill another toad. He increased his level from 31 to 33. Then he turns his attention to Lucia, who is silent and does not make a sound. The young man asks the girl not to be upset, because this time she did not manage to kill the toad the first time. The girl was unconscious at that moment because the 2 blades gave a total of 34 million local currency. Meanwhile, her level was raised from 27 to 31. Elma rushed to Lucy to keep her from losing consciousness. The girl still couldn't believe the 30 million. She said it was like 10 times 3 million. Elma said that thanks to Lucy, they managed to get 2 shining toad blades. They needed to decide on further skill upgrades. The girl agrees and says that we need to look to the future, but in reality. She didn't have time to finish speaking when she suddenly felt something. The girl turned around abruptly. Elma asked her what was the matter. Lucy asked if Elma really hadn't heard anything. It sounded like a baby crying. Elma asked again about the girl saying it was a baby crying. He said that it just couldn't be and that it was a wandering king. Dream Kings are dungeon bosses that are usually found in a special room and do not move from one place. However, some bosses are unique and can leave their room. They are called Wandering Kings. Lucy asked again about the Wandering King. She shouted that the recommended level for him was 50. This was very bad. Elma tried to calm the girl down and said that everything was fine. He said that if they did everything right, they would not meet him. He suggests that they simply go in the opposite direction from the voice to the exit. He will not pursue them outside the dungeon. Elma thinks that everything is that simple. They would go out and go to the city, so all this should be over. At that moment, Lucy said that in that case, she was calm. Suddenly they hear cries for help. Lucy and Elma looked in horror in the direction from which the cries came. The screams came from a man and a girl. The protagonists realized that this was not a game. They would not be able to escape in such a state. If they don't help them, these 2 will definitely die. Elma stood up to protect Lucy and the other 2 people. He shouted at the girl to take the 2 to safety while he held off the monster. Lucy replied that she understood Elma's order. But the Dream King is level 50, which is very dangerous for the young man. Elma said that he knows about this monster very well, so only he can delay it and buy them time. And also, distracting the enemies to yourself is the duty of a heavy knight. The young man said all this with absolute self-confidence. Lucy called the young man's name. Then they were interrupted by a man's scream. A monster called the Tin Soldier appeared. Elma stood opposite the monster. He shouted that he would buy time, and Lucy should take all the people to safety. The girl stood still. Another young man, who was holding the allies' girl, shouted to Elma with apologies that they were indebted to him for life. In front of Elma stood a monster called Tin Soldier. It was level 40. Its HP was 47 and its mana was 31. The soldier was wounded, so its HP was 21. Elma said it was wounded. That was good. Lucy took out her weapon and told Elma that this monster was very strong, but he was also wounded. So together they could handle it. Elma told Lucy that there was no chance here and the girl had to run. Lucy was scared and asked what that meant. Elma replied that the Tin Soldier was not the King of Sleep. Lucy was very surprised. Elma narrowed his eyes and replied that they were ordinary servants, but that was not all. Suddenly, 2 more Tin Soldiers came around the corner and Lucy was frightened. There were already 3 level 40 Tin Soldiers standing in front of them. Elma shouted that he would buy them some time and catch up with them right away. Lucy was in a panic. She screamed that she would never agree to this. She couldn't leave Elma here and run away because the boy had done so much for her. Elma screamed. Was he really being unclear? He says cruelly that the girl is too weak to fight them, so she will only get in his way. Lucy let go of her weapon and agreed with the young man, then apologized to him. She said with confidence that the young man was obliged to return alive straight to her. Soon the girl ran away. Elma thought that there were 3 level 40 Tin Soldiers in front of them. If they were their only problem, he and Lucy could handle it. However, the biggest problem had not yet appeared. The young man held his shield and sword straight in front of him when suddenly a groan was heard from the next corridor. Elma thought he told Lucy that he would be able to distract them and escape. But it was a lie, because a heavy knight cannot escape. He may have run away from the tin soldiers who fight in close combat, but there is the King of Sleep who has magical attacks. There was no chance to escape. Suddenly, another monster appeared from around the corner, emitting a terrifying howl. Elma realized that he had to defeat him here and now. A monster called the embryo-type Dream King appeared in front of him. It was level 50. Its HP was 42 points and its MP was 60 points, although it currently had 49 points. Elma shouted and told the monster that he had finally shown himself, the king of the dream embryo. The monster screamed hysterically at the youth's scream. The embryo, compared to other bosses, has weak stats despite being level 50. The problem is how the young man can deal damage to this monster. His body has a huge defense, and the only weak point is the eye on his head, which cannot be reached without long-range attacks. However, if the boss has a weakness, then even alone and at a low level, the young man still has a chance to win. Elma adjusts some things in her status window. He then tells the embryo that he is ready to play with it. He tells the monster not to worry, because he is not going to run, because it will be a fair fight. At that moment, a system window popped up saying that the Oath of Heavy Armor had reached level 27 and a new shield strike skill had been acquired. The tin soldiers began to advance. The young man used a shield strike attack and the tin soldier flew back a few meters. The young man used the usual shield strike skill, which allows you to hit the enemy and throw him away. Thanks to this skill, it will be possible to disrupt the formation of the opponents. At this moment, the tin soldier was shaking all over after the new damage. In an instant, another tin soldier attacked Elma, but the young man used his parry skill and easily dodged the enemy's attack. He then immediately used his disarm skill and was able to knock the enemy's weapon away. Elma continued to fight with the two tin soldiers while the third tin soldier and the embryo watched the fight from the sidelines. Elma observed the embryo's behavior and realized that the monster would not use the magical Sylph Slash and Thunderstorm as long as all the tin soldiers were alive. So for a while you can forget about this monster and focus on the soldiers. At this point, the young man hits one of the monsters with his weapon. Elma then lunges forward and uses the disarm skill. He realized that it was already the second soldier and 47 seconds had passed since the first use of the disarm skill. In the end, all the conditions were met. The third tin soldier was rushing straight towards the young man. He used the wall reflection skill, which pushed the monster away and dealt it damage equal to his attack. Elma stood there with a serious expression and thought to himself that now was the time for the most interesting part. Elma stood and looked at the corpse of the tin soldier he had just defeated. He thought that one was already ready. The monster lay with a punctured body. His health was at 0. However, the eye on the embryo's head opened. The monster used the repair skill and the tin soldier is resurrected. Elma thought that as long as the embryo was alive, the tin soldiers would recover. The recently killed tin soldier recovered and his health was at its maximum. However, when the embryo uses its repair spell, its weakest point is exposed. The boy takes a stone out of his bag and then rushes straight towards the embryo. He throws the stone at the monster, which hits the embryo's eye on the forehead. The stone hit the monster square in the forehead, causing it to writhe in pain. Its health dropped from 42 to 31. Elma thought that this was the only way to defeat him. He used the magical earth stone that fell from the bear Chugihagi. The stone uses mana to release many earth needles. The embryo screamed and Elma jumped around. He immediately needs to take a position behind the tin soldiers so that the embryo cannot use magic. The young man covered himself with a shield so that the tin soldier could not injure him with his weapon, and the young man himself thought that if he did not cover himself with them, the embryo would instantly kill him with one attack. The young man used his shield strike skill. The tin soldier suddenly jumped to the side. Elma was very surprised by this. Suddenly, two tin soldiers appeared right behind the young man and were already swinging their blades to attack him. Elma hissed in displeasure at the situation. He protected himself from one tin soldier with his shield, and he repelled the attack of the second tin soldier with his huge sword. Suddenly, the young man hit the soldier with a weak spot strike skill. The young man disabled one of the enemies and jumped back. The main character realized that these monsters can learn and develop. In the magical world, ordinary monsters were unable to react to player skills. But these tin soldiers remembered the radius of a shield strike. Elma said that he never expected that, and then he looked at the embryo and thought that if that were the case, then defeating the embryo would be much more difficult. To defeat this monster, you will have to throw at least 3 more stones. The embryo still has high regeneration if you do not hurry. Suddenly, Elma feels something. The embryo's eyes slowly opened, and almost immediately it became noticeable how the tiny creature began to actively accumulate mana inside itself. Elma said that this strange monster must be just joking, not taking his actions seriously. Suddenly, the embryo used its sylph/slash skill and cut off the head of one of the tin soldiers standing nearby. Elma, shocked by this unexpected attack, thought that this monster should not have such a powerful skill. Instantly assessing the situation and realizing that it was no longer possible to evade the rapidly approaching attack, Elma desperately tried to cover himself with his reliable shield, hoping to withstand the blow. However, before he had time to fully prepare for defense, the young man received a crushing and incredibly strong blow right in the center of the shield, from which a powerful wave of vibration passed through his body. The guy, gathering his last strength, desperately resisted the monstrous force, trying to keep the shield in place and not let himself be thrown back. However, unable to withstand such a colossal onslaught and losing his balance, the young man helplessly flew back like a rag doll and crashed hard with his back straight into the stone wall, feeling a sharp pain throughout his body. The young man's head began to spin painfully from the blow. Dark spots swam before his eyes, and an unpleasant ringing sounded in his ears. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, like a bird in a cage, and his legs were completely numb and had lost all strength, refusing to support his body. To top it all off, the main character was hit with an unpleasant and extremely disturbing negative effect of stunning, further disorienting him and depriving him of the ability to quickly react to what was happening. He realized that he was stunned, and seeing the 10 soldiers approaching him, he realized that he was finished in this situation. He said that he just had no luck and should have asked Lucy to stay. Suddenly, he saw the tin soldier miss and something pulled him to the side. It was Lucy. The girl said that she was glad that the boy understood this, and she was very glad that he recognized her. Elma was incredibly surprised by Lucy's appearance here. The girl used the illusion double skill, and several similar Luces appeared on the battlefield. Elma started yelling at Lucy and asking what she was doing, because she told her to take those 2 away and run away as far as possible. Lucy started crying and said that there were no monsters on the way and she had already taken the 2 to safety. She came to see how the boy was doing. She said that the young man promised her that he would run away. But why was he fighting? Elma said that it was his business and the girl should leave here. Lucy got up from the ground and flatly refused the young man. She screamed that she would stay here and that it was her business. She said that the boy had saved her and risked his life to protect her, because wasn't he the one who said that he needed her strength? As if after all this she could ask the young man here and run away. She says that it is better to stop being an adventurer. Elma was shocked by the girl's words. Elma said that he doesn't think his only way to attack it will work a second time. He and Lucy don't have any skills that can damage this monster. Suddenly, Lucy shouted and asked why the boy was giving up so quickly. He had relied on her when she thought she was useless. Elma was shocked and quietly called the girl's name. Lucy smiled and told Elma to rely on her again. The young man looked at her and then smiled silently and thought that he had greatly underestimated this wonderful girl. He smiles and agrees with the girl, saying that he needs her strength now more than ever. The girl smiles back at him just as sweetly. Elma stood ready to fight and said that they would defeat the embryo together. The girl agreed and added that they had to do it. Elma and Lucy stood in front of Embryo, who was defending himself with 3 tin soldiers. One of the tin soldiers rushed at the young man. He began to cover himself with his shield. Lucy shouted that he was attacking now. The tin soldier and Elma rushed straight towards each other to collide head-on. The young man used a shield strike and pushed away one of the tin soldiers. But at that moment, another one attacked him from the side. The protagonist successfully attacked the second one with his big sword, while the first one flew away after attacking with his shield. Suddenly, the young man shouted the girl's name. She, in turn, attacked the tin soldier right in the side with her weapon. The monster flew to the side and did not get up again. The girl said that things were going great and they would definitely cope with everyone. Suddenly, the embryo opened its eye. He started screaming. All 3 of his tin soldiers were dead. Suddenly, he used the repair skill and all 3 tin soldiers were restored, and their health was also at maximum. Lucy was surprised and said that these monsters were all unharmed again. She could not believe what she saw. Elma says it's no use trying to kill the tin soldiers. If the battle drags on, they won't have a chance. He says they need to attack the embryo. Lucy asked if they had any ideas. Elma told the girl that he had one idea. His idea is that you need to roll a dice on a 6. They can rely on a critical attack. The embryo's defense when its eye is closed is 88 points. If they penetrated the precious toad with 200 defense points, they can damage this embryo as well. Lucy asked how she could reach the monster and then realized that she had the acrobatics skill. Elma said that was not the case at all. That would make Lucy a perfect target for his sylph cutter skill. The girl asked what they should do now. Elma replied that he would run at him, and Lucy should run after the boy. If he managed to get close, he would throw the girl into the air with a blow from his shield. It's very risky, so there's no guarantee they'll survive if something goes wrong. The girl replied that this meant that they would be relying on the throw of the dice, and since they had no other choice, they had to try, and she was sure that they would get a 6. Elma rushed into battle and shouted that he was counting on Lucy, because everything depended on her luck. The girl agreed and rushed after the young man. 3 tin soldiers stood in front of them. The boy used the weak point attack on all of them, then ordered Lucy to begin. He put his shield up for the girl to jump on. He then used his shield strike skill and the girl flew up in a rush. Elma thought that they had managed to break through, and now all that was left was to pray to Lady Luck. They were knocking out the precious toad, but Lucy managed to knock out a 6 on the 7th try. The young man understands that the chances are not great, but there is still a possibility. At this point, the girl uses her dice throwing skill and the dial around her divider starts spinning. Elma watched what was happening and thought that the chance was 1 in 6. He looked closely at this dial. At that moment, the embryo opened its eyes, anticipating an attack. Elma begged for a 6 to come up. Suddenly, the number 4 appeared on the dial. Lucy and Elma were incredibly surprised and frightened by the number that appeared. The girl tried to hit the embryo, but her attack was unsuccessful. At that moment, the monster smiled maliciously and began to burst into frightening laughter. Elma realized that things were getting worse than ever. Lucy began to fly away after the unsuccessful attack, and the embryo burst into laughter. Elma gritted his teeth, looking at everything that was happening, and realized that their plan had failed. He wondered if there was another way. You couldn't put your life on the line, it wasn't gambling. The young man wondered how to fix it, and if there was really a way out of the situation. He held his weapon, but his hands were shaking with fear. Elma told himself that he couldn't give up. There were 3 tin soldiers standing in front of him. He thought that he needed to distract the tin soldiers first so that Lucy could land safely. Suddenly, Elma heard the sound of heels and turned around sharply. He saw the girl who had not yet fallen to the ground. Lucy used her acrobatic skill at that moment and landed on the ceiling right behind the embryo boss. The girl rushed towards the monster and said that this time it was really their last chance. She used the dice roll skill, and unexpectedly, the number 6 came up. The girl stuck her cleaver right into the back of the embryo's head. The monster's eye suddenly bulged right into its entire head. The girl dealt it a critical blow. The monster fell to the ground and its health level was at 0. Lucy was able to kill it. Suddenly, all the tin soldiers were also destroyed. A few seconds later, the girl landed softly on the ground. A window popped up informing that 2,117 experience points had been received, and Lucy's level had been raised from 27 to 31. Elma was surprised and silently watched what was happening. His level was raised from 33 to 41. He thought that he had made a huge mistake and had only relied on the girl's luck, but he had not taken into account her own will to win. At this time, the girl was sitting on the ground and could not believe that she had managed to kill this monster. Elma picked up the girl's hat, then walked over to her and put it on her. The young man turned to Lucy and said that without her he would already be dead. Elma thanked the girl for this. Lucy pulled her hat down tighter and laughed awkwardly, asking if the young man was really telling the truth. She stood up abruptly and said, "Does Elma know that she felt like she gained confidence when they explored this dungeon? So it was all thanks to her." She was always told that her class was completely useless, but she was able to get so much loot with it, and even the dice roll was useful. Elma interrupted her and said that her class had nothing to do with it. He said that it was all thanks to the girl's power. Lucy was surprised, and Elma said that they would tell everyone about it later. He thought that in this world, he only looked at people in terms of their level or class. So he was no different from his father or Klein. It was just that his standards of evaluation were different. When Lucy is in a critical situation, she quickly makes an assessment of the situation. In addition, she came back to help the protagonist when she led the people to safety and she was able to defeat the embryo. This girl is very capable and shows herself in a critical situation. Elma thinks that there are more reliable companions than her. The girl awkwardly scratched her face and said that Elma overpraises her. Suddenly, they got the title of a fool. Lucy was not happy about the title. She was happy that they got the items, namely tin swords, which were worth 2,400,000 local currency. Elma was surprised that several expensive items dropped so easily. The young man thought that with such equipment he would look very frivolous. But more importantly, this was loot from the embryo. He asked the girl if there was a bow with the wind attribute that should have dropped from the embryo. The girl asked again about the onion and then said that they would look now. Elma replied that they could not have been so lucky. Suddenly, he notices something. On the floor, there is an advanced wind magic skill book that costs 20 million local currency. The book allows you to open the advanced wind magic skill tree. Also using LGM, learn everything from single attack shooting blades of wind to AoE magic attacking lightning. Elma was incredibly surprised that they got a skill book. Suddenly Lucy came up to the boy and asked him what he was doing and what he was hiding there. Elma replied that it was something horrible, disgusting, and something that could kill them. He thought that it would be better to take the book to that old woman. Suddenly the entire dungeon began to shake. Lucy got scared and asked the young man what was going on here. Elma told the girl not to worry because it was just the dungeon disappearing. The Dream King had been defeated, so they would soon be outside. Lucy asked if it was really like that because she was a little scared. She didn't know it worked like that. A white fog enveloped them, and then Elma said that it might be too early to say it. But they had earned more than 65 million local currency. They got a skill book, 2 shining toad blades, 2 tin swords, 2 bear shields, 2 embryo magic stones, 3 tin soldier stones, and other artifacts. In total, they got 140,000 local currency. Lucy was shocked by these numbers. Elma rushed to her and asked if the girl was okay and what had happened to her. Lucy said that she did not want to talk yet. After some time, the story shifts to a girl named Reese and a boy named Klein, who were once Lucy's former allies. They were returning from another dungeon. Klein said that their effectiveness together had dropped. Even the healing mushrooms, which he thought were almost a 100% chance of dropping from Matango, never dropped. Reese said that Lucy's luck had been useful after all, and that running after Matango had certainly been a bad idea. Klein hissed and said it was just a coincidence. If Lucy hadn't asked for a share of the bloody sword, he wouldn't have kicked her out. Reese said Klein could just call her back. The young man asked the girl to listen and said that he actually had pride. After all he had told her, did the girl really want him to call her back? Reese remained silent. They entered the Adventurers Guild. Klein says that fortunately, thanks to the proceeds from that sword, they still have money left, so they are in no hurry. When they entered the guild, they saw many people. Klein asked what was going on and whether it was possible that someone had defeated a high-level monster. The youth was told that E-rank and F-rank adventurers had cleared the Angel's Toy Box dungeon. Klein saw Elma and Lucy. He was surprised that these two people were the ones. Elma told the administrator that they didn't want to go through this dungeon, but the Dream King attacked them himself. If they don't want to believe it, they can ask the 2 adventurers they saved. The girl agreed and said that they could get the reward once they all confirmed that the dungeon was closed. It happens that in settlements adjacent to dungeons, orders appear to clear these dungeons. Monsters often emerge from dream holes and create anomalies that can lead to disasters. The recommended level for origin depends on the territory where the dungeon appears. They say it has to do with the mana that flows through the earth. Or it's another oddity of the sleeping god that humans are not destined to unravel. The truth of some things is impossible to know, and all that remains is to build theories. High-level adventurers tend to live in cities that have high-level dungeons nearby because it is much more profitable for the adventurers and the country. Because of this, there was no one in the city who could clear the Angel's Toy Box dungeon, so the mayor decided to put a bounty on it. Elma was surprised by this because he couldn't even imagine that it would be possible to get a reward for clearing the dungeon. He asked how much the reward would be for completing this task. The girl at the front desk replied that they would receive 10 million in local currency for clearing this dungeon. Klein was incredibly surprised by what he heard. Elma said that it was surprising to refuse such a large sum of 10 million local currency, and Lucy replied that she would be very happy now, but she still hadn't recovered from their loot. Klein asked again about the loot and said that it was really because of Lucy's luck that they got something rare from the Dream King. He thought that this Elma had originally known that Lucy's luck would increase the drop rate, so he recruited her. That's why they immediately went hunting for the boss. Lucy didn't even bat an eyelid when she made 10 million. He wondered how much they made in that dungeon. The administrator girl said that according to the guild charter, they would also promote them to D-rank adventurers. But Ms. Lucy jumped straight from F rank, bypassing E rank. Klein asked if Lucy was now a D rank. Before he could blink, the girl had already risen so high. He then ran towards the girl and Reese asked him what he was planning. The young man called Lucy. The girl turned and saw Klein bending over. The young man said that he was wrong and that he had changed his mind, and then he asked if the girl could come back to them. He raised his head and said that the girl would get her share for the bloody sword. Elma and Lucy stood silently and watched all this. Then Elma turned to the girl and told her to go, because they still had a lot to do. Lucy agreed. Klein asked the girl to stop and listen to him, at least to listen to him. At this time, Reese was looking at all this, and she was disgusted by the fact that Klein had previously talked about his pride and was now crawling on the floor because of Lucy. After some time, Lucy and Elma were sitting in a restaurant. Elma said that they were now D rank, and also that they were very lucky, because they also received 10 million local currency from the top. The skill point limit was raised to 45 when they became D rank adventurers. He wondered if that would be enough for his smoldering fangs. Elma wondered if he should come up with a plan to earn more money. At this point, Lucy asked the young man if there was something wrong. Elma smiled and apologized to the girl. He said that they should celebrate now because today was a great day. The girl agreed with the boy and said that they should put smiles on their faces. She said that today you can order anything you want. She always wanted to eat her fill in the furnace of the King of Alchemy. She dreamed that one day she would succeed as an adventurer and come here to celebrate with her group. Back then, she had previously thought that this group would be Klein and Liz. Then the girl opened the menu and was very surprised that the king crab pie with black mushroom sauce cost as much as 8,000. She asked why Elma didn't tell her that everything here was so expensive. The girl turned the page and told Elma that they don't take anything on this page. The most they'll take is something that's no more than 4,000 local currency. At this time, Elma asked the waitress to serve them a king crab pie with black mushroom sauce. Lucy was surprised and asked if she was sure she could have this dish. Elma smiled and thought that this was a bad case. He says they need to discuss what to do with the loot. First, the skill book. He asks the girl if she will use it. Advanced wind magic could be useful to her. The girl asked if the boy needed this book. Elma replied that it would be nice, but he needed other skills more. The girl puts down the menu and says that she doesn't need this book. The boy asked her if she was sure. With him, she would easily find herself a new group. Lucy smiled and said that she would not stop there. She wanted to become stronger and strive for more. Besides, she did not want to say goodbye so early. Elma said that in that case they would sell it. To be honest, he was even glad that it happened that way. The girl asked if the young man needed money. Elma said that the total amount of their earnings is 57 million. He decides to split it like this, 80% to 20%. The girl gets 46 million, and he gets 11. Lucy screamed about what the young man was saying. Elma was surprised and asked if 80% was really not enough for the girl. Lucy said that was not the case at all. She apologized and added that why the young man even thought she would take such a huge part for herself and where he got those numbers from. She also suggested that he pulled them out of thin air. Elma said that they always divided it like that. But Lucy slammed her hands on the table and said that the boy was simply being cheated out of money. She says that she can't take that much money. Thanks to Elma, she raised such a level, and she can't repay it in any way. In the end, Elma and Lucy decided to split the money equally. To sell the items, they went to the torn magic book store. A young man and a girl enter a store. An old woman immediately recognizes the young man and says that he has come again. However, this time he brought a girl with him. She asked if this little girl was his friend. At this time, Lucy was looking out from behind the young man. Elma asked with a serious expression if what he was thinking of was still there. The woman replied that she still had the smoldering fangs and asked who the young man took her for. Lucy interrupts them and asks Elma what he wanted to buy here. The woman called Lucy a naive girl and asked if the young man was sure he wanted to give her the skill tree. Elma asked the woman not to talk nonsense and stop confusing Lucy, because he would be the one using this book. The woman sighed and said that she was sorry that the young man had not yet given up on the idea. Lucy did not understand what they were talking about. Elma said they brought the items in for appraisal. The woman asked if she really did. She thought the boy was smart enough not to try to sell her crap. The young man then takes out 2 golden toad blades and 2 tin swords. The woman looked carefully at the objects in front of her. The woman spread her arms and said that the young man had surprised her. 2 shining toad blades. She asked why the young man didn't tell her right away that he had brought something normal, because in that case she would have been able to communicate with him normally. Elmer replied that he did not need her pleasantries. He slammed his palm on the table and told the woman to pay him 30 million and take all the blades, otherwise he would take everything to another store. The woman smiled and said that it was too much money for any store, but she didn't want to lose that much money either. Elma said nothing. The woman with a serious expression said that she would pay 25 million for it. Elma got angry and called the woman names in his mind. He hoped they could get by without it. Lucy called the young man by name and asked if the woman was wrong. 25 million was not a bad sum either. Elma asked Lucy not to give in to this woman. If Lucy shows weakness, the woman will take advantage of it. Of course, 30 million is a huge amount, and other stores can offer even less. However, if you give in to her, she will drop the price even more. Elma suggested that the woman think again since he was already giving them to her for almost nothing. The woman replied that she could not force the young man. And anyway, she assumed, and then asked because the young man actually did not only come to sell these 2 blades and these 2 swords. Elma is surprised by the woman's words. He says that the skill book fell from the King of Sleep. The young man thought to use it. But if she offers him a good price, he will sell it to the woman. The woman takes the skill book in her hands and says that she is now really very surprised. At this rate, he will start calling Lucy and Elma respected heroes. She continues to hold the book in her hands and asks if the boy really wants to sell her the skill book. Elma thinks that he seems to have managed to interest the woman, but the question remains how much she is willing to pay him. Elma says that her price will be 20 million. He thinks that the amount is already small. The woman says that the guild would not offer the young man more than 7 million. She sees that the young man is not a fool and understands everything perfectly well. The woman is ready to give 14 million. Elma says that the woman will buy the book for 14 million and then sell it at an exorbitant price. Elma said that this is advanced wind magic. It will quickly find its client. He thinks that the woman can give him 22 million for this book. The woman looked at the young man and remained silent. She started shouting that Elma was very stubborn. He could sell her this book for less. Elma shouted so that the woman would look at herself. She should think that he was her regular customer and she could at least offer him a normal price once. They were suddenly distracted by Lucy, who asked how much the skill book, Smoldering Fang, that the boy wanted cost. The woman replied that this was the funniest part. This cheeky boy was targeting a rare skill book worth 55 million local currency. Elma added that its market value alone was 33 million local currency. The girl said about 50 million. She was, of course, mentally prepared, but it was still expensive. Then she fell silent for a minute and began to think. The girl shouted at the woman and Elma to listen and said that she had a whole idea. Maybe they could just exchange the skill book Elma had brought for the Smoldering Fang skill book. The woman said threateningly that the girl was getting into trouble and that she should not interfere in the negotiations. Then Elma and the woman began to remain silent and think. The woman realized that it was a good offer if she exchanged all of Lucy and Elma's merchandise for the Smoldering Fang, which was unlikely to be bought by anyone. She would gain more from it. Elma thought Lucy's offer was a good one. He would get the smoldering fang and they would still have money left over for the magic stones and clearing the dungeon. The woman turned to the girl and told her that she had better not get in the way when people were discussing the price. Lucy was frightened and shuddered. However, she said that she was not against betting on their future hero and was completely satisfied with such conditions. Lucy was delighted and asked if this was really so. Elma told them all to stop, and then turned to Lucy and said that they would give the half that was intended for the girl. Lucy replied that she was not against such a deal and Elma could consider it her gift to him in gratitude. Elma replied negatively and added that he could not agree to this. They succeeded this time, but what if their group falls apart, then the girl will leave with nothing. Lucy looked at Elma menacingly and asked if he was really going to dump her or get rid of her. Elma said no and said that he had no intention of doing so. The girl was delighted and said that there were no problems then. Then she turned to the woman and said that they were willing to make a deal. The woman was delighted and called Lucy a good girl for cornering her. Elma was wondering at that moment why Lucy and this old woman were getting along so well. At this time, unknown people were sitting in some dungeon. The cage door opened and Morris walked inside. The girl swung her sword. Then she killed everyone in that cell. Suddenly, a man approached the entrance and addressed Mrs. Morris, telling her to stop cutting up the bodies because the transfer of life was already complete. The girl at that moment thought that, although Elma had been expelled, she knew that the young man was not one to give up easily. The girl replied, sitting in a pool of blood, that they were in no hurry because they needed to move slowly but surely. She was simply distraught by everything that was happening. Bliss was painted on her face. The girl said the name of her dear Elma. At this moment, the head of Elma's family slammed his fist on the table and asked if it was really true that Elma had caused a ruckus in Rondom City. The butler said they were unsure, but informants said a man matching Elma's description had made progress. Elma's father responded by saying how dare he cause disorder and intimidate people in the guild with his name, even after they banished him. The boy continues to disgrace their family name. The man's parental patience has run out. The butler turned to the man and said that Mr. Elma was a virtuous man and that he would have done so. He asked Mr. Isis to let him check this information first. The man hissed and told the man to do it himself. If Elma is really using their family name to take credit for herself, then the butler should order the guild to expel Elma. He should also forbid her from re-registering and warn Elma that this should not happen again. Suddenly, someone knocked on Isis's office door. It was Maris who called the man the boss and said that she had come. The man told the girl to come in and asked her not to be so distant, because she was the heiress and the next head of the family, so she could call him Dad. But the girl remained silent. She said that, as she said earlier, the man was too soft with Elma, and now he is repeating the same mistake because expulsion from the guild is too soft a punishment. If the young man can't earn money in the guild, he will look for another way to earn money. And what if he becomes a bandit? In that case, he will only further disgrace the name of their family. Isis agreed and said that this could happen. He asked the girl what she suggested doing in such a case. Maris said that she and the head of the family would personally go and check everything and then make a decision regarding the situation with Elma. At this time, Elma and Lucy came out of the woman's shop. The young man sighed and said that they had bought the book after all. Lucy replied that she had said that the young man could spend her share as well, since she was not against it, and it would be like a gift. The young man also bought her a weapon. Elma said that yes, but the prices were completely different. Lucy asked that with this skill tree, Elma would not earn even more. The young man answered, holding the book, that he would be able to earn much more, and that was for sure. Skill book, Smoldering Fang, costs 30 million local currency. It allows you to obtain the Smoldering Fang skill tree. Even the god of death cannot compare to the cruelty of one who does not know when to stop. The boy asked the girl if he could use this skill book. The girl replied that of course the boy could use it. However, she wonders if this skill tree is really that strong. Looking at the description, that book scares her a little, and is everything really okay? She is a little worried. Elma replied that she was very strong and he was absolutely sure of it. If you spend enough skill points, you can transform. Smoldering Fang's skills are designed to fight in critical situations. With these skills, even a heavy knight can deal massive damage. The boy warns Lucy that he is starting and then places his hand on the skill book and everything around him begins to glow. The young man opens his status window at concentration. He says that he will replace the skill of increasing defense. After some time, the skill of hanging defense changes to smoldering fangs. Elma is happy that everything worked out well. He shows Lucy his status window and says that thanks to her help, he now has the skill tree. The girl smiled and said that Elma himself hadn't told her that she shouldn't show her status to other people. She also added that since the boy was happy, she was happy too. She asked if the boy wanted to distribute the skill points right away. Elma refused and said that they first need to spend money on wearing heavy armor, so the rest can wait. Then Elma and Lucy enter the guild. The young man says that since their level has increased, they will need to improve their equipment. Lucy suggests using the gear from the dream hole in that case. Elma says that loot does drop often with the girl, but it's better not to. Then the doors of the Adventurers Guild open with a bang. Elma turns to look, but is very surprised by what he sees. The guild leader turns to Mr. Ises and asks what business he has in their humble Adventurers Guild. The man replied that he had a serious conversation, so the leader should throw the rest of the people out. The guild leader replied that they could discuss it in his room without anyone listening in. However, Ises asked if the man really had a hearing problem, since he had ordered the people to be thrown out of here. The man was afraid of Ises and asked everyone present to leave the guild. At that moment, Elma told Lucy that they also needed to leave. The girl replied that the man was Ises. Maybe it was just her opinion, but the Edwan family really likes to abuse their power. Elma remained silent and frowned in response. Suddenly, Ises told Elma and Lucy to stop. The girl flinched and screamed in surprise. Lucy tried to get out of it. She apologized and said that she didn't understand what she was saying. Elma told the girl to calm down because Ises wasn't coming for her. The young man turns to the man and says that he needs him. At this moment, Ises was very frowning and angry. Isos and Mara stood right in front of Elma and Lucy. The young man asked what the respected aristocrat wanted from them. Ises got angry and asked how long ago Elma had been brave. At that moment, Lucy was standing next to Elma and was in a panic. She told the young man that it was better not to talk to them like that. Maris interrupted them and said that the girl was too energetic. She approached her and asked what she was to the young man. Lucy awkwardly asked if Maris was really Elma's friend. The young man suddenly turned to the girl and ordered her to go outside because it was entirely his problem. Lucy said that the young man had such a problem and she would never leave him. Suddenly, Isis turned to Lucy and said that they had no use for ordinary people here, so she should leave immediately. Maris suddenly interrupted him, calling him father. The girl told him not to touch Lucy. She looks at Elma strangely, so they can't let her go because she could be his accomplice. Isis agreed and said that she could stay here. Then the head of the guild approached Count Isis. The man said that the gentleman had heard about the boy's success, so he decided to recruit him. He said that this adventurer was very brave and strong. He had the potential to become a hero of their city. Isis turned to the guild leader. He told him to stop pretending because the man already knew everything. He points to the young man and says that this man is a former member of the Edwan family. The guild leader asked if this was really true. Isis said that someone in this guild was clearly in cahoots with Elma, so they ordered him to bring these people here. The man replied that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Isis glared at the leader. The man replied that he would carry out the order. Lucy awkwardly asked Elma if this was really his father. The young man confirmed it and said that, of course, he did not want to admit it. The man turned to Elma and asked if the young man had forgotten his words. These words indicated that if he used the surname Edwan again, he would cut off the boy's head. Elma remained silent and then asked if the man was serious, and if that was really why he was here. Elma said that he did not use the Count's surname. Lucy confirmed the young man's words and said that he achieved everything on his own. The man suddenly grabbed Elma's armor strap, but they were interrupted by Maris. She said that their goal was an investigation, so the man should not rush to conclusions. The man asked what the girl meant. Maris turned to Elma and asked that if he had achieved everything on his own, he should be around level 40. She suggests he check it out. With the help of life transfer, the girl has already reached level 45. She offers Elma to test his real abilities in a real fight. Isis replied that the Sword Saint was against the Heavy Knight. The result would be obvious. Elma agreed with the girl. However, he had one condition. If a man recognizes his strength, he will never stand in his way again. Isis got angry. Mara smirked and said that it was great and she was completely fine with it. Isa said that he thought the girl understood this, but she shouldn't kill him. Lucy shouted that Elma was really strong. After some time, Elma and Mara stood opposite each other. The young man said that they had been training since childhood, but he did not think that the girl hated him so much. Mara smirked smugly. Then she immediately rushed straight towards the boy. Lucy at this moment was very surprised by Maris's quick attack. Elma was able to easily repel the girl's attack. Elma was fully concentrated and attacked the girl the next moment. Maris jumped aside and said that it seemed like it would even be a little interesting. The guy looked at her thoughtfully. The girl was delighted with everything that was happening because this was her and the young man's last dance, which she had dreamed of for so long. Maris jumped away from the table and rushed straight towards the young man. She shouted that she would first cut off his left hand. Elma prepared to defend himself with his shield. The girl launched a sweeping attack, but the boy was able to use his shield and defend himself from the attack. The girl then used several slashing attacks in a row. The boy continued to cover himself with his shield. Maris laughed and asked the boy what was going on and why he was only defending himself and not fighting with all his might. At that moment, Lucy, who was watching the fight, said that Elma was being pushed back. Mars continued to attack after attack and demanded that Elma start fighting already. The young man gritted his teeth. He looked at his health level, which was already 61 points out of 100. Isis grinned and said that Elma didn't have a chance, since Maris was still just playing with the boy. At that moment, the young man looked at his health level, which was 61 points. He thought about how Maris had already cut off 40% of his health. He lowered his shield and then swung his weapon. The girl smirked and said that Elma was moving too slowly. At that speed, he wouldn't be able to hit the girl. She was about to jump away, but suddenly she couldn't break away from her shadow. Maris didn't understand what was happening and why she seemed to be tied to the floor. At that moment, Elma approached her and struck her with his huge sword using the weak point strike skill. The girl couldn't defend herself, so she flew to the side. Lucy was happy because Elma got there and was able to hit the girl. Isis looked at what was happening with surprise and thought that the difference in their skills must be colossal. The boy's attack power is simply terrible, but at least this way he should have dealt Maris a serious blow. But such a trick can only work once. Thanks to the buff without a tower title, he has enough speed to pull it off. Mars looked at the young man from under her forehead and then swung her sword and tore his leg away from the shadow. She struck, but Elma struck back, and their swords ended up hitting each other at the common point. The girl smiled and said that she was glad that the young man had not changed. She was so worried that after so much time, the young man would not be the same. Elma looked at the girl with a tense face, but she said that for the fact that the young man was able to hit her, she would show him something. At that moment, the girl swings the blade. Then she takes a fighting stance and uses the skill of a real swordsman, namely a pinpoint strike. At one point, the girl disappears from her place. Lucy shouted that the girl had disappeared. Suddenly, she appeared right in front of the young man's face and thrust her sword straight forward. Elma was able to dodge, but it was very difficult. The girl turned sharply right behind the boy's back and rushed forward to strike again directly at the boy. But Elma was able to shield himself with his shield and prevent the hit. The young man was surprised that he managed to defend himself from this furious attack from Maris. The girl showed her crazy smile and struck straight from below, saying that she wanted to try her attack again. It hit the boy straight on, causing him to spit out his blood. Lucy, who was watching this, was very scared. Maris had an ominous aura about her. Lucy, who was shaking with fear, said that it was simply not fair. The boy remained in his fighting stance, although Maris looked relaxed. There was absolute confidence in Elma's eyes. Maris said the young man seemed like such a staunch defender at first glance. However, he was already on the edge. The young man at that moment fell on his knee and was shaking all over from exhaustion. Maris was having fun with all this. She approached the young man and said that it was time to finish. Isa smirked, and Lucy at that moment shouted at Elma to stop and stop, because this was his limit. The young man turned to Maris and said that he had 3 goals in this battle. The girl was silent and said nothing. Elma continued and said that the first goal is to test the effectiveness of your precise strike. The second goal is to find the girl's weak point. The third goal was that he needed to drop her health below 40%. The boy's health was 38 points out of 100 available. Maris was surprised and said that bluffing would help the boy. Elma replied that the girl's sword ability was Water Crow. With the life transfer, she had already reached level 45. The young man said with a serious expression that he had already calculated everything. Now he could spend skill points to upgrade the smoldering fangs. He got this skill from Lucy. He also remembered when Lucy said that the boy had such a problem so she would never leave him. Elma realized that this girl supported him. He was sure she was scared as hell looking at everything that was happening. At this point, he receives the smoldering fangs, which have been upgraded by 5 points. The young man receives the special skill Fury of the Dying Dragon. The young man says that this is why he must win this battle. Maris replied that these were just empty words. Dying Dragon's Fury can only activate when you have 20% health or less. One mistake and you will die before you even activate this skill. However, the Heavy Knight has a skill that will help him activate this skill without the risk of dying from the next hit. Elma uses Life Shield, which absorbs his health. When activated, this normal skill takes away 20% of his maximum health. The entire body is protected by a shield, the strength of which is equal to the health spent. Izat asked if the young man really uses the Shield of Life. He was apparently completely desperate. Elma said with particular confidence that he would finish this fight with one blow. Suddenly, he clutched his sword, which lit up with a bright lightning. Then he opened his eyes, which were like the eyes of an animal. The young man used the Dying Dragon's Fury skill. He told the girl that he would show her what a real Heavy Knight is capable of. Maris said that it seemed like the boy had activated some skill. However, she asked the boy not to think that it would help him. At that moment, Elma suddenly rushed straight towards the girl. His whole body was covered with some strange aura. He attacked her. Maris gritted her teeth and thought that this simply couldn't be happening, because the speed and strength were now no less than her own. Elma realized that thanks to the buffs of the Dying Dragon's Fury and the Crazy One, his attack power and speed had increased by 115%. Thanks to this, he was able to cancel out the difference in stats between him and Maris. They attacked one after another. Then Maris smirked and said that Elma never disappoints her. She asked the young man if he knew the legend of the angel with wax wings. The young man remained silent and did not answer. The legend of an angel who was born without wings and was therefore cast out of heaven. She wanted to go home so much that she decided to make herself wings out of wax. Having flown up to the heavens, her wings began to melt, because she was approaching the sun. When her wings were gone, the angel fell down and broke into a pancake. Maris says that the angel is just a wet spot and her death is her favorite part. She just loves it. She loves it watching people try their best and fail. She dreamed of seeing Elma break down. The young man used the parry skill. He apologizes to Maris and says she won't see it. The girl laughs and says that the boy's parry is too weak a version of her own parry. The girl used the flowing water technique and water magic began to appear around her sword. The boy slightly changed the trajectory of his sword. The girl realized that Elma had managed to hold off his blow. The girl asked how this was possible and why she was the only one defending herself now. Elma said that the girl had barely beaten him when there was a huge difference in their characteristics. But now she had absolutely no chance. In that case, the girl used the skill of precise strikes and asked what he would say in that case, and then what he could do in general. Maris immediately lunged forward and attacked Elma. She slashed her blade diagonally upwards, but the hero was able to block her attack with his greatsword. The girl then twisted her sword and slashed downwards, but this attack was also blocked by Elma and his greatsword. Maris was furious. She screamed and did a spinning kick, leaving herself open for attack, and Elma didn't block her blow at that moment, but simply jumped aside. The young man said loudly that there was a weak point in her combination of precise strikes. Then the young man struck with his sword, and at that moment the girl stood very unsteadily on her feet. After the young man's blow, her sword flew out of her hands. He landed, stuck in the floor, right next to Isa's. Elma said that the skill of precise strikes only increases the power of the girl's strikes. How many consecutive strikes she can deliver depends only on the girl's ability. He looked at her angry face and how the girl clenched her teeth. Then Maris went completely crazy. She lunged forward and rushed towards Elma with a scream into hand-to-hand combat. The young man covered himself with a shield. He thought that the girl had lost her sword but was still trying to win. She had plenty of confidence. The girl hit the shield with her fist. The young man used a shield strike skill at that moment, which sent Maris flying back a few meters. The girl flew into the wall and made a large hole in it. Elma relaxed and stood right in front of Maris, who was half sitting on the floor unconscious. The aura around Elma disintegrated and a deathly silence fell over the room. Lucy, who watched the fight from beginning to end, could not believe that the young man was able to defeat such a strong enemy. The girl rushed straight into Elma's arms and screamed that he had been able to win. The young man became embarrassed and asked Lucy what had happened to her and why she was behaving like this. The girl, with tears in her eyes, replied that she was so happy. At first, she believed that the young man would win because she wanted to believe it so much. This girl was so frightening to Lucy, and so much so that she was afraid that she would kill Elma. Elma put his hand on the girl's head. He started to stroke her, saying that he was able to defeat Maris only thanks to Lucy. The girl smiled and looked at Elma. Then Lucy looked at Maris and asked if the girl was alive. Elma replied that she was fine, but he had just knocked her out, so she was unconscious. Their conversation was interrupted by Isaac, who said that it simply couldn't be. It is impossible that Maris was defeated by some heavy knight. The man approached the girl to take a look, but he was distracted by Elma, who turned to Count Isaac and asked whether the man would finally recognize him or not. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Elma and Lucy stood silently and watched Count Isaac, who looked at the defeated Maris. The man looked at Elma with an angry expression on his face. Then he quietly said that he acknowledged the young man. His achievements were fully justified. He turns to Elma and says that he has no doubt that it was the young man who defeated the King of Sleep with his own strength. Then the man takes Maris's sword and then the girl herself, and is about to leave. Elma looked at his father's back and remained silent. He remembered the moment when he was in his father's office, who told him that as a nobleman, a young man should not show kindness and should never become attached to people. He must maintain his dignity. They must protect their people and their territories. Elma thought that now he had no blind faith or respect for his father left because he was heartless, stubborn, domineering, and selfish. However, these words of his from the past deeply sank into the hero's soul. But the fact that he raised and educated his successor in him made him what he is. He calls his father, then bows and thanks the man for everything he has done for the boy. The man walked on in silence. Suddenly they were interrupted by Lucy, who asked Count Isaac to stop. She demanded that the man apologize to Elma. The man came running here, started shouting and accusing the young man of all sins, and when he realized that he was wrong, he decided to just leave. Elma asked Lucy not to do this. The girl turned to the young man and said that Count Isis was Elma's father. Now that he realized it was a misunderstanding, there was no need to leave like that. The man stopped and turned to Lucy, calling her a girl. He told her to keep an eye on Elma. The boy looked at his father's back and was very surprised by his words. It was sunny in the city. The next day, after resting at the hotel, they decided to leave the city of London. Mibel glationed needy since she wanted to leave her hometown with him. The girl agreed and said that she was completely sure about it because his father asked the girl to look after the boy. She also said that he did not apologize. Elma said that his father was not the type to show weakness and apologize. The boy was sure that his father admitted his mistake and apologized, but did it in his own way. Lucy said that if the boy thought so, then everything was fine. However, Elma said that he had not expected his father to tell Lucy to keep an eye on him. He must have been able to recognize the girl too. Lucy laughed. After some time, the cart stopped. Our heroes arrived in the city of adventurers, like Alina. Elma said that this city is as huge as they say. Lucy was also surprised and said that she saw something like this for the first time. The city layout here is simply incredible. Higher-level dungeons appear in the surrounding area of the city. Many mid-level adventurers have settled here and use this city as a base. So Alina is called the hideout of adventurers. Lucy said that her hometown of London was not so much inferior to Kalina. She asked if she was right, but Elma said that it could be, and in his mind he thought that the girl had a strong love for her homeland. Elma opened the status window and said that they could consider that they had finally leveled up to get out of the starting location. Now they needed to think about how to level up here. He looks at his newbie weapon and says that they need to replace the old weapon with a new one. Lucy said that once they had finished their business at the local adventurers guild, they would head to the next dream hole. Elma agreed and said that they would proceed according to a pre-planned plan. Lucy opened her status window and said that in that case, she shouldn't be a burden to the boy, so she needed to distribute her accumulated skill points right now. The girl looked at her skill points, then tried to think about what she should do. She couldn't resist and extended her hand to the boy, then shouted for the boy to decide for himself because she didn't understand this. Elma noted that the girl herself said that it was better not to show anyone your skills and characteristics. The girl replied that it was okay to show them to Elma. Lucy was level 39, and her highest characteristic was agility at 52 points. She had 18 unallocated skill points. First, leveling up the jester depends on what build you choose. If you choose balanced or magic, then it's better to level up luck last. Lucy said she chooses the strongest one. Elma said that then a critical build would do, and she could put 15 points into luck. The girl replied that she understood and immediately began distributing points. Elma thought about how Lucy didn't even think for a second. Suddenly, Lucy screamed that her alluring neuron had evolved into Angel's happiness. The girl felt herself getting stronger. She was jubilant that her critical build was the best, and that she would try her best. Elma said that the girl would need to find a suitable skill book. Considering that the Smoldering Fangs cost 50 million, it would take about $1 billion. Lucy stopped and grimaced. She was surprised that Elma was talking about such numbers. Elma replied that sooner or later they would have to spend such large sums anyway. In the future they would earn much more, so Lucy should not worry. The girl said that for some reason her legs were giving way. In the Adventurers Guild of Elma City, Lucy and I gathered all the necessary information. In the forest near the city, a sleep hole recently appeared. Going there to take advantage of Lucy's luck and upgrade their equipment was the best option. The heroes arrived at the right place, and Elma suggested Lucy to start doing tasks. Lucy and Elma came to the entrance of a deep tunnel. The recommended level of this dungeon is 60. Elma tells the girl that they will try to get themselves equipment from black steel. The girl agrees. They teleport to a dungeon that resembles some kind of cave. Lanterns hung throughout the passages. Lucy said that this time the recommended level was higher than their own again. Elma said that it was not surprising because this recommended level is equal to the King of Sleep. He told Lucy not to worry because the smiley monster they were going to hunt wasn't that high level. It would drop black steel gear. Easy to handle, relatively high drop rate, and decent value. This is perfect for mid-level adventurers, whose goal for this run is now to get themselves this gear. Lucy asked Elma that every time she wondered how the boy knew so much. Be it about the class or about the dream hole. The young man was surprised by what Lucy asked him and said that when he was a child, his father had drilled all this into him. Lucy was surprised and then apologized for the fact that the young man probably didn't want to remember it. Elma replied that there was nothing to worry about. Thanks to the girl, the young man was able to leave his family without any hard feelings. He thinks that he couldn't tell the girl that all these memories were from his past life. Moreover, it is unlikely that anyone will believe in such a thing. Even he who had been through it did not believe it right away. Lucy said that after all, the aristocrats had so much information available. But if the young man knew so much, then why didn't he share this information with the Adventurers Guild? Or with other adventurers? In that case, it would have been possible to earn a lot. Suddenly, Lucy realized something. She said in horror that in that case, the young man would no longer need her. She took Elma's hands and asked her to continue working as adventurers. She would try her best. Elma asked Lucy not to worry, because he was not going to quit this job, because he liked being an adventurer. Lucy exhaled and said she was calm now. Suddenly, there was a grinding sound. Elma said their target had finally shown up. A monster called a level 45 Smile appeared in the passage. Its health level was 60 points, and its mana level was 45 points. Lucy was surprised because the monster was level 45. She called Elma and said that this stone mug had the same level as Maris, so here he is, the true new head of his family. The young man was surprised and asked that Maris seemed to be annoying Lucy a lot. However, although the Smiley is of the same level as Maris, the battle with the monster is different from the battle with a human. Smile moves completely differently than Maris. His movements are predictable. Elma said that before Smile increases his speed with acceleration, you need to hit him with a shield. The boy rushed straight towards the monster, who bent down and then bounced off the ground. Smile rushed straight towards the boy. Elma covered himself with his shield. The Smile monster slammed its forehead into Elma's shield with all its might. Elma then jumped to the side and the monster fell face down on the ground. The boy landed on the ground and then made another dash straight at the smiley. The boy used shadow suppression to hold the monster in place. He said that if you restrict the monster's movement, it won't be able to increase the ramming damage with acceleration. Elma uses the disarm skill and then says that now he will do almost no damage. At that moment, Lucy jumped on the cave wall and said that it was her turn. She attacked the monster and said that she had to break through it. The monster didn't die from the first attack, and then was able to break away from its shadow and jump straight into the boy's shield. At that moment, Lucy attacked the monster from behind again. The smile began to crack and crumble into small stones. A sign appeared that 689 experience points had been received. Elma had raised his level from 41 to 43. He was delighted and said that everything was great and they had done it. Elma praised Lucy and said that at this rate she would soon be able to defeat the King of Sleep alone. The girl laughed in response. After some time, Lucy began to collect the items that fell from this monster. She collects the core and magic stones. Then she says that a weapon dropped. It was a black steel dagger which adds attack power plus 13, also costs 4,300,000 local currency. Black steel is also a guarantee of quality. Elma thinks that even with Lucy's luck, he didn't think the first monster would drop a weapon. And the dagger they needed right away. Lucy said that this blade is worth 4 million. She will handle it more carefully. Elma told Lucy to equip this dagger immediately. The girl equipped the dagger as Elma said, and then asked if they would continue hunting smileys to get more items and level up at the same time. Elma replies that considering how many potions they have, they should kill about 10 more. Lucy is surprised by the number of monsters that need to be killed. Lucy says that of course they were able to defeat one. Then she asks Elma if he can withstand so many monsters. The young man says that the battle with the embryo and Maris was not in vain for him, so he can withstand it. He would like to earn at least as much as he did from the shining toad blades. This would be the ideal scenario, as the drop is not guaranteed. Lucy says that she understands the young man's plan, but she asks why they need so much money. Elma replies that without money it is impossible to become stronger. Lucy smirks and asks if the young man's goals and means have really switched places. Elma turns to the girl and says that the smiley itself is not such a dangerous enemy. He can be a threat, but only in special cases. Suddenly, Lucy heard something and paid attention to it. She said the new monsters are approaching from the other side. The girl waves her blade and says that there are a lot of them. Elma replied that smileys usually don't group together, so it was very strange. Lucy asked the boy if it wasn't dangerous, and maybe it would be better for them to run away. Elma said no and said that they have the skill of acceleration. It would be better to accept the fight. Besides, isn't this a great chance for them? They can level up and also get the loot they need. The boy turns to Lucy and says that she should first target the weak monsters, thereby reducing their number. The girl replied that she understood. Suddenly, the young man looked at the monster, whose face did not look like the face of a normal smiley. It was a monster called Edge. It was level 45 and its health was 60 points. Its mana was 45 points. Elma told Lucy that among the normal slimes there is a rare monster called the Edge. Luck also affects the chance of rare monsters spawning. It must have been Lucy's luck that made the Ender monster appear. Elma turned to the girl and said that thanks to her, a rare monster, the Edge, had appeared. The girl was scared and asked if there were so many monsters because of her. Elma said no, that he wasn't talking about their number, but about the appearance of a rare monster. The monster started approaching Lucy and Elma. The main character said that he would distract the monsters and Lucy should hit that whiny face first. The girl agreed and said that she would try to do it. Elma stepped forward. Smile immediately started approaching him, and then Edge. The young man jumped aside and swung his sword. She punched one of the smileys, and then turned her attention to the Edge monster. He shouted at Lucy to attack from above. Lucy agreed and jumped high. Elma ducked and covered his body with his shield. At that moment, Cray immediately attacked the young man right in the shield. The young man made such an angle with the shield, the monster bounced off him straight towards Lucy, who was on the ceiling at that moment. The girl used the dice roll skill and got the number 6, which allowed her to deal a critical hit to the monster. A notification popped up that 772 experience points had been received. The young man had raised his level from 43 to 45. At that moment, 2 smileys began to growl and prepare for battle. The girl shouted to the boy that these smileys were surrounding him. The smiles began to attack the boy from several sides at once. Elma asked them what they were without the edge. Then he used the parry skill and positioned the sword and shield at such an angle that the monsters jumped up and collided head-on right above the boy's body. He looked at them and said that they were just regular paintballs. Then one of the smileys was attacked by Lucy, who hit the monster right on the head, and it crumbled from the impact. Elma was watching over the other smiley. He used the weak spot strike skill and hit the monster directly. It also crumbled from the damage it received. Elma turned around and said that there was one more monster left. Smile turned around and started to run away, but Elma stepped on his shadow and shouted that he would not let him escape with his shadow suppression skill. Lucy made a pinpoint strike and commanded the smiley to give up black steel. The monster was killed, and a sign appeared above the heroes indicating that 613 experience points had been received. In the worst case, the boy would have had to use the rage of a dying dragon. But he managed to do without it. Lucy said that Elma was taking on too much. She too should fight with all her might. The monsters dropped a black steel hammer which gives attack power plus 16, and it is also worth 4,600,000. Also dropped a black steel ingot, which is a quality material for creating black steel equipment. Elma held a sword made of black steel in his hands, which gives attack power plus 15. It cost 4,500,000 local currency. Elma said that all the weapons they needed fell out, so the minimum goal was accomplished. Lucy was happy and said that they were great. Elma replied that such a weapon could be made even stronger using what they had dropped from the edge monster. Lucy looked at the stone the boy was holding and asked what it was, and also said that this stone looked like the core of a monster. Elma said that this stone is too big for a core. It is a rune. Runes can be inserted into weapons to increase their stats. In fact, only one hand can be inserted into one weapon. A blacksmith is required to install them. The young man held an attack power rune in his hands. It cost 20 million local currency. This rune allows you to increase your attack power. When installed in a weapon, it increases its attack power by 30%. Elma was delighted and said that it was just perfect. Lucy was surprised that this rune cost 20 million. Elma replied that it was because it increased attack power by as much as 30%. He couldn't even imagine that something like this would happen at their level. The girl shouted at him not to lose the rune and put it in the magic bag. During the run, they knocked out an attack power rune, a black steel hammer, a black steel sword, a black steel dagger, a black steel ingot, an edge core, and a smiley core. In total, they received 41,500,000 local currency. The girl answered that it was more than she thought, but she was already starting to get used to these numbers. Elma said that they had 6 more to kill. He suggested that she earn more and raise her level. The girl asked if the young man had counted the monster edge. Elma thinks that the black steel weapon is the minimum equipment for the current level. It is not the strongest. Also, they will need a lot of money for the skill book for Lucy. The young man wonders if they will be able to earn that much. At that moment, a sound was heard in the dungeon. Lucy was walking sweetly through the corridors and humming a song. Suddenly, Elma interrupted her and told the girl to stop. He put his hand out, blocking her way. Then a strange sound was heard throughout the dungeon. Lucy cringed and asked Elma what the sound was. She suggested that it was some kind of giant smiley, but Elma replied that such a monster did not exist. He did not think that the Wandering King was making such sounds. This is still a new dungeon, so there shouldn't be any clearing quests, which means there shouldn't be any adventurers here who would provoke the Wandering King. Then the young man thought that the local king did not make such sounds. He assumed that it was a mithril golem. Elma was very surprised. He listened and realized that it was definitely the sound of this monster's footsteps. Lucy asked again about the mithril golem. The young man agreed and said that they were very lucky. Mithril golem is a very rare monster of this dungeon, and this time it is not the end. If you defeat it, you can get a strong mithril weapon. Lucy was very surprised and happy about this. However, Elma said that this monster is very strong. The mithril golem cannot be taken down with one blow. It specializes in defense. In the game, everyone was attracted by the fact that he was rare and could drop from him. But in the end, they all died at his hands. Only in this world, they will not be able to resurrect later. The young man frowned and said that great risk meant great reward. Even if they couldn't cope, they could always run away, but if they were cornered by other monsters, it was all over. The most logical option would be to simply ignore them and leave, but mithril will make them noticeably stronger. As in any fantasy game, there is no need to explain how useful this material is. Mithril equipment is many times superior to black steel. Lucy interrupted the young man's thoughts and said that if necessary, they could take a risk. He was a coward, of course, but risk was an important part of an adventurer's life, so she suggested that the young man get mithril. She says that if Elma is still not sure, then they still have time to think. Besides, she feels some guilt. She is sure that this monster appeared because of her luck. She feels a little guilty. Elma agrees and says that it probably is. Fighting monsters is a common occurrence for adventurers, and the mithril golem is not a monster that you come across every day. The young man rises from his knees and asks himself why he is so weak. Lucy is ready to fight, but he is still in doubt. Elma apologizes to the girl for her uncertainty. He clenches his fists and says that it's time for them to get the mithril. First, they need to choose a location where they will fight this monster. Lucy asks what area the young man is talking about. After a while, they come to an open place. Elma swings her sword to check the distance. Elma announced that they would fight in this place. Lucy looks around the rocky surface and asks Elma if he is sure this is a good place to fight a strong monster. The young man agrees and says if the girl remembers when they hunted the shining toad, the width of the passage was important. However, here the cave is narrow and high, and there are stones underfoot. They won't find a better place to fight. Considering the size of the mithril golem, it will be difficult for it to move here. By the way, the mithril golem is level 55 and its attack power is 78 points, but its defense will be 66 points. In addition, it has auto recovery, so it's still a hassle. Lucy was surprised and asked why Elma hadn't told her about this before because this monster was really very strong. Elma said that it was unlikely that they would be able to damage him in the usual way. He suggested that they again hope for a critical attack from the dice roll skill. The girl agreed and assumed a fighting stance. Elma thought that normally if the dice roll was missed, it would be hard to dodge, so he chose this place for the battle. Suddenly the boy notices the monster's hand and says that it has appeared. A monster, a mithril golem, appeared in front of the girl and boy. Level 55, health points were 117, and mana points were 48. Elma got angry and said to the mithril goblin that they would take his mithril. The mithril golem let out a shrill scream when it noticed the young man and the girl. Elma rushed into battle and said that he would distract the monster while Lucy would deal damage. The girl agreed and also rushed into battle right at the monster. The mithril golem swung its fist and began to scream at the people with a shrill roar. At that moment, Elma used the parry skill. The monster punched straight into the boy's shield. Elma gritted his teeth as the blow was incredibly powerful. The attack sent the boy flying. The boy regrouped in time and landed on his feet. He hissed at the monster's ability to perform such an attack. Elma thinks that he of course knew about the monster's power from the magical world, but in reality he is even more frightening. The young man thought that he could hit the mithril golem with this armament, but it was not that easy. At this time, Lucy deftly made her way to the monster with the help of acrobatics. Elma realized that he had managed to distract the monster's attention, and Lucy was able to find herself right behind the monster's back. The girl said that everything is fine and everything is going according to plan. She rushes towards the monster and is already prepared to attack, but suddenly the monster begins to turn sharply, which scares poor Lucy. The girl fell and said that the monster had scared her very much. At that moment, Elma ran towards them and said that maybe this monster was strong, but in such a narrow passage he would not be able to swing. At that moment, the monster began to turn towards the boy and then attacked him with its fist. But Elma used the parry skill and repelled the attack. He thought that things were going well. If he kept the monster against the walls, he would be able to reflect its blows into the wall. The monster's arm was stuck in a huge stone wall. Elma rushed straight towards the mithril golem to attack, but the monster screamed and reached out to the youth with its other arm. Elma got very close to him, so he was able to use the shield strike skill. He hit the golem with his shield right on the monster's body. When hitting with a shield, the characteristics of the main character and the enemy are checked. That is, everything is compared according to the formula attack power plus defense. The losers pushed back. The young man realized that he would undoubtedly lose this competition and would throw him back to a safe distance. The boy was thus thrown further into the narrow passage. The monster tried to stretch out both of his arms, but they were stuck, so he was partially immobilized. Elma smirked as both of the monster's arms were stuck. At that moment, Lucy attacked from behind the mithril golem. She used the dice roll skill and dealt a critical hit to the monster. His HP dropped from 117 points to 56. Then the mithril golem pulled both of its arms out of the stone trap and screamed again. At that moment, Lucy jumped away from him to a safe distance. Lucy smirked. She was very pleased with herself. Elma called the girl and said that they needed to do this one more time to kill this mithril golem. Suddenly, the golem rushed straight at the girl. The girl screamed in surprise and was very scared, but Elma at that moment rushed straight at them. He stepped on the shadow monster and used the shadow suppression skill. The youth gritted his teeth because it was very difficult to hold such a huge monster. The mithril golem continued to roar shrilly and try to move on at this point. Elma thrust his huge black steel sword straight into the ground to try to stay in place. Finally, the monster stopped and could no longer move from the spot. Elma said that he managed to stop it, but now he will look at the young man. The mithril golem turned to the boy and rushed straight towards him. Elma asked him to give it a little rest, but the golem stretched its hand straight towards the boy. The golem swung its huge hand and tried to hit the boy, but Elma was able to keep one foot on the shadow. The golem fell to the ground because it lost its physical balance. The boy shouted at Lucy to begin her attack. The girl rushed straight to the golem and used the dice roll skill. The dial on the weapon began to spin. Suddenly the girl rolled the number 3 and she hit the monster, but did not kill him. He swung his hand sharply and threw the girl aside. Lucy was upset that it didn't work out and the right number didn't come up. Elma thought that there was nothing to be done about it, but the moment was very good. He wondered if they could bring the monster down again. If they waited, it would recover all the damage it had taken from the last roll. If Lucy doesn't roll a 6, they won't have a chance. He thinks about continuing the attack. The boy's health level was 47 out of 110 points. He decided to use the life shield skill. The youth struck straight at the back of the mithril golem. The monster in turn turned and tried to strike the youth, but he very deftly dodged. Elma then stepped on the monster's shadow and used shadow suppression, then leaned his shield directly against the monster and used the shield strike skill. The monster's arm was pulled back by the shield. The mithril golem began to lose consciousness again. The youth released its shadow and then shouted at Lucy to attack at that moment. The girl used a dice roll, but she got the number 4. She was very surprised that for the second time in a row she did not get the right number. Elma shouted for the girl not to worry and to prepare for the next attack. He rushed straight towards the monster, who had already risen from the ground. The youth used the parry skill when the mithril golem attacked him with its fist. The monster missed and hit the ground. Elma gritted his teeth because the golem was damn strong. Then the golem began to attack the boy again. Elma realized that things were very bad because his hands were already starting to shake. He closed his eyes and then used his shield to block the mithril golem's attack. The blow was so strong that it threw Elma straight into the wall, and he hit it with a crash. The mithril golem seemed to smile from the successful attack. He approached the boy and then swung his fist again and began to attack him. Elma narrowed his eyes because he would not be able to defend himself from this attack. Suddenly, the golem's skull began to crack. At that moment, Lucy hit it right in the back of the head and used the dice roll skill. She rolled the number 6, which allowed her to deal critical damage to the mithril golem. The monster's head split in half. The girl shouted for him to get what he deserved. The monster was defeated, and the girl and the boy received 1,343 Inked 40 experience points. Lucy managed to increase her level from 44 to 47. Elma smiled and praised the girl. He increased his level from 46 to 49. The girl ran up to the boy and said she was so glad he was alive. She almost cried when she missed twice in a row. Elma said that out of 4 strokes, 2 6s came out, so it was very good. The girl whined in response and tried to wipe away her tears. After a while, the body of the mithril golem dissipated and Lucy saw the monster's huge core. She was very surprised by its size. She sat down next to the stone and said that it would definitely be worth at least 2 million local currency, And after all, senior adventurers hunt even more dangerous monsters, and how much money they earn then. At that moment, Elma was trying to pull something out of the pile of rocks. He was holding a huge ingot. Elma said that it was very strange because in reality, the mithril golem did not have such a face. Elma smiled and said that the price of this ingot was not small. He was holding a mithril ingot that was worth 25 million local currency. The mithril ingot was a magical metal that glowed with mana. Lucy was very surprised and screamed, asked again about whether it really cost 25 million. In this not particularly difficult dungeon, do such expensive items really drop? Elma said that the mithril golem was indeed a damn rare monster, which is why he still decided to fight it, even though he was a little hesitant. Equipment made from mithril is really worth it. Of course, I want to sell this ingot to the young man, but it is better to create a weapon from it. He suggests that when they get back to town, they find a good blacksmith. Lucy agrees and says that's what they'll do. Elma thought that they needed to decide what to forge, a sword or a dagger. There was an option to forge a shield and armor as well. He looks at Lucy and thinks that it would probably be best to forge a dagger. Lucy has become more confident in her movements. She is like the cornerstone of their team, so without her, nothing will happen. Besides, she had done a lot for the boy, so he wanted to thank the girl. At that time, Lucy was dreaming about the mithril weapon and was curious about what it would turn out like. She was looking forward to it. As a result of the visit, Elma and Lucy received a mithril ingot, an attack power rune, a black steel hammer, a black steel sword, a black steel dagger, a black steel ingot, a mithril golem core, an end core, and 4 smiley cores. In the end, they made 68 million. The young man thought that they had made even more than in the angel's toy box. The potential for the jester's luck frightened him. He thinks that at this rate, they will quickly earn money for a skill book for Lucy. He suggests that the girl solve all the issues on the way. But for now, he says that they need to go back. The girl agreed with the young man. They walk down the dungeon corridor, and Lucy says that they have gone so deep after all. She hopes that on the way back, they won't be attacked by some nasty monster. Elma replied that they had killed the mithril golem and there shouldn't be any other problematic monsters here. The mithril golem is a much more unpleasant monster than the local Dream King. Since they managed to raise their level, he wouldn't be surprised if they now have enough strength to defeat the local Dream King. He then turns to Lucy and says that if she doesn't want to walk, there is a way for them to quickly leave the dungeon. The girl is surprised and asks what kind of way it is. Elma says that they already used it once when they defeated the King of Sleep. The girl got scared and asked if they could really handle him. The young man replied that the local Dream King moves slowly. His attacks are easy to predict and he is not particularly strong. Besides, he thought that they would spend a lot more resources on killing the golems, so now they would have enough strength to defeat the Dream King. Healing potions restore health, but fatigue is still there. If the golem had forced the young man to use the rage of a dying dragon, he would have headed for the exit without a doubt. However, if their condition allows them to fight the boss, then it is a dream to refuse. Lucy asked about the King of Sleep here. Elma replied that since this dungeon is also called the Deep Tunnel of 100 Legs, the King of Dreams in this dungeon is the Rock Centipede, also known as the Stone Centipede. Lucy made an emotion of dislike and disgust. Elma looked questioningly at Lucy, and the girl repeated about the Stone Centipede, imagining at that moment something terrible and unpleasant. Elma said that it would be better to go to the exit. Lucy shook her head and said negatively that he would fight this monster and she would cope because it was just a huge insect. Elma was silent for a moment. Lucy added that she could obtain the acrobatic strike skill. If the girl raised Jester's acrobatics to level 18, she would obtain the acrobatic strike skill. Elma said that he thinks the skill description is clear to the girl how it works, but he would still explain it better. Lucy agrees and begins to listen attentively to the boy. The young man explained that the girl pushes off any surface with her foot. Manga will be put into her jump, hence the sharp impulse and speed. The girl placed her blade on the ground and then she said that she understood and thanked the young man. After some time they came to a large gate, which most likely belonged to the Dream King. The girl said that everything was fine and she was going to start investing skill points into Jester's acrobatics. The girl asked if she was doing the right thing. Elma agreed and said that this skill would only be unlocked at level 18 of Jester Acrobatics. In the hands of a skilled jester, this skill becomes a deadly weapon. The girl added that it seemed that after the blow she would be vulnerable. Elma replied that over time she would get used to using it, so she should not worry because the boy would always cover her. Against the stone centipede, the girl can use any attack because it is unlikely to miss. Lucy asked again about the fact that it is unlikely to miss. The girl agreed and said that if the boy said so, they would easily win. Elma said that at their level they could not lose. He knew how to defeat this centipede, so everything would go just fine. At that moment, a local monster was grinding outside the gates of the Dream King. The stone centipede has a large amount of health, great attack and defense power, but loses only in speed. It is also capable of attacking in both melee and ranged combat. Coupled with her huge body, she has no right to be called the Queen of Dreams. Elma and Lucy were ready to fight her. Lucy said that once they entered the last room of the dungeon, would the battle really begin? Elma agreed and said that unlike the embryo, the centipede was not a wandering Dream King. He said that they could win, but they still couldn't relax because their opponent was the King of Sleep. Lucy hesitantly agreed with Elma's words. Elma opens the doors to the Dream King's chambers and announces that they are going inside. Lucy was fully prepared. The place was simply amazing. Lucy was also amazed by what she saw. The girl was delighted with the deep tunnel, the last room. She looked around the area. Elma said they didn't have time to look at the local scenery. He raised his head and looked at the Dream King, who was sitting on the ceiling and grinding. Suddenly, the centipede landed right in front of Elma and Lucy. Elma said that His Majesty the King of Dreams had appeared. In front of them was a Dream King called the Stone Centipede. The monster was level 60. Its health was 156 points, and its mana was 71 points. The young man confidently said that they would defeat him and obtain the expensive item and then immediately go to the city. The centipede began to attack the boy directly. It moved its paws quickly and created a simply disgusting sound throughout the room. Lucy was scared and said that this monster was incredibly disgusting and her paws were very nasty. Elma dodged it at that moment, and the centipede crashed head-on into the wall. As Elma thought, if they were attacked, they would die instantly. He ordered Lucy to act according to the plan. The girl agreed and then jumped right onto Elma's shield. The boy used a shield strike and threw Lucy far upwards. The girl flew right above the centipede and then landed on her body. The weakness of the stone centipede is that it has a hard time reaching someone who jumps on top of it. That's where Lucy was right now. The centipede began to grind again. At this point, Elma informed Lucy that he would divert her attention to himself. Lucy braced herself and used the skill Acrobatic Strike. It swept across the entire body of the stone centipede like a saw. The monster screamed in pain, and then several magical seals appeared in the sky. The monster used its rock flash skill and a hail of rocks appeared from these seals. She aimed her attack straight at the boy. Elma at that moment shouted Lucy's name and protected himself from the attack with his shield. The girl shouted that she would make her attack again. At the same moment, she uses an acrobatic strike and begins to twist in place, causing great damage to the stone centipede. The monster let out its final screech as her health was at 0. Elma and Lucy were able to defeat this Dream King. Elma praised Lucy, and the girl at that moment smiled and jumped away from the stone centipede. A notification appeared in the sky that 2,030.79 experience points had been obtained. The monster had been destroyed. Lucy landed on the ground and said that it was all thanks to Elma's plan. The mithril golem was noticeably stronger. At that moment, the girl's level rose from 47 to 52. Elma shouted to the girl to quickly descend from the place where the centipede was. At that moment, his level rose from 49 to 54. The girl shouted that she felt hot. She asked what kind of steam it was and why it was so hot. Elma was surprised that it was so hot. The huge body of the stone centipede evaporates after death. He was surprised by the unusual laws of physics in this world. However, he realized that this was not the case at all. He ordered the girl to quickly jump off the centipede's body because it might still be alive. Elma thought that the monster's body shouldn't generate so much steam, but a similar phenomenon seemed to be in the game. At that moment, Lucy didn't have time to jump back and was thrown back by the hot steam. Elma thought that this shouldn't have happened here, and at that moment he rushed towards the girl. He caught her in his arms and then looked towards the stone centipede and realized that the king of sleep was evolving. Elma held the girl in his arms and then apologized to Lucy and said that he was wrong. The girl asked about the monster evolving and then said that it was impossible. Evolution is a phenomenon that only occurs in some monsters, and the evolution conditions are different for each monster. Even in the game, players have not yet managed to figure out all the monsters that can evolve and the conditions necessary for this. The point is that there was no need to deliberately complicate the game by creating certain conditions for evolution, and the young man knows the approximate conditions for the evolution of the stone centipede. You need to eat a huge amount of magic stones, then eat a certain number of adventurer corpses, and then the monster must be defeated by another adventurer. However, the chance that all the conditions will be met is extremely small. All the conditions are often fulfilled by wandering kings who can move throughout the dungeon. The young man heard that this dungeon had appeared only recently. Besides, if it was a wandering king, there was no way that information about it would not be in the guild. The rules of this world and the game are different, but key things like the conditions of evolution should not change. And if that's true, then someone specially prepared all the conditions for evolution. Even if that's true, it doesn't make any sense. Because why would anyone do that? And the young man doubts that there is anyone else in this world besides him who can know about the conditions of evolution. He understood only one thing, that because of his mistake, he again dragged Lucy into an unequal fight. Elma apologized to the girl and said that he didn't think that this could happen. Everything was going too smoothly, so he relaxed. The girl shouted that he didn't need to apologize. She suggested that the boy throw her up again with a blow of the shield and she would attack again in the same way. Elma replied that the evolved monster would not be defeated so easily, since the dice roll might not work. To roll a 6 on a dice roll, you will need to use it at least 4 times. To win, you will need to hit this monster with a 6 at least 10 times, considering that it will not fall out constantly. The monster will simply recover between hits. At this point, the monster has finished evolving and the stone centipede has evolved into a deadly armada, and its level has risen to 75. In front of Elma and Lucy stood the king of sleep, the death armada. His level was 75 and his health level was 275 points, and his mana level was 134 points. The death armada let out a shrill scream. At this moment, Lucy was very surprised that this monster was level 75. Elma rushed towards Lucy and shouted at her not to stand still. He grabbed the girl and dodged the monster's blow. Elma realized that the deadly armada was now much more aggressive, faster and stronger, and the difference in levels was very noticeable. Escaping was now probably simply impossible. The monster began to growl, and Elma gritted his teeth and asked Lucy if she was ready to accept any of his plans, even if they were crazy. Lucy asked Elma what he was planning. The young man did not move from his place and stood quietly in front of the monster. He thought that now he would have to show why his class was called the most unbalanced. The deadly armada had strong defense, a large amount of health, and enormous resistance. The health level of this monster was 274,000. Elma is thinking about how to get out alive. He will have to show this world what the Heavy Knight class is capable of. Lucy clenched her fists and bit her lip. Then the girl said that she would fight the boy to the end. Elma remained silent and then thanked the girl. But at his level, disarming is unlikely to work on the monster. Spamming him with attacks won't work. The boy will have only one chance to attack. The monster began to produce some kind of magical attack. Elma realized that it was very dangerous. The young man shouted to Lucy to hide behind the rock right now. The girl agreed and immediately rushed towards the rock. The Death Armada used the Death Needle skill and many black spikes started to fly out from the seals it created. Suddenly, one of the spikes touched the stone next to Lucy and it began to melt. Lucy turned to the boy and asked him to tell her what to do. Elma said that he would launch the girl towards the Deadly Armada with his shield strike skill. The young man said that the girl has a blind spot. The girl must attack at the tail of the Deadly Armada. With Lucy's speed, she would be able to break through. Lucy repeated about hitting the tail and said that she understood. The Death Armada looked at the rock where it had recently released sharp spikes with its skill. It cracked and then quickly rushed straight towards that rock. The monster crashed head-on into the huge rock, but Elma and Lucy were no longer there. The Deadly Armada turns its head and sees the danger ahead. Lucy jumped onto Elma's shield, and the young man, using his shield strike skill, threw the girl onto a huge boulder that stood right behind the Dream King. The monster ran straight after Lucy, who was just flying up to the stone. Elma took the stone and threw it straight at the monster, saying that his opponent was him, so the damned bug should look at him. The deadly armada froze and looked at Elma, who had already drawn his sword. At that moment, Lucy landed on the stone. Elma thought that as long as Lucy was attacking this monster's tail, he should hold on. Even if he had to die to hold it back, he would hold on. The boy was using a life shield and his health was 22 points. The conditions have been met, so the young man uses the skill Dragon Pacifying Fury. If they fail, they will die, so there will be no second chance. The deadly armada stood against Elma, who used the Fury of the Dying Dragon. With this skill, his speed is doubled. The monster began to attack and rushed straight at the young man. Elma also rushed forward and thought that this monster was still faster than him, so he could easily catch up with the young man. Elma slips and flies into a narrow passage. The deadly armada rushes right after the young man, but does not fit through the passage. The monster tries to dig out the young man, and at that moment the young man realizes that things are bad. The monster started chasing the boy again. Elma tried to run with all his might. Suddenly, the deadly armada crashes between the rocks and gets stuck. The boy throws a rock at the monster, and it turns its attention back to Elma. The deadly armada begins using its unique skill. In front of the Death Armada's rapid-fire attack with the Death Needle skill, Elma's life shield is simply useless. Any scratch from the needles would be fatal. He remembers when a needle hit a rock near Lucy and straightened the stone. The monster uses an attack and raises its head up. Elma thought that before the attack, the deadly armada was open. The monster uses the skill of the Needles of Death, and Elma at this moment jumps right in front of it and uses the skill of the Shield Strike. The young man jumped on the rock, and the deadly armada did not understand where the man standing in front of it had gone. It began to turn around, and Elma was scared because the monster was very fast. At this point, Lucy ducked down on the monster and used her dice-throwing skill, which landed on a 6. The girl hit the monster right in its weak spot, its tail. The Death Armada screamed in terrible pain. Elma thought that unlike the rest of her body, her tail was very soft and she couldn't counterattack with it. In other words, it was her weak point. Elma was on a high and large rock. The deadly armada was in front of the young man, and behind it was Lucy. Elma realized that now they could definitely win. Suddenly, the deadly armada turned around and saw Lucy behind them. The girl shouted that she had succeeded and was able to attack the monster. But the girl did not understand what to do next. Elma shouted the girl's name and ordered her to run to the huge rock next to the girl. The girl ran to the rock and said that she understood. The girl ran straight to the stone, and the deadly armada rushed after her. Elma thought that the deadly armada was very fast, so it could easily catch up with Lucy, but it would take time to accelerate. Elma jumps from one rock to another and thinks that with this time he will take a position and finish off this monster. Lucy ran around the stone and asked Elma what to do next. She could no longer run from this deadly armada. The girl began to cry. Elma shouted that the radius of the stone was approximately equal to the entire length of the deadly armada. Lucy was surprised by this. Elma then shouted at the girl to hit the tail of the deadly armada and run. The girl hit the monster's tail and ran. The deadly armada screamed in pain, then growled and tried to grab the girl with its sharp fangs. Lucy jumped into the air, and the monster cut off part of its tail with its claws. The monster howled in pain. Then a stun effect was cast on him. Lucy looked out from the huge rock and said that she had succeeded, and was able to cut off the tail of this monster. Elma praised the girl and said that the rest would be on him. The young man pumped 10 points into the skill of Smoldering Fangs. Smoldering Fangs has reached level 15, so the skill No Regrets has been obtained, which can only be activated when health is equal to or less than 50%. The defense is greatly reduced to 0 and the attack power is increased by the defense value. This skill constantly consumes mana during use. Elma was happy that he was able to obtain this skill. When activated, the defense drops to 0, so using this skill is very risky. But in return, Elma will gain a lot of attack power. This skill will not be widely used in the game because most classes already have more attack power than defense, and increasing it by a couple of dozen more is not worth it. However, the Heavy Knight is one of the few classes that has a significantly higher defense stat. The skill is especially useful when used with Dying Dragon's Fury. This skill increases attack power and speed by 100%, including the attack power gained from no regrets. In other words, his defense is converted into attack power, and then the entire attack power is multiplied by 2, with 2 skills from Smoldering Fangs. With a weapon made of black steel, as well as the title of Towerless, the youth's attack power is 277 points. There was a very creepy aura around the youth. Lucy watched the scene from behind the rock. Goosebumps ran all over the deadly armada. Elma was very determined. He thought that he would finish all this with one blow. There was a terrifying aura around Elma. Lucy was surprised by what she saw. The deadly armada at this moment names the status of stun. Elma used the skill, No Regrets. He jumped from the large rock towards the deadly armada. In his current state, he would only be able to maintain the No Regrets skill for a few seconds. The boy's mana was 12 points. Thanks to Lucy, that would be enough for him. Elma looked at the monster and thought that its high health, huge defense, and overwhelming speed. None of this mattered to Elma. The deadly armada began to roar and move. Lucy shouted that the stun effect had passed. The monster began to use its skill. The deadly armada used the skill of the Death Needles and launched the game straight towards the boy. Lucy shouted Elma's name. At that moment, the young man rushed straight towards the monster. The needle flew straight towards the young man, but Elma was able to dodge it. But his life shield was destroyed. Elma swung his huge sword and flew straight towards the monster. The deadly armada was surprised when Elma suddenly appeared right in front of the monster. Elma shouted for the monster to get what it deserved and then cut through the deadly armada. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the King of Sleep's room. The upper part of the monster's body flew off. Lucy was holding her hat at this time because after the death of the monster, a huge and strong wind followed. Elma was silent for a moment, and then he ordered the No Regrets skill to be disabled. A notification appeared in the room stating that 4057 experience points had been gained. Elma's level had risen from 54 to 62. Elmi exhaled and said that he didn't like such dangerous battles. Lucy shouted from behind the rock that it was just too cool. The head of the deadly armada flew off and lay not far from the young man. At that moment, Lucy jumped off the rock and ran straight to Elma. The girl was happy and said that they really won, and this deadly armada was much higher level than them. They got a huge amount of experience. Elma said that they had won, barely. The girl agreed with the boy. However, Elma asked the boy for forgiveness. He should have predicted that she could evolve. The girl was surprised and said that the young man had nothing to apologize for because Elma was still able to defeat this deadly armada. Elma laughed and said that this time the victory was also thanks to the young man. The girl was surprised and asked if it was true. Lucy said that the boy's attack was very powerful because the boy was able to defeat the deadly armada with one attack. Elma replied that No Regrets was a powerful skill, but the risk was also very high. He was only able to attack the deadly armada because the monster was stunned. If it weren't for the life shield skill that was destroyed during the attack, the boy would have died. Lucy and Elma then received the title of Nightmare Slayer. Lucy said about the Nightmare Slayer, "This title is the proof of defeating a Dream King that has evolved to level 70 or higher. This title gives attack power plus 7% against Dream Kings." Elma said that it was a special title for defeating a boss. To get it, the boss had to evolve, so it was rare for anyone to specifically try to get it. Elma then changed the subject and said that he was glad that they were both safe, so it was time to get the core of this monster. Then Lucy called him and told Elma that she had found something incredible here. She tried to say something, but the young man interrupted her and said that he did not understand what Lucy was trying to say because he already had the core. Lucy said that it was not like that at all, because there was a unique drop from the boss. The girl was holding a poison worm dagger in her hands. The recommended level for this dagger was 70. It added 28 to the attack power, and its cost was 28 million local currency. It was a knife with a deadly centipede poison that could poison. Elma was surprised that the Dream King dropped something. He thought about how Lucy dropped items with a low drop rate as if they were regular trash. He looked at the blade and realized that at least it wasn't her head. He thought about how this blade could poison the enemy. Most likely, the chance of the effect working would depend on luck. Lucy, using acrobatics, will be able to strike more, which will also increase the chance. This dagger will be perfect for Lucy. Elma said that if he knew that this blade would fall to them, the ore would not be useful. Lucy at this point was screaming in horror about what they would do with this blade since it was worth 28 million. She asked if they would be punished for the fact that its very existence was a subversion of the entire financial system. Lucy said she couldn't handle something so expensive. She asked if he should just throw it away. Elma asked Lucy to calm down and keep her head. After some time, they come to the city. People looked around with suspicion because Lucy was behaving very suspiciously. Elma turned to the girl and asked what she was doing and why she was staring at everyone. Lucy whispered that it was natural that she was staring at everyone. Because they had earned a fortune, they wanted their money. Elma and Lucy arrive at the Adventurers Guild, where Elma says he would like to exchange monster cores. And also, if it was possible, he would like to talk to the guild leader because something incredible had happened. This time they didn't come just for the money. The evolution of the King of Sleep is a unique and very rare event. This boss couldn't evolve without killing many people. It's strange that the guild didn't have information about the dead. Elma thinks that the guild should have told about it. The girl administrator at the Adventurers Guild sighed and said that the adventurers were D rank, Heavy Knight and Jester. Lucy and Elma were silent and did not say anything. The girl said that she would pass on their request and then asked them to quickly deal with the matter and not hold up the line. Lucy was surprised and asked what it meant. Was it high-class service? Lucy pouted. The girl asked them to listen to her and said that this was the Lachlan Adventurers Guild. They, the guild members, were proud of the famous adventurers that came out of their patronage. Lucy said that it was very annoying. Elma replied that the girl should leave the administrator to him, because if they spoke calmly, they would understand each other. Elma replied that he understood what the girl thought about him and apologized for what if he had somehow offended the girl. But he asked her to give him time to convince the girl. Elma replied that the matter was really important and it definitely couldn't be ignored. The girl asked how they couldn't understand. They had a serious guild, not just another rural office where they had worked before. The guild master will not come to the first call of an ordinary low-ranking adventurer. Their guild is much more prestigious than they think. They have hundreds of skilled adventurers, and it is not uncommon for them to pay out a reward of at least 1 million. Anyway, she hopes that they understand that she can't call the guild master. At this time, the young man takes something out of his adventurer's bag. He says that if the girl is so inclined, then he asks her to first count them, and then lays out a huge number of magic stones in front of the girl. The girl administrator shudders and is surprised, and beads of sweat start to run down her face. The girl thought about what it was. They were paying more than 10 million here. The girl administrator cleared her throat and asked the young man and the girl to wait a bit, and then went away somewhere. She turned to the man and said that there were adventurers there who had brought loot worth more than 10 million and they were asking to meet the guild leader. She asked the man to respect them. The man asked about the 10 million and then asked what ranks they were. The girl replied that they were D rank. At this time, Elma was thinking that, well, when they exchanged the monster cores, they would meet the guildmaster. When a D-rank adventurer tries to exchange such a large number of cores, it seems like there will be some complicated procedures involved. However, for some reason, the administrator girl was very surprised and tried to push them to the front of the line. She ordered the man to do something and quickly, because Lacalina's future depended on it. The main thing is that they get paid. Besides, it looks like they'll have an appointment with the head of the Adventurers Guild. She's a busy person, but luckily they'll see each other soon. After a while, the girl administrator led Elma and Lucy up the stairs, which led straight to the stairs. The receptionist knocked on the door and addressed Mrs. Howling. She said that the adventurers who wanted to meet her were already here. The girl asked what the administrator was talking about since this was the first time she had heard about it. The administrator girl was surprised and said that she should have been given it. The head of the guild replied that it was not important and that the new arrivals could come in. The gray administrator apologized to the young man and said that there seemed to be some mistake. Elma said that it was okay because they could still talk. Elma and Lucy entered the office of the head of the Adventurers Guild. In front of them stood a fairly young girl. She is the head of the guild. The girl looked at Lucy and Elma and then said that a jester and a heavy knight were quite a rare combination. The girl addressed the female administrator by name and asked who these people were. Matilda replied that they came from the city of London. They were D-rank adventurers. The guild leader frowned and asked again if they were really D ranks from London. Matilda panicked a little. The girl replied that the two of them had passed through a level 60 dungeon called the Deep Tunnel. Although they were D rank, they clearly had plenty of strength. The girl asked again if this was really so, and if the night was really heavy, and the jester was able to pass through the deep tunnel together. She began to sit down at the table and said that both Lucy and Elma's classes were not very suitable for defeating the Dream King, so she was very curious about this information. She said they intrigued her a little. Elma noticed that the atmosphere had somehow become more tense. But it seemed that they would not leave here just like that. The head of the Adventurers Guild has a very suspicious look. It's as if she can see inside Elm. The girl said that D-rank adventurers challenged the King of Sleep, and for this, it would definitely take at least a C-rank group. It seems that the guys decided to earn a reputation for themselves and quickly climb the career ladder. She laughed and said that either they were the kind who wanted to meet a bony death quickly or they knew something that everyone else didn't. Elma said that before he even started talking, the girl already understood everything. She was the true prestigious guild leader. However, he didn't think that was the only reason she was good. The girl smirked and said that Elma had good posture and a refined face, and he probably knew about the local Dream King. She said Elma was an aristocrat. He came from London, it seems. She guesses that one of the local big shots had a son about the boy's age. She needs to think about it. Elma frowned and thought about how much more guesswork he could do. At that moment, Lucy was looking at the boy in panic. Elma thought that it was useless to lie because Lucy was too honest and would give them away completely. Elma said that his name was Elma, and the girl's name was Lucy. As the guild leader said, they were adventurers from London. While clearing a deep tunnel, they encountered an unusual situation, so they wanted to meet her. They bow and Elma thanks the girl for finding time for them. The girl chuckled and said that Elma wanted to distract her, but she suggested that she put her thoughts aside. The girl says that her name is Halleen Harrowwood and that she is the head of the local guild. She thinks that the boy has already guessed that she is from the family of the Marquis of Harrowwood. Elma understood why the girl knew all about the aristocracy. In Lakalin, the Adventurers Guild has more weight than in any other city. Here, members of a branch of a noble family are appointed as heads. The aristocracy and the guild work closely together. The girl said that the Heavy Knight and the Jester were able to conquer the tunnel together. The King of Sleep is the stone centipede. Because of its striking power and survival rate, some experienced adventurers were even afraid to go there. Lucy said that the Sleep King was really dangerous. Elma thought that it might be dangerous to make small talk with the guild leader, so it would be better to figure it out quickly. If you give her too much information, she will guess in no time that Elma is not from this world. He is sure of it. He is trying to understand that if the girl is from an ordinary branch, then what kind of people are in the main? He believes that the entire family is worth fearing. It may well be that one of the Harrowwood Seven has fulfilled the evolution conditions. This family cooperates with the Adventurers Guild, so it is easy for them to obtain information about the conditions. However, he does not see any personal motive behind this. In any case, he must choose his words very carefully and not blurt out anything unnecessary. The girl asked that Elma wanted to tell her something. She warns that she is all ears. She asks if something really happened in the dungeon and the boy and girl wanted to talk about it. Elma thinks that the person in front of him might be the one who fulfilled the conditions for the monster's evolution. The girl asks if all these words about an unusual situation could be a lie. They just wanted the girl to pay attention to them because of their achievements. Elma remained silent, but the girl said that the boy intrigued her, so she would play a little, but he should not think that she was one of those who could be easily used. Elma doubted whether the girl was really speaking frankly, whether her words were a threat or just a warning. He could not understand at all what was hidden behind her speech. Guildmaster Halleen knew more about Elma than he thought, and he just wanted to report on the evolved centipede. He thinks it would be better to just say it and leave. Elma tells the girl that the thing is, he wanted to tell her that the boss in the tunnel had evolved. The girl asked about the boss's evolution. Elma continued and said that the evolution of the Dream King is a terrible disaster. The guild should have records of the evolution conditions. He said that the girl could refer to these records to learn more about it. However, before Elma could finish speaking, Halling interrupted him and asked about the evolution of the Dream King once again. Elma agreed and said that he was trying to explain to her. Suddenly, Halline started screaming about whether or not the Dream King had really evolved in the deep tunnel. She slammed her hands on the table and said that it had only been about 2 weeks since this dungeon appeared. So how could it be possible? Elma looked at the girl and wondered if she was pretending or not. Halline, in a panic, ordered Elma to tell him right now if he was sure he hadn't made a mistake and if it was true. Elma realized that her expression made it clear that she wasn't pretending. Elma gave a positive answer and said that this was why he wanted to talk to the head of the Adventurers Guild. Halline calmed down and asked Matilda why she hadn't told her about it right away. The girl said that she didn't even know about it. Matilda said that was really bad news. They shouldn't raise the recommended level for the deep tunnel a little. Halline shouted that the recommended level needed to be raised a little, and then shouted that the centipede there had turned from level 60 into a real level 80 monster. The evolution of the king is such a rare occurrence that they have almost never encountered him. The girl has no idea what this monster is capable of now. Now she'll be bested by a group of level 80 adventurers. She asks Matilda if she really thinks they have that many adventurers in Lacolin. Matilda agreed with the girl and said that she had underestimated the situation. Elma thought about what if this panic was just feigned, and whether there was such a possibility. Halline calmed down and said that the Dream King had evolved in the dungeon. They needed to figure out what happened there. The girl reached for the tea mug with shaking hands, and then said that if Elma was telling the truth, she would have to issue a large request for adventurers of at least rank B. Then the mug suddenly fell and broke. Halline stopped and asked Elma why they had returned from there alive. She asked if it was the Wandering King that had allowed them to escape. She ordered him to tell her everything he knew, as the girl was not going to turn them in. Elma was silent, and Lucy did not understand what the guild leader was talking about. Elma said that the thing is that they had already cleared the deep tunnel, and that was the pure truth. Halline looked at them questioningly. She asked if they had really cleared the dungeon. Elma asked if he hadn't told her that from the beginning. He thought that the girl probably thought that they just ran away, that's why they were alive. It seemed that the evolved's Dream King was so dangerous for her. At that moment, Halline couldn't believe all this. She said that their strength was really enough, since they were D-rank adventurers without proper equipment. Elma thought that now it was possible to consider the girl completely pure. Halline turned to Matilda and asked if they had brought the monster's core. The girl answered positively and said that she had already paid them the reward and the core was in the guild's storage. Halline said that the core was already in their guild, which meant that Elma was definitely not lying. But it was still hard to believe. At that moment, she was trying to feel the cup of tea that she had recently dropped and broken. Matilda turned to Mrs. Halline and asked if she was by any chance looking for tea. The girl then said that she had dropped a cup on the floor and it had broken. Halline was embarrassed. Then Halline told Matilda to bring it here. The girl assumed that Halline asked for a cup of tea and said that she was already running, but Halline shouted that she was talking about the core. Matilda agreed and replied that she understood. Lucy whispered to Elma that she thought Halline was a scary person, but she turned out to be quite nice. Halline told Elma and Lucy that they did a great job, and then thanked them for getting rid of the evolved king. They made their job easier. She said that they were D-rank heavy knight and jester, and it must have been difficult, but most importantly, she asked how such a thing could even happen in a deep tunnel. However, after it was closed, they couldn't investigate anything. Elma asked if the girl really had no ideas at all. Halline replied that as the leader of the Adventurers Guild, she shouldn't voice her vague assumptions in front of an adventurer. But she thought that she could at least tell Elma and Lucy. Previously, the same disaster had happened in the northern part of the Forbidden Forest. Elma thought that he knew about the Great Forbidden Forest. It was the most dangerous place on this continent, filled with a lot of high-level dungeons. Disaster is the norm there. Elma said that the girl did not mean to say that the same thing would soon happen here. Halline replied that Elma was very smart, but they could not be sure. The young man thought that this was logical because it was only the girl's guess. Halline asked Elma to rest assured that she would take this matter seriously and that the guild and House Harrowwood would investigate. She appreciated the young man providing her with information. Elma thanked the head of the Adventurers Guild, but he himself thought that he still felt uneasy, because it could not be ruled out that this evolution was caused on purpose. Then Halline casually mentioned that Matilda was in no hurry at all. At that moment, the door opened and the girl apologized for being a little late. She rolls a cannonball into the room on a trolley and says, "Here's a cannonball and a new cup of tea." Helene cries out and says she only asked for a cannonball. After talking with the head of the Adventurers Guild, Elma and Lucy could not find out anything about the evolution of the centipede. Who made sure that all the conditions for evolution were met is still a mystery. Elma says that in that case, she and Lucy will take their leave. Helene asks them to stop and says that, in general, she understands their skills and does not think there is any point in them lying. That's why she suggests promoting Elma and Lucy to B-rank adventurers. Elma and Lucy are very surprised by this. Matilda asks if the lady is sure about this, since even promotion to C rank is not so easy to earn. Helene agrees and says that she is, in fact, the respected leader of the Lacalina Adventurers Guild. There are no guilds that disagree with her opinion. Elma says that he is, of course, grateful to the girl, but surely she won't ask for anything in return. Helene smiles and tells the boy not to speak, but it is her duty as the guild leader to encourage strong adventurers because everyone must take their place. After all, it's not just for the guild, but for the whole kingdom. Lucy shouted that it was really cool. Then Helene added that it wasn't entirely true. They were extremely short of adventurers of rank B or higher. She just wanted to increase their number of strong adventurers. That was the real reason. After some time, even though they refused, they were still promoted to B-rank adventurers. Elma said that now that they were B-rank adventurers, they needed to find a good blacksmith. Lucy agreed. The girl says that, by the way, will it be normal that she will use such an expensive weapon as the poisonous worm dagger, which is valued at over 28 million on the market? Elma agreed and said that the dagger had a huge increase in attack power, and there was also an effect that combined with the girl's high luck. It would be a waste to just sell it. Lucy screamed that if they sold it, they would be able to eat delicious food every day and a lot, and they would also be able to buy desserts. Elma laughed and said that they would go to a restaurant later. By the way, he would like to use the mithril ingot and the black iron ingot to forge a weapon for himself. Elma asks if the girl is against it. Considering that they will have to spend money on the services of a blacksmith, they will lose much more money. Elma said she didn't mind. The total amount of equipment they would need would be astounding. Elma said that a high-level blacksmith would be needed to work with mithril. The adventurer capital of Lacalin might not have one. Working with dungeon materials requires a certain skill. In this world, a high-level blacksmith is probably even more valuable than in the game. As he had feared, all high-level blacksmiths were hired by aristocrats. Even in the large shops of the city, the maximum one could find was a blacksmith no higher than level 40. They spent half a day going to different shops and stores to find out about different rumors. Finally, they were able to get information about a level 60 blacksmith. Only, it seems that this is some very stubborn old man, and the young man was told that it would be better not to get involved with him at all. He has an unpleasant character, and if you anger him, he will not agree to work with you for any amount of money. After some time, Elma and Lucy come to some dilapidated house. Elma says that you can't tell that a blacksmith lives here. Lucy said that she is somehow worried. The girl knocks on the door, and then she opens the door and says, apologizing, that she heard that a blacksmith named Berga lives here. At that moment, the man was pounding on the anvil and started shouting that he had come again. He did not make weapons that would suit someone like him. Lucy was scared and asked for forgiveness. The man asked who it was that had come. He thought that it was the annoying punks again. He apologizes to the girl for yelling. Lately, he has been tormented by a couple of adventurers. Elma thinks it's best to act calmly so as not to spoil his mood. Elma says that he heard that the man is a skilled blacksmith, and he also heard that no one can give the man a decent job. Berga shouted that he was flattered. He asked if the boy really thought about such a reaction. He told the boy not to suck up. Elma realized that he was even more harmful than he thought. The man ordered the boy to listen to him. If he had an interesting job, he had to speak frankly, and there were two things that irritated him most in this world. These were frivolous children and unnecessary flattery. All modern adventurers have both. Elma agrees and wonders why he is being scolded for being banal. Lucy asked Mr. Berg if he was really worried about modern adventurers. Berga said that it was none of the young man's business. They all wanted the same thing, for a man to make them a powerful sword, and money was no problem. If the man needed money, he wouldn't live in such a dump. Elma thought that they got away with it. because he also wanted to offer him any amount. But it's not that simple. He is not the kind of person Burga can easily buy. Elma found him completely different. She will have to give up the idea of hiring him. Elma said that they would go. Burga said that he could not let the boy and girl go empty-handed because they had listened to the old man. He called them to follow him. Elma asks the girl if Lucy should follow him. Lucy says that maybe he is old and just has no one to talk to. The man shouted that he could hear everything. If they didn't want to come in, they could go home. The girl shouted and said that they were already on their way. After a while, the man said that it seemed that the boy and girl were not hopeless after all. They may think that you passed the test, though barely true. Elma and Lucy are surprised by this. Lucy asks if they should maybe insert the arm as well. Elma says the girl is right. He plans to use the mithril sword quite properly. He places a rune of destruction on the table, which costs 20 million local currency. The rune of destruction also increases attack power by 30%. The blacksmith examines the rune and says that it is a rare joke. He would never have thought that he would work with such a thing. In the end, for all the work, black iron armor, mithril sword, and inlay, they will pay a price of 4 million local currency. Elma was happy because he did not want to continue fighting in ordinary iron armor. While the blacksmith was busy with his work, Lucy and Elma devoted themselves to walking around La Colina and gathering information. They ate and then looked at the skill books, which were very expensive. After some time, they went to the blacksmith. Elma said that the mithril sword should be ready. Then they noticed that the door to the blacksmith's house was open. They hear screams that someone doesn't care and that this person doesn't ask to give this sword back but asks to sell it. The blacksmith refused and said that he has nothing to give because this sword was ordered from him. Elma realized that things were bad. Lucy shouted that they needed to go in. The boy and the girl ran into the house. The boy asked if the man was okay because it seemed like there was a robber here. An unknown person approached the young man and asked if he was really the same client, and he was interested in what the young man looked like. Elma thought that he heard a voice but did not see who was speaking. The stranger said that the blacksmith was really making a mithril sword for such a weakling. It seemed that Burga had become completely impoverished and needed money. Lucy turned to the young man and said that the sound was coming from below. The boy tilts his head and sees a girl there who calls him a lanky guy and asks if he really thinks she's a stupid girl. Elma wonders if a child is talking to him. The angry girl approached the hero and angrily asked if he thought she was stupid. The young man silently looked at the little girl who looked furious with sharp teeth. Knight Elma was very surprised and a drop of sweat was visible on his face. He confusedly asked the girl if she was a child. But then he remembered that the ceremony does not take place with those under 15. The girl angrily replied that she was 17 years old. Her violent reaction confused the girl standing next to the hero, just as much as it confused the young man. The girl angrily assumed that the young man was underestimating her. She narrowed her eyes and put her hands on her hips. After that, she rudely addressed the knight and asked him if he had heard of a night mage with 2 names, one of which was Blade of Black Flame. Her words confused the hero a little. Heavy Knight Elma tensed up and realized that he had heard this nickname before when he was gathering information in Lachlan. Black Flame Blade was able to rise to A rank on his own. He was truly a legend. After that, the girl, pressing her hand to her chest, proudly said that, although there is nothing to hide here, she declared that she is the great Hilda and the great disciple of the Blade of Black Flame. After that, the girl silently waited for a reaction. The young man hesitantly answered that he understood who she was and that he was happy for her. The girl pointed her finger at the old man behind her and said that since the owner of this sword was finally here, it would be easier to negotiate with him than with this stubborn old man. The man silently listened to their conversation. The girl angrily added that she only wanted one thing from him. She would buy this mithril sword from the young man. Elma immediately refused and said that he needed the sword because he was looking for a blacksmith for a reason. The girl clarified that she was not going to buy it for a pittance. Helma arrogantly suggested stopping at 300 million and 6 coins. She added that for people like him, this sum was simply enormous. The young man again refused and added that 300 million and 6 coins were not worth it. His refusal infuriated the girl. Hilda struck at the knight, but he managed to jump back. Her actions angered the young man and greatly surprised the girl accompanying him. Elma's companion turned towards the young man in shock. The tools and equipment in the blacksmith shop fell to the floor from Hilda's blow. The Black Flame Blade disciple pointed her huge sword towards Elma and said that his reaction was very good. She added that this was the limit for the Heavy Knight. He was lucky that she still had his head and did not finish him off on the spot. Her sword was still pointed at the hero, and she angrily told Elma to be a good boy and sell her the sword. Lucy ran forward and asked Elma if he was okay. Lucy was outraged by what Hilda did. She added that the girl attacked the boy without warning. The warrior replied that she was simply showing that he had no choice. Elma clarified that she had attacked from behind to show the difference in their abilities and sarcastically added that it was very brave of her. Hilda decided to sum it up and asked Elma if he wanted to argue with her. She angrily added that if so, they could fight, but the mithril sword would be at stake. Elma asked with displeasure what she would put in that case. The girl was surprised by the question and insisted that losing was impossible. Hilda pointed to the sword and added that if he won, she would give up the sword and pay its cost, because she was not going to take any risks. The old man shouted at the boy not to follow her lead, because knights mages specialize in one-on-one fights. This duel is unfair from the very beginning. Elma sternly asked him not to interfere. The hero said that if she really was okay with it, he would gladly accept the fight. His words surprised Lucy and the old man. Lucy shouted to Elma that things were bad. His opponent was a knight mage of B rank. The girl added that even she understood that his class was no match for her. Elma replied that he had originally wanted to leave with the sword, but Lucy had angered him. He said that it was foolish to pass up the opportunity to earn millions. Hilda mockingly asked if he was in his right mind and noted that he couldn't fool her since she would be inviting a guild member. After some time, the boys went outside. Elma activated Life Shield, losing 20% of his health to create a barrier but immediately destroyed it. The blacksmith was surprised, not understanding why Elma canceled the skill he had just launched. The knight replied that in this way he was lowering his health. The old man replied that he still did not understand him. Lucy awkwardly asked Elma if he would win this battle. The girl asked if he was going to rely on Dying Dragon's Fury. She asked if it wasn't too dangerous to use No Regrets. The hero answered positively. He said that if he used the skill No Regrets, he would deal too much damage. Elma added that, in addition, his defense would drop to 0, and then they could both accidentally kill each other. The young man noted that the strong point of a knight mage, in addition to explosive power in close combat, is the ability to use magical attacks at a distance. The old man said that it would have been better for him to just take the sword and leave. Elma replied that they shouldn't worry because he would win and he wasn't going to run away like a coward. The young man said with an evil grimace on his face that the weakness of the mage knights was their extremely huge self-confidence. His attitude greatly frightened Lucy. A crunching sound of a branch was heard from afar. It was an angry Hilda. She angrily told the heavy knight to come here. The girl aggressively asked if he had broken her sword while she was away. A guild member followed the girl. She said hesitantly that when she heard about Hilda's summoning of a heavy knight, she immediately thought of Lucy and Elma. Hilda stood nearby, angry. Elma and Lucy exchanged awkward glances. After this, Elma and Hilda came out to face each other. Hilda said impatiently that it was time for them to begin. The knight looked at his rival with displeasure. The knight mage in the person of Hilda stood against the heavy knight, Elma. The girl pulled out a black sword with a haughty look and smirked as if the outcome of the fight was clear. It was clear to the young man that this was a difficult opponent. She attacked with magic from afar and in close combat. He thought hard. Elma knew that night mages always thought highly of themselves, and he was 100% sure that she was no exception. The hero turned to his second for clarification. A girl standing nearby asked what was going on. The employee listened sadly to Elma, who asked what would happen if he used his skill and something went wrong. For example, he will kill his opponent. His question was able to seriously anger Hilda, so much so that she even bared her teeth. The employee responded that both sides understand the possible danger when they engage in combat. In other words, both sides understand that they could die. She added that if they were uneasy, they could call off the fight before it started. Elma replied that there was no need for that, as he simply wanted to clarify. The hero clenched his sword in his hand and told Hilda that it was time for them to begin. The warrior was indignant and replied that this was a cheap provocation and asked the young man if he really thought it would work. After some time, on a clear day, when the sun was at its zenith, Elma and Hilda stood opposite each other, pointing their swords at each other. The employee slowly lowered her hand, preparing to begin the duel. Then she raised her hand sharply and gave the command to begin the fight in a firm and clear voice. This indicated that there would be one loser and one winner. Hilda rushed towards her opponent, holding her large pointed sword with both hands and with a serious attitude. Elma took a fighting stance and used the skills Dying Dragon's Fury and Life Shield. Suddenly, his entire body was covered in aura. Dying Dragon's Fury activates when health drops below 20%, increasing attack power and speed by 100%. Lightning and mana streams flashed around Elma, causing the girl to stop. She was confused by the skills the hero used. Elma gripped the blade in his hand tightly and used the skill No Regrets. This skill can only be activated when the user's health is equal to or less than 50%. Defense is reduced to 0, and attack power is increased by the defense value. It constantly consumes mana. This greatly surprised Lucy. She reminded the young man of the danger of using this skill in a duel. This greatly confused Hilda. She noticed Lucy's reaction, and that this skill was also somehow strange. Hilda made a fireball in her hand and jumped back. The girl decided that it was better to keep her distance for now and observe. Elma raised a sword covered in magic above her, which greatly angered and alarmed the warrior. The young man struck the ground with his sword. His blow almost reached the girl, leaving a long crack in the ground. Dark energy was oozing out of the crack, which greatly surprised Hilda. The old man, Lucy, and the second were also shocked by what they saw. The power of the heavy knight greatly frightened the girl. Hilda watched in horror as Elma was enveloped in powerful magical energy. The knight began to move menacingly towards the girl. Hilda panicked and asked him to stop. The girl also asked the second to stop the fight for a second. Elma continued to move sternly towards the girl. Hilda threw the weapon on the ground and once again asked her opponent to stop because she dropped the weapon. Elma came closer and prepared to attack. Hilda shouted in confusion that she was giving up and admitting her defeat. Night mages always have a high opinion of themselves and are afraid of receiving even one blow. Elma was sure that the night mage would retreat as soon as a threat to their lives appeared. Essentially, mage knights have one fatal weakness. They have tremendous firepower, both close and far, but their relatively small health pool leaves them little room for error. Elma ordered his second to count the victory in the duel. The girl, confused, agreed. The second declared Elma's victory. Hilda angrily screamed that she was just asking for a break. She added that because he wouldn't stop, words came out of her that she was giving up. Elma said that what was said could not be undone. The second reminded Hilda that she was a witness and there could be no objections, since Hilda herself had invited her to control the conditions of the duel. The warrior was surprised. Hilda said in confusion that she knew everything, but usually she would never be so pathetic in a duel. Hilda asked Elma to forget about giving up. The girl asked if 20 million would be enough for the sword. Hilda corrected herself by saying that the maximum she could pay was 30 million. Lucy and Elma accepted the girl's proposals with skeptical expressions. Lucy even partially understood the girl's feelings. The old man called out to Elma. The blacksmith said that he wasn't sure if he should say this, but the sword wasn't worth anywhere near 30 million. This surprised the young man a little, and he asked if the material was fake. The old man asked to check the sword's characteristics himself, since no one would believe him. The sword had an attack of plus 46, a recommended level of 70, cost 51.5 million, and was inlaid with a stone of destruction that emitted mana. Seeing the real price of the sword, Hilda was stunned. Elma remembered that he had forgotten about the rune. Hilda angrily said that this was nonsense and she could not pay such a sum because she did not think that it would cost so much more. Hilda angrily fell to her knees and asked the young man to settle for 40 million. Elma noticed that Hilda was angry, but she fell to her knees anyway. Lucy said that she felt sorry for Hilda. Hilda begged Elma to lower the price. The second suggested borrowing the money from B-Rang's insurance. The employee announced that Hilda had collected the agreed fee of 50 million. This amazed Elma, who noted that the amount was collected in just 2 days. The employee angrily clarified that she was used to resolving disputes between the guild's adventurers. Her mood slightly frightened Lucy and Elma. The girl did not finish her sentence as she was interrupted by Hilda with a black braid and a round shield with a picture of a bear. Hilda angrily accused the girl of losses of 50 million and said that she looked pleased. The hero noticed that the girl had bought herself a weapon and ordered Lucy to run. Lucy immediately accepted the offer. But as soon as they left the guild, a young lady stopped them, asking where they were going. A stranger nearby asked Hilda if this was the Heavy Knight. Hilda pointed her finger at the young man and told her teacher that it was he who had taken the money from her with his dirty trick. Elma and Black Flame Blade looked at each other silently. Seeing the heavy gaze of the young man, the hero immediately realized that this was definitely a blade of black flame. It was a thin and pale man with a long sword and a sheath. Black Flame Blade introduced himself as A-rank adventurer Mage Knight Karos. Karos said that after hearing Hilda's story, he wanted to meet them in person. The adventurer asked if Elma had really tricked her into giving him money. Tension arose between the guys. The hero understood that the blade of black flame was almost a walking bomb, and it certainly couldn't compare to him in terms of power right now. After a short pause, the young man replied that Hilda had threatened him and wanted to take his mithril sword by force, so they decided to have a duel, in which he won fairly, without any cheating. Karos looked coldly into the young man's eyes. Elma also kept an unperturbed look. Karos began to walk slowly towards Elma. The knight said that everything turned out as he thought. Hilda looked questioningly at her mentor. Karos walked up to Hilda and gave her a strong slap on the back of the head. The girl screamed in pain and asked the teacher why he hit her. Carlos confirmed Hilda's suspicions and explained that this was why he wanted to meet. He admitted that he did not want to be a teacher. Hilda began to cry and Carlos sighed heavily. The man bowed to Elma and said that these words would only sound like shirking responsibility. He had not kept an eye on her and she had caused them trouble. Karos apologized to the boys. His words confused Elma. The young man replied that Karos should not apologize and said that he should have been smarter too. But he simply fell for the provocation. After that, the young man wanted to say something about money. Carlos said he was new and didn't know people well, but he could read them. He praised Elma, which made him feel embarrassed. Then he returned to the question of money, which embarrassed the young man. Carlos said that Hilda should grow up and not get the money back, because it was her fault. He added that it would be good for her to feel the bitterness of defeat. Hilda was shocked and the young man sadly agreed. After this, Karos said that he would have one more request. The adventurer asked the guys if they could discuss it over dinner. After some time, the guys came to the restaurant and Elma asked Karos what he wanted to discuss. Karos ate his lunch slowly. He said that recently there were too many high-level monsters and holes appearing around this city. The adventurer added that the hole that was recently cleared also had a boss evolution that shouldn't have happened. Karos did not know whether this was a simple coincidence or someone had specifically fulfilled the conditions of evolution. The man said that in order to check this, he decided to conduct his own investigation inside. Elma cautiously assumed that Karos was talking about a deep tunnel. Karos smiled. He knew that a great adventurer like Elma would immediately understand what he was talking about. The man added that he had been busy with this investigation for the past 2 weeks trying to conquer the dungeon alone. Elma confusedly clarified that nothing worked. He remembered that Karos was an A-rank adventurer. Karos replied that there were so many monsters now, so many that it was almost impossible to get through it alone. Increase in the number of monsters. This sometimes happens with dream holes. The number of monsters becomes simply prohibitive, and it becomes almost impossible to pass it with one small group or even alone. Elma realized that evolution was not the only problem after all. Something or someone was definitely causing one disaster after another. The young man said anxiously that if the number of disasters did not decrease in the future, monsters would increasingly come out and people would not be able to live in this area. A frightened Lucy said that Elma was exaggerating, but Carlos coolly agreed with him. He concluded that it was time to get down to business. Black Flame Blade invited Elma and Lucy to join his raid. They are going to clear the Crypt of Sorrows, and he will need their help in this matter. Lucy and Elma listened attentively to the adventurer's proposal. Lucy asked her companion what they would do. Elma said that such decisions could not be made here and now, and suggested that Karos had reasons for being in such a hurry. Elma realized that they would be led by an A-rank adventurer. He was teaching Hilda, but he didn't seem reckless enough to just rush into hell. Something was wrong here. The boy clenched his fist and said that they should go. Lucy nodded approvingly. If there really is something terrible happening in this world, he has to stop it. After all, only he, who came into this world with memories of the magic world, is capable of this. Hilda clapped her hands happily and said that it had been a long time since she had fought side by side with a teacher. Carlos answered hesitantly that it was better not to push forward with her new equipment. The answer surprised Hilda. Soon the group came to a dark forest. There were many people in the detachment. In the front rows were Carlos, Elma, Lucy, and Hilda. All the guys were serious except for one archer and a sorceress. Elma and Lucy, under the command of Carlos, set out to raid the Crypt of Sorrow to find the cause of the brewing disaster there. A group of adventurers walked through a dark, dense forest. Elma noted the speed of gathering high-class adventurers due to the guild's influence. Lucy guessed that the A-rankers trusted the guild and were willing to help. At this moment, Hilda was walking next to the squad leader. She asked her teacher if they really needed these losers. Hilda haughtily stated that they could have handled it themselves if they had a couple of healers. Karos turned to the girl and said that they had better gather more people so that the situation would not get worse. Hilda said that everything was fine since they only needed meat. The two adventurers watched the pair in front. The masked man asked his companion why the black flame blade student was holding a scythe. He replied that he didn't know, perhaps she had opened a skill tree for the scythe. Lucy, walking next to the heavy knight Elma, asked him why Carlos took this little brat, Hilda, as a student. Hilda suddenly appeared right next to Lucy and angrily replied that this little thing could hear everything. Her attitude scared Lucy. The girl quickly grabbed her head and apologized, then added that she had expressed herself incorrectly. Carlos pointed out that the title of teacher was an exaggeration. Hilda, angry, suddenly looked at Carlos submissively, and Elma and Lucy decided that she looked more like a pet. Carlos mentioned that he used to think his class was the best. Carlos turned his back on the guys and said that in reality they had nothing but enormous firepower, and without teamwork the guild would have fallen apart long ago and the Adventurer Society would have rotted. Hilda listened to Carlos's monologue with interest. The man added that he had already seen what loneliness leads to. Elma agreed with Carlos, recalling the greed of the mage knights in the magic world. Carlos noted that impatience interferes with mutual understanding and admitted that he knows this firsthand. You can't build success on the suffering of others. No one will mourn the death of an egoist. Carlos added that he could have used someone by his side to teach him this earlier. Carlos concluded that he had decided to take Hilda so that she would not repeat his mistakes. His words made Lucy and Elma happy and Hilda a little embarrassed. Hilda proudly said that her teacher saw strength and a kind heart in her, after which she made fun of the young man. Elma responded by saying that it would be a good idea for her to adopt her teacher's character and modesty. This excited Hilda and amused Carlos. The squad began to approach the cemetery. Lucy admitted that she finds it hard to imagine Carlos going through something so terrible. Elma suggested that Carlos not tell everything in front of Hilda. Lucy agreed with him, after which the commander asked the boys to stop. The squad stopped in front of a dark section of the cemetery. Carlos added that they were under attack. A horde of monsters jumped out of the cemetery, crazy wolves and skeletal birds of level 52. Lucy was surprised by the level of the enemies. Carlos commanded to prepare for battle, warning that the monsters from the dream hole were attacking. As soon as the monsters approached the squad, Carlos instantly killed one of the wolves. One of the wolves began to rapidly approach Elma and Lucy. The young man repelled the wolf's attack and ordered Lucy to act. The girl stabbed the wolf with her dagger. The wolf instantly fell dead and was debuffed with poison. Lucy shouted to her partner that the poison had worked. Elma replied that it was excellent and pointed out that the poison worked on the first hit. The poison imposes a new weapon on Lucy. It synergizes perfectly with her great luck. If in this world it works the same way as in the game, then it also slows down the speed of the poisoned enemy. Lucy intended to finish off the enemy, but the wolf was pierced by an arrow. Lucy received 174 experience points. The wolf was finished off by one of the adventurers. He snorted arrogantly and looked at Lucy. Elma said that the enemies were still coming and they needed to reduce their numbers. Lucy agreed with him. The squad continued to fight the monsters. After a while, the guys killed all the monsters. Lucy exhaled and said that the enemies were gone. Elma noted that it was a warm greeting and asked what was waiting for them inside. The young man was glad that the old man managed to finish his equipment on time. Now the weak, heavy knight in ordinary armor was left behind. Elma complimented the effect on Lucy's dagger and asked if she was okay after being injured. Lucy replied that she was slightly injured by the new weapon, but felt fine and asked if she should use a health potion. Behind the girl stood a healer who was using her healing skill. This surprised Lucy greatly. The girl turned to the healer and timidly thanked her. However, she did not know her name and hesitated a little. The girl who healed Lucy introduced herself as Mabel, a monk and sea crank adventurer. She happily announced that she would be helping them as a healer and expressed her pleasure in working with B-ranks. Elma walked up to the girls and smiled. Then they introduced themselves to Mabel and said that they were new. A trusted man took on the role of healer. The archer who had shot Lucy's wolf came over and chided the group for wasting mana on trifles even though they hadn't entered yet. Elma, Lucy, and Mabel watched him in silence. Celt's gaze was hard. Elma realized that he was a B-rank adventurer, a hunter. There were many high-level members in the raid. The Celt warned that if they were to waste mana, it would be better to just watch. Otherwise, there would not be enough mana. Mabel apologized, admitting that she had not thought of that. Elma looked sternly at the hunter. The hero angrily said that it was the right decision. There were a lot of enemies, and it was stupid to drag out the fight. It was better to reduce their number as quickly as possible. Elma added that he didn't need to beat around the bush if he had come simply to insult his comrades. The Celt replied that the young man didn't understand anything. It was a raid, and it was likely to drag on. Their quarrel scared the girls a little. The Celt also added that they are going there not only to explore what is inside this dungeon. The Celt frowned deeply and told Elma that he did not need to make excuses for himself and called the heavy knight Elma just a newbie. The hero looked at the archer angrily. A heavy atmosphere arose between the adventurers. Elma angrily said that they had earned the same right to be here. If he was going to provoke them, then he should not approach them at all. This made Celt laugh a little. Even before they went inside, they had already started arguing about mana consumption, but he was wrong. They were vanguard fighters. The vanguard takes the brunt of the enemy's attack, while the Celt is from the rear guard. But for some reason he came to assert his rights. The Celt passed by Elma and patted the young man on the shoulder. He told the hero that if he did what he wanted, he would make a bad impression. The hunter reminded him that he would also have his back. The Celt approached the carcass of the dead wolf. Elma stood angrily near the girls. The Celt looked at the guys and said that they have a rule here that the loot goes to the one who deals the last blow, so he will take this. Lucy timidly said that it was thanks to her that he had fallen out. Elma replied that Celt should do what he wanted. The young man advised Mabel to ignore the Celt, as he had only come to provoke them. The nun replied that it was all right. She often encountered such people in groups. The girl grinned evilly, offering to treat Celt only occasionally so that he would become as smooth as silk. Then she offered friendship to the boys, embarrassing Elma and Lucy. They agreed, and Lucy added that she wanted to be friends too. While the squad was walking to the hole, they encountered the undead several more times and finally found themselves at the entrance to the Crypt of Sorrow. It was an old, ruined church. Seeing it, Elma said that this was the place they needed. A vortex of mana flows opened up in front of the squad. Carlos explained that their mission was to effectively explore the inside. To do this, they would split into 5 groups and go their separate ways. The setting of each dungeon is randomly generated. Adventurers who go exploring make maps and sell them to the guild. Carlos added that once everyone had finished investigating, they would gather together and kill the king, and they would split the reward from the boss. He added that they shouldn't worry because the guild would also reward each of them. Carlos said that the local Dream King was a bone knight, and only by uniting could they win. He warned that the dungeon was dangerous to take lightly. The squad listened attentively. Carlos added that they would handle the process of dividing into groups on their own. Hilda excitedly told Carlos that he simply had to take her into his team. Carlos warily replied that with her current equipment, he couldn't give her to other teams, and he was her teacher. The Celt approached the boys arrogantly and told them not to get under his feet. Lucy and Elma looked at the hunter angrily. Mabel approached the boys cheerfully and said that she was glad to have their company. Lucy happily responded in kind. The nun happily declared that Elma was reliable, as was evident from his appearance, and Celt was experienced, so they would cope. Celt arrogantly said that the girl was thinking correctly and it was important for them to show respect. The Celt walked smugly into the depths of the dungeon. Mabel happily told him that she respected those who were older than her and would listen to their advice. The Celt smugly said that this was not surprising because he was, after all, of higher rank. Mabel smiled nastily and quietly said that she would act as he said. She would not waste mana just like that. Just a little. But she would not let him die. Lucy asked Elma in confusion if everything was okay with the girl. The young man hesitantly suggested that they wouldn't be stabbed in the back after all. The group entered a dark and damp crypt of sorrow, reminiscent of a graveyard. Elma, Lucy, and Mabel walked in front, and Celt followed behind. The boys had mixed feelings about this crypt. Lucy, shaking with fear, carefully took Elma by his cloak. She said that no matter how you look at this place, it is creepy. Elma replied that he did not like this place. He asked his friend if she found the place creepy. Lucy added that the stone steel alone already frightens her. They looked at the statue, which looked incredibly creepy. Elma looked around and realized that Lucy was right and there was definitely something wrong here. He played the game a lot, and the difference was really noticeable. Mabel cheerfully reminded them that their goal was to destroy monsters and explore the dungeon. The nun advised them not to think too much, because the past was unknown. Lucy agreed with her friend. The Celt told the heavy knight to move forward. He specified what would happen if they were suddenly attacked and the healer was caught in the attack. The Celt added haughtily that Elma did not fully understand how to fulfill her role. The hunter hoped that the knight would not get in the way. The hunter acted very haughtily and looked down on Elma. Elma glared at his companion. He knew that heavy knights had low mobility, and if he went forward, he would not be able to retreat back to his group in case of an emergency. The hero understood that it was pointless to argue with Celt. Because he had been doing things his own way all this time and quite successfully, it would be difficult to hammer something new into his head. Plus, it would only make him more angry. The Celt smiled nastily. Elma sharply focused his attention on the dark passage in front of the squad. Some noise was heard from afar. The hero took a fighting stance and informed his allies that there were monsters ahead. Everyone immediately scattered into a line and took out their weapons, preparing for battle. 4 level 55 mummy toads with 147 HP and 99 MP appeared ahead. Lucy was pleased with the monsters' normal appearance, but Elma warned her not to underestimate them based on their appearance. The toads rushed into battle. One of the toads nimbly skipped past Elma, which confused Mabel and Celt. They tensed up. Elma cast shadow suppression on a passing frog, pinning it to the ground. When another toad jumped at him, he reacted in time and knocked it back with shield bash. Elma turned and gave Lucy the signal to act. The girl instantly understood everything and lunged forward. The jester was able to wound the toad. The Celt was surprised and mockingly asked if this boy was not just a walking shield. He added that they could do something. Mabel said in confusion that it would be hard for them alone against 4 opponents. The girl added that she was using attack magic. The Celt interrupted the girl and said that there was no need for that. The hunter rushed forward and drew his bow, telling the nun to conserve her mana. The healer shouted at him not to run too far ahead, because they could reach him. The Celt leaped forward and shot an arrow straight at the toad's forehead. The arrow hit the toad's head perfectly. Elma turned around and shouted that the undead did not react to damage and that Celt would not be able to throw it back. The mummy toad and the hunter flew towards each other. Suddenly, the Celt reached for his dagger. With a precise swing of the knife, the hunter hit the monster's head. The Celt left the knife in the monster's skull and kicked it. Thanks to this, the hunter was able to jump back and push the toad back. The toad landed on its feet. The shooter shouted at Lucy not to stand there like a pillar and called her a buffoon. Lucy timidly confirmed his words and used the skill Acrobatics. With this skill, she defeated the monster and received 639 experience points. Jumping back, Celt hissed and suggested that the boys thought he was incompetent. He added that there were only 3 enemies left. Elma looked at Celt and thought that he did not allow the mage to attack and suddenly went into close combat, probably to take loot and experience. Elma concluded that Celt did not become a B-rank adventurer for nothing. Behind the archer stood the mummy toad, loading a ranged attack in its mouth. The Celt suddenly turned and became afraid. The Celt didn't have time to react to the frog's attack and received damage to his shoulder from the poisonous spit skill. The Celt cursed the frog and received a debuff from the poison. The Celt nervously asked the healer if she had a poison cure. Mabel replied timidly that she could not help him. This greatly surprised the hunter Celt. Mabel added that healing poison is a long spell. If she doesn't keep an eye on Lucy's health, she could get seriously hurt and their vanguard could collapse. The Celt angrily replied that their vanguard would not lose so easily and that they had time for this. Mabel said that besides, this spell costs a lot of mana if used in battle. Her words angered the Celt. The hunter exhaled and said that he heard her. The hunter looked at the nun and assumed that she was refusing to heal him because she was afraid that he would take all the loot. The hunter smiled nastily and said that he would share the loot with her. The Celt asked what she would say about that. Mabel felt awkward. Elma realized that the hunter was using the carrot and stick tactic and was really ready to take the plunge. The healer calmly replied that she could not do that. She added that she understood that he had much more experience in exploring dungeons. But as a healer, she is responsible for the lives of her comrades and his life is currently out of danger. Mabel confidently repeated that her priority now was the vanguard and it was her duty to protect them. She drew her staff and prepared to use spells if necessary. Elma looked at the girl and smiled. He decided that this was a worthy answer of a real healer and he underestimated her. The Celt hissed indignantly and turned away from his comrades. The nun looked at the upset hunter. A gloating expression appeared on her face, which confused Elma a little after he thought about his words. Lucy smiled at her ally and admitted that at first she seemed a little scary to her, but now she sees kindness and reliability in her. Elma remembered her promise to save Mana. All the monsters were defeated. Elma and Lucy stood confidently on their feet. The boys had received a total of 1,932 experience points. Celt hissed and asked enviously if they had taken all the loot for themselves. Mabel waved to the boys behind Celt. After this, the hunter turned sharply towards the healer and she immediately stopped waving. The nun offered to heal, but Lucy refused and Elma chose a potion. He believed that potions help healers conserve mana and remembered Lucy's advice to examine the magic stones. Lucy looked at the loot that fell from the toads and noticed that they were some strange things. Zombie mushrooms fell from the mummified toads. Their cost is 400,000. This is a mushroom with a specific smell. It contains poison that can turn insects or small animals into zombies. The Celt noticed that there were suspiciously many of these mushrooms. He awkwardly asked what the drop rate was. Lucy wondered if anyone would buy such things. Elma replied that it was a good material used in alchemy. The hunter Celt watched the cheerful guys discussing the loot with envy. The hunter came closer to the allies and said that he had enough. Mabel turned her attention to him. The shooter added that he considered her a minor monk and he was wrong. The nun clarified what the Celt was talking about. The hunter replied that he wanted to measure up and he understood perfectly well why she didn't want to treat him. The Celt added that she was coddling those two. Elma and Lucy listened to their comrade's conversation with interest. The Celt said that she didn't even pay attention to him and he hated being an outcast. The hunter added that he wasn't stupid enough to make enemies in the dungeon. After that, the adventurer reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. The Celt reached into his bag for some loot. He added that they needed to get along with each other. His behavior angered Elm. He realized that the hunter wanted to bribe her. Mabel screamed angrily that Celt was making her really angry. Tears appeared in the healer's eyes, and she responded aggressively that she had been entrusted with the lives of other people, and she was chosen to be a healer in a large raid. The guild will give her a special reward anyway, and that will be enough for her. The Celt stopped looking for loot in the bag. The girl angrily added that they were all risking their lives here and she understood his feeling of getting more than the others. The healer concluded that she did not deny his politics, but she should not involve her in her ideas. The Celt timidly asked why she suddenly started shouting. He said that all Kank rank adventurers are the same. They believe in something right. His words offended the girl. The Celt angrily said that they were finished talking and ordered them to go to the tower. Celt and Mabel stood with their backs to each other, tension hanging between the boys. Elma turned anxiously to Mabel. The girl, wiping away tears, said that this often happens in groups. They constantly try to bribe the healer. But if the healer agrees, it is the end for the whole group. Elma and Lucy looked at their upset ally in silence. The nun smiled and said that she couldn't show hostility. It prevented her from keeping a cool head, an iron rule for healers. Elma timidly replied that everything was clear to him and that she could say nothing more. Elma felt that she had battle experience behind her, that she was a steadfast and experienced healer. The guys studied the map for a while. Kelt wondered what kind of route this was and what the guild was thinking about. He looked at the map. Quite a few monsters had already leaked out of this crypt. Most likely this route was specially indicated to reduce the number of monsters in the dungeon. The guys went on. Elma turned towards the hunter and agreed that the route was indeed strange. The Telt studied the map with the marks of the monsters he had encountered: a mummy toad, mad dogs, and a white bird. They seemed to be circling in one place, but in fact they were following the route of the monsters. Elma realized that he still didn't know the exact reason. He also noticed that Kelt was writing down quite a lot, which he certainly didn't expect from a hunter. The Kelt nervously scratched his head and said that he wasn't used to walking back and forth through the damn mine, and the guild still irritated him more. He added that they could be cornered by monsters in almost every place here. The Kelt turned his head towards Elma and said that they would take the shortest route to the meeting place. Elma objected that they couldn't deal with the monsters that way. He asked if Kelt wanted to ignore the tasks. The hunter replied that Elma didn't understand anything and asked what the problem was with returning home alive. Mabel said, confused, that she understood their desire to be loyal to the guild, but sometimes it was better to actually break the rules. Elma looked at the girl silently. The hero said that Kelt was indeed right. The route was indeed strange. He awkwardly added that he would leave the change of route to him. The Kelt replied nervously that they should have listened to him from the beginning. The boys entered some strange room. The Kelt said that it was great and they just had to go straight ahead. The hunter told the heavy knight that they needed to go left next. Elma asked if Kelt was sure of his choice of path. He reminded him that he had previously suggested going to the right. Elma noted that they were going in zigzags. Kelt was indignant, accusing the map of being wrong. Elma suggested going back, fearing getting lost. The Kelt was offended, thinking that Elma was questioning his ability to navigate. The hunter blamed the guild for the bad map and pointed the way to the left. Lucy watched the situation with concern. Soon, the group entered a room with skulls on the walls. Lucy, scared, asked if it was a dream. Elma remembered such rooms from the game and assumed that it was not related to the anomaly. Elma said mockingly that he would be more afraid now, why they, according to their elder, had reached a dead end with walls of skulls. His words angered Kelt. Elma added that they had better go back before the monsters came. The hero admitted the guild's mistake, not Kelt's, since the maps were created based on the testimony of various adventurers. However, this did not make the situation any less serious. He hoped that everything would work out. The Kelt looked at the map unfriendly. He clicked his tongue and was very dissatisfied with the Adventurers Guild, because they made a poor quality map, so nothing is clear. The hunter looked at his allies and said that they would return to their original route. At this point, they were a little confused. Elma assumed that the original route was also suspicious. The map could be wrong, and because of that they might not even reach the meeting place. He made a nervous face because at least that's what it seemed to him. The Kelt walked towards the exit, angry at the guild. Elma asked if he would lead them. Lucy wished for a guide who would not get lost even among free pine trees. The Kelt, scratching his head and looking at the map, became embarrassed and angry. He furiously asked who was whispering behind his back and suggested that the man come out and tell him everything to his face. Elma and Lucy looked sadly at their ally. The girl quietly whispered to Elma and noted that Kelt was very hot-tempered and vulnerable. The jester assumed that he had some kind of complex. The hunter looked angrily at the girl, and she laughed nervously, as if she had not said anything. After that, Kelt heard something strange. He turned towards the sound and told the boys to stay put. The hunter reached for the bow hanging on his back and added that a monster was coming towards them. The young man looked straight into the dark passage. The squad was very surprised and immediately prepared for battle. They all took a fighting stance at once. A silhouette of a large monster appeared from the darkness. The hunter aimed at the enemy. A giant, sewn from human bodies, came out to the squad. He was very muscular, had no head, and held swords in 3 hands. Seeing this monster, Kelt panicked greatly, and a grimace of horror was visible on his face. Lucy was afraid of the monster and asked what kind of monster it was. It was a monster called Patchwork. It was level 67, had 228 health, and 66 mana points. Elma said tensely that it was Patchkit, the keeper of the Crypt of Sorrow, who always appears in the dungeon. Patchwork has a ton of detection skills and roams the dungeon to hunt adventurers. When there are 20 or more adventurers in the dungeon at the same time, they encountered him at this impasse. To put it mildly, they were unlucky. When encountering Patchwork, groups usually flee, creating a creepy atmosphere in the dungeon. The constant threat of pursuit and the monster's repulsive appearance increase fear. But in this situation, the monks and heavy knights are slow and they are at a dead end. The boys watch the monster anxiously. Elma squeezed his sword in his hand. The young man calmly suggested to take down the monster, taking a fighting stance with a sword. The boys were surprised. The Celt thought that Elma had gone crazy. The monk was sweating, and Lucy looked at the monster with confidence. The hero shouted to Celt to stand behind him as now. Celt is between Elma and the monster. The hunter replied that this was not a bad option. He added that Elma said this because he lacked speed, and he ran fast. Celt prepared to make a dash. Elma shouted for him to stop. Using the rabbit run, the hunter circled the monster, causing displeasure to Elma and surprise to the girls. The Celt justified himself by saying that a quick escape would help distract the monster, giving the others a chance to escape. Behind the hunter stood another Patchwork. He did not pay attention to the monster because he was talking to the squad. When Celt noticed the second enemy, he panicked. Cold sweat appeared on his face, but Celt stared silently at the second Patchwork, who was about to strike. He panicked when he realized that another monster was standing in front of him. The next moment, Patchwork launched a sweeping horizontal blow at the hunter's body. He wounded him in the stomach and threw him back. The Celt winced in pain. The shooter fell to the floor and screamed in pain. Lucy was surprised to notice that Patchwork was not alone. Elma said anxiously that it was because of the strange behavior of the monsters. Mabel screamed in fear that they could not cope with two enemies. At this time, the Celt was lying on the floor and covering his wounded stomach with his hand. He repeated that it was very painful. Blood was oozing from the wound, and the young man's body was shaking from the pain. Elma seriously told Lucy that he would distract the monsters. Then the young man ordered Mabel to quickly heal the wounded archer Celt. The nun replied that there was another enemy between them and she would not be able to save him. She added anxiously that if she healed him, he would immediately start running away. The Celt slowly crawled to the corner of the room, bleeding. The healer angrily exclaimed that the hunter was a thief and a coward who despised his friends and deserved his fate. The Celt writhed in pain, sweat streaming down his face. Elma calmly replied that the hunter Celt certainly did not deserve to die, and even one person could change the situation now. He looked straight at the monsters and was ready to go into battle. He agreed that Celt could try to escape again, but they had no choice but to bet on his honor. At this time, Celt was gulping air with his last strength. Mabel wanted to say that if the three of them did everything right, then everything would work out. But Elma interrupted her. The young man screamed and thought that nothing would come of it. The knight prepared to rush forward and said that he would draw their attention to himself. Mabel anxiously replied that she understood everything and asked, "How is he going to hold back two rags?" Lucy ran quickly at the enemy from the knight's side, signaling Elma on the way that she was nearby and ready to act. Elma turned his attention to his partner, after which she jumped up. Elma used the shield bash skill to allow the jester to make a quick dash forward. This turn of events greatly surprised the healer. Lucy ran past the monster. He didn't even notice her. At this time, Patchwork began to swing at the hunter Celt who was lying on the floor. The young man turned around and saw the monster standing right above him. This greatly frightened Celt, and he was already prepared to say goodbye to life. The next moment, Lucy, who was behind the monster, dealt him a strong blow to the spine. Then she struck again with the dagger. Patchwork turned his attention to the girl and began to swing his sword. The jester pushed herself off the monster's back to the side, thereby avoiding the blow. Lucy landed carefully a little further away from the monster, but kept her eyes on the monster. The Celt shouted nervously that his allies were stupid and they would all die with him. Lucy replied that Elma was too kind, but she believed him and knew that they had a chance. The girl added that she will follow him no matter what. He always extends a helping hand to those in trouble. Lucy confidently summed up that this is just the kind of person he is. Her confidence greatly surprised the hunter. He didn't even know what to answer to her words. The girl declared that she was less kind than Elma. and threatened to plunge a poisonous knife into Kelt's back if he tried to escape again. She confidently aimed the dagger at the boy. The Celt clenched his fist in despair. He nervously shouted that they couldn't fight the three-armed god of death with it. This monster was almost stronger than the local king of sleep. After that, he added that there were two of them. One of the rags struck Elma, but the heavy knight was able to successfully block it. The Celt shouted that they would all definitely die here. Maybelle agreed with the hunter and said that with their strength, there was no way they could cope with both of them. Elma continued to fight the ragdoll one-on-one. The young man shouted that he would take on this monster and the three of them would take down the second one. Mabel replied anxiously that it was impossible to do it alone. Elma confidently said that he was a heavy knight and his job was to distract the enemy. The nun wanted to object, but the knight interrupted the girl and said that she should act faster. At the same time, Lucy was fighting another monster. Elma added that she should protect the wounded Celt and Lucy. This is the best option. The girl confidently answered that she understood everything and ran towards her allies. Finally, she looked at the knight and said that they would kill the monster and come to his aid. As the healer ran past the monster, the patchwork creature furiously ran after her. Heavy Knight Elma noticed this and used the skill Shadow Suppression to step on the monster's shadow, thus chaining him to the ground. With the power of his skill, he was able to stop and knock the monster to the ground. The hero screamed from the effort. Elma pointed the blade at the lying rag and said menacingly that he was his opponent. Elma lunged towards his enemy and swung his sword. Patchwork did not stay aside. He aimed his sword towards the heavy knight. The swords of the fighters crossed. Elma gritted his teeth and noticed that he had blocked the monster's first sword. Patchwork began to swing his second sword. At the moment of impact, the young man jumped up and avoided the monster's blow, noting at the same time that it was the second blade of the patch. Standing above the monster, Elma saw how the monster was preparing to strike with the third sword. The hero parried the ragdoll's blow and prepared for something when he realized that it was the monster's third blow. A magic circle formed in front of the patch. After that, Elma kicked the monster, thus jumping back. The monster used the skill Death Sword. A powerful wave flew from the magic circle, heading towards the knight. Elma instantly focused and pointed his blade towards the wave. The young man managed to cut the monster's skill in half and avoid being hit. The monster's blow was reflected on the floor. Patchwork began to prepare the next attack against the boy. Elma understood that on the fourth strike he would use the Sword of Death. This is a melee attack that activates very quickly and is extremely powerful attacks. Due to his large size and 3 arms, his attacks have a large radius of attack in addition to being destructive. Elma understood that he was not an opponent he could fight one-on-one. The hero shouted at Lucy to always move and dodge to the left of the enemy so as not to stand still. Lucy was struggling to fight the patch and was very tense, but she heard Elma's order. Elma told Celt and Mabelli to attack the monster from afar and Lucy to defend herself and dodge. Patchwork chased the girl, threatening her with a sword, and she became scared. The girl used the skill Acrobatics to avoid the blow. She jumped back from the wall several times. The monster's blade hit the wall. After Lucy flew up with the skill, she landed behind the monster. Lucy agreed and told the knight that she would do everything she could. Elma looked at her comrade approvingly. The jester quickly increased the distance between her and the enemy. Seeing this, the Celt screamed and grabbed his head. The hunter screamed emotionally and instantly fired several arrows into the ragdoll's back. Maybelle said emotionally that she was attacking and used the skill Ice. The patch's back was hit by many pieces of ice and arrows. Elma realized that they could afford to drag out the fight. He concluded that the patchwork is a monster that specializes in close combat. It is slow and cannot attack in ranged combat. His weakness is mobile opponents. Behind the young man stood a monster who was swinging his arm to strike the enemy. This greatly confused the knight. He realized that he was the only one with problems here. Patchwork launched a strike at Elma, but the heavy knight was able to successfully block it. A fast sword fight began between the patch and Elma. In order to fight the monster on equal terms, the hero used the skill Parry. He parried the monster's strong blow and saw his chance to attack back. The fight was not easy for the young man. The hero focused, dashed forward, and struck the monster in the side. As soon as Elma turned around, he saw the skill Death Sword flying towards him. Fortunately, the young man managed to block the enemy's attack with his shield. The monster's skill sent the heavy knife flying backwards. Patchwork began to charge up his next attack. The monster used the skill Death Sword. Elma barely blocked the monster's skill with his shield. The heavy knight couldn't withstand the power of the enemy's skill and flew back. This scared Lucy. She excitedly called Elma. The hero's shield flew away. The monster calmly looked at the enemy, anticipating victory. Elma was lying on the floor in front of the rag. The monster was watching his opponent's actions closely. Soon the young man came to his senses after the blow and exhaled after the blow. He rose up. The monster prepared to attack the hero. Elma looked piercingly at the monster. The monster rushed towards the adventurer. Lucy, sitting on the wall, carefully watched the progress of her friend's battle. The girls shouted to her comrade to be careful. Elma crouched down and suddenly electrified lightning appeared around his body. The young man focused and activated the skill, Dying Dragon's Fury. With the power he gained from the skill, the hero managed to block 2 of the monster's swords at once. Elma, straining, parried the blows of 3 of the ragdoll's swords and confidently declared his imminent victory. Lucy watched the fight from above. The young man, engulfed in electric discharges, was determined to win. Elma knocked the sword away from the monster with a blow, leaving it unarmed. The monster was confused. Elma pointed his blade at the enemy and declared that the forces were now equal. The monster recovered and entered the battle. Patchwork and Elma actively fought with swords. The young man repelled the monster's attack and delivered a deep blow. Elma prepared for a new attack, raising the blade above his head. The heavy knight struck the patch, but the monster managed to block the blow with one hand. The enemy suddenly decided to attack the hero with the sword in his other hand. Elma managed to see the monster's attack, but did not have time to parry it. The young man was thrown aside by the monster's blow. The hero was almost pinned to the wall. Elma gripped the sword tightly in his hand and rushed straight at the monster with all his might. Patchwork managed to block Elma's swing with 2 swords. The hero realized that in order to defeat the patch he needed to use the rage of the dying dragon. The monster and the heavy knight Elma tried to overcome each other for a long time. Patchwork began to use the skill Death Sword. The young man managed to notice this and smirked because of it. The hero jumped back and blocked the Death Sword. He needed it to use up all his mana. Elma knew that 18 units of mana were needed to use the Sword of Death. The Patchwork one had 12 units of mana and 90 units of health out of 228 points. The heavy knight made a circular strike and knocked out 2 of the patch's swords. The monster's blades fell to the floor. Elma told the patch that now he would regret not having a 4th arm. Elma finished off the monster by delivering a deep blow to its chest. The hero received 4,949 experience points and his level increased from 64 to 66. The young man concluded that the first monster was ready. Lucy watched the second patch carefully. Kelt and Mabel continued to hit the monster in its back. The monster turned to the adventurers who were attacking it. Feeling the monster's gaze, Mabel and Kelt became alarmed. Lucy suddenly blocked the retreat. The monster struck the jester, but the girl managed to jump out of the way of the blow. Lucy distracted the monster's attention while Kelt continued to shoot the ragdoll in the back. The nun angrily shouted at Kelt to take at least a step forward since Lucy was already fighting at the limit of her abilities. The Kelt responded aggressively that if he jumped towards him now, he would fall on his sword. The archer reminded him that the hunter was a ranged class. The healer angrily added that if she ran out of mana, they would all die here. The Kelt said that if they ran out of mana, then they would think. But for now, he would prefer to live. Elma looked at his comrades seriously. He saw that Lucy was clearly having a hard time, and if they kept up the pace, they would avoid deaths. Elma's companions drained his health to half, and he could only use the Sword of Death once. The hero realized that if he joined them, then victory would be theirs. He rushed to help the guys. Lucy was in danger. The monster aimed his sword at her. Elma realized that she was too late to help. Realizing the inevitability of the blow, the girl closed her eyes and braced herself, holding the poisonous dagger forward. Patchwork struck the jester and the girl was thrown aside. Lucy crashed into the wall and fell to the floor. Kelt and Mabel realized that Lucy would not be able to dodge the next one. Lucy lay helpless in front of the monster. Elma shouted that he wouldn't have time to protect her from the monster's attack and ordered Lucy to run. The monster used the skilled death sword towards Lucy. The Celt became very nervous. The Celt used a bunny jump, pushing Lucy away from the monster, surprising her. He called himself a noble coward, reminding her of the girl's help, and urged her to be more careful for the sake of survival in B rank. The Celt took a large amount of damage from the patchwork skill Death Sword and writhed in pain. The blow landed directly on the youth's body. Lucy screamed the hunter's name in fear. Elma, without losing his composure, praised his comrade and dealt a crushing blow to the monster. The heavy knight's blow knocked off the monster's arm. After defeating the patchwork, the hero received 2478 experience points. The nun ran up to the wounded Celt and shouted that he was not moving. Lucy was upset and admitted that she blamed him for his selfishness, but now she realized that he saved her. The defeated hunter lay silently on the floor. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence, and the girls cried and looked at the body of the Celt. Elma calmly noted that he understood what Celt was striving for. Mabel was indignant, surprised by his calmness because his comrade had died before his eyes. The knight calmly replied that Celt was alive, which greatly surprised the girl. Suddenly, the Celt hissed and began to rise from the floor. The hunter said that he lost consciousness for a second and ordered the monk to heal him. The nun looked at her surviving ally with tears in her eyes. The girl happily thanked God for the Celt's survival. Elma explained that the experience for killing was divided 4 ways, and hunters had a passive skill called Play Dead, which allowed them to feign death and lose consciousness when dealt a fatal blow. The Celt indignantly asked Elma if he considered him a pretender. He reminded him of how he threw himself on the sword, adding that without this passive he would have died. Elma sighed tiredly. Lucy and Mabel were confused. After the battle, the brave adventurers had almost no health and mana left, so they has to go to the meeting place. They walk along a long, dark corridor, which is accompanied by huge arches. Various creatures fly around the castle halls, and monsters that look like ferocious wolves walk around. The Celt quietly peers out from around the corner to check out the surroundings. The Celt advises to turn right as monsters' footsteps are heard on the left. Elma asks how he determined this. Celt explains his abilities: keen hearing, sixth sense, and stealth. Mabel is surprised he didn't mention it before. The Celt is angry, not understanding why he was told about this. He is afraid that he will be forced to work until exhaustion. The girl is ready to cry, considering this wrong. Whether an adventurer is a swordsman, a monk, or a hunter, everyone hides their strengths to gain an advantage in any given situation. The Celt says that it doesn't matter anymore, because he's going to lead the guys out of this dungeon. The hunter turns to Elma, and the swordsman turns his attention to him a few moments later. The hunter says that Elma is a normal guy after all. The Celt admits that he is the only one who behaved like a complete asshole. The guy did not think that Elma was able to defeat this giant on her own. Elma, with a clear smile on her face, says that in any case it was not easy for him. The swordsman admits that he even envies Celt a little because he has a wonderful opportunity to fight his opponent so openly. Suddenly, Lucy rushes towards the swordsman and grabs him by the belt. The girl screams that she will not give it up. The Celt is perplexed and asks with sincere surprise what the girl could possibly be thinking. The Celt suddenly turns sharply to the side, and Elma, noticing this gesture, asks what happened. The hunter's sixth sense kicked in. He stood alert and looked towards the source of the sound. Mabel asks the hunter about the sixth sense. The Celt explains that the sixth sense is a skill that warns the hunter about danger, monsters, and objects that are near him. The Celt smiles contentedly and says that there is a rare item next to them. The Celt must decide whether to take the fatal blow. If he does, the ability cannot be used again. If he does not, his comrades may be offended. The Celt sits down by the wall of skulls. The Celt concentrates and after a moment says that he may be a bad person, but he will undoubtedly be noble. Elma understands that it was difficult for Celt to decide. Perhaps the hunter simply does not like to remain in debt. Everyone is waiting for him to make a decision. Suddenly Lucy approaches Celt and, bowing her head, sincerely thanks the hunter. After all, if he hadn't saved her then, the girl wouldn't be standing here with the guys and Elma. The hunter ignores the girl and says that he simply doesn't like being in debt to anyone. The Celt bows his head and quietly says that he is simply trying to survive. The Celt is ready to abandon the group even for his own salvation if there is a need for it. He is already used to fighting in this way, and that is why it is always difficult for everyone to get along with him and unite into a group. Elma doesn't understand how a hunter can say such things with pride. The Celt gets up from the floor after being treated by the monk and looks around. His gaze falls again on the eerie wall of skulls. Celt apologizes and explains that he did not realize at that moment that the boys could win, so he tried to escape. He realizes that he miscalculated and made a mistake in his judgment. Meanwhile, the boys looked at him and listened to him patiently. Monk Mabel bowed her head, smiling as she turned to Elma. The girl asked him with interest if he had really defeated the patchwork man alone, and wondered if the swordsman was really an ordinary adventurer. Elma admits that he simply knew how to fight the patch. He takes his sword out of its sheath and proudly places it on his shoulder. The swordsman says that without such a sword, nothing would have worked out, and without one rare skill. The girl frowns and tells Elma with disbelief that, like Celt, he hid his powers. She is surprised that Celt decided to jump under attack. The Celt, clearly perplexed and displeased that the girl had told something that should have been kept silent, turned to the monk and said that she really did have a boneless tongue. The Celt justifies himself by saying that he does not want friendship, but is forced to retreat from his principles. The guys understand him and do not require explanations. Elma notices a level 60 destroyer sword on the floor. Rusty, heavy, and long, it's perfect for powerful strikes. The Celt noticed that Elma was interested in the sword and asked if the loot had dropped again. The girls watched calmly and waited for Elma to tell them about the new weapon that had dropped. The Celt turns to Lucy. He guesses that the girl has skills to increase the drop. The girl in response only touched her cheek with her finger and did not answer the hunter's question. Elma thanks Celt for saving Lucy and hands him the sword. The hunter suspects a trick and asks if Elma is trying to bribe him. Elma says that he certainly dealt the final blow in the battle with the patch, but it was mostly the boys who fought it and he did almost nothing. The swordsman holds out the trophy towards his team. The Celt objects and asks if the boys don't feel disgusted by him in that case. He says that he doesn't need the sword, because he just didn't want to remain indebted to the girl. Elma tries to explain, but Celt urges the group to move on so they won't be caught off guard again. Elma asks them to wait, and Celt asks what else is needed. The swordsman warns Celt not to go too far ahead because if a monster jumps on him, the swordsman will not have time to cover it. Celt gets angry and shouts that Elma has had enough of him. He is not going to repeat the mistakes, citing his keen hearing. Lucy notices that when Celt is angry, he looks like a grumpy old man. Elma is surprised and asks Celt again about the rare item. Celt explains that he doesn't feel like they'll encounter many monsters along the way. Hunter thinks that he and the boys should take the risk. Monk Mabel expresses her desire to get to the meeting place as quickly as possible. The Celt, having heard the opinion of the adventurers, said that the final decision would still be Elma's. Elma looked over the team decisively and made a firm and unwavering decision that Celt would lead them. The Celt does not hide his surprise. The hunter thought that Elma was not one of those who love and is ready to take unnecessary risks. Elma insists that if this is the equipment of previous adventurers, it must be taken. He soon stops, and Celt waits curiously for what to continue. But Elma said that he did not want to tell anything more and urged them to check the further entrance. The boys approach a large arch that was supposed to lead to the next room. The Celt touches the stone wall with his hand and says that the object is approximately in this direction. The hunter notices a sharp-edged object that has fallen to the floor, leaving cracks. The adventurer asks what kind of magical stone it is that exudes sinister magic. The Celt takes the stone and asks if it is rare. Lucy thinks it is expensive and seeks confirmation from Elma, who is shocked. He rushed to the hunter and started shouting that he should not touch him. The Celt did not understand the swordsman's behavior at all and asked him about it. Elma pushed the hunter's hand to the side so that the object fell out of it. After cutting the stone, Elma surprises Lucy and the monk. The Celt shouts that the thing could be valuable and asks why he did it. Elma explains that this is most likely the reason why this dungeon is so abnormal. The stone he cut in half with his sword turned out to be a trapezohedron of sorrow, a crystal created by synthesizing dark magic mana. It can be used by necromancers to create a trapezohedron that can attract disaster. Perhaps the reason why this dungeon went completely out of control was because the mana level was exceeded. The trapezohedron of sorrow is a magical stone that literally contains enormous mana within itself. Only this mana is evil, which is used for their own purposes by those who want to sow chaos. Such a crystal, with its incredible abilities, power, and strength, is capable of causing entire disasters. Elma believes that once they found this item, the situation immediately changed. The boys are tensely awaiting Elma's decision. He believes that the criminal, having reached such a depth, could not have avoided meeting the monsters and could not have acted alone. Suddenly, a terrible feeling came over Kelt, forcing him to freeze for a moment. His body became so tense that the veins on his temple stood out, and his eyes became tense and stared at one point, as if unable to make a single movement. But Kelt turned to the boys and said that they urgently needed to get out of this place. A few seconds later, he literally screamed and asked the boys to stop thinking and start running immediately. Something scary and very fast was approaching them. The monk screamed because she knew about the disaster. She thinks that it would be better for her and the boys to go straight to the meeting place. The Celt answers her in the same loud voice that they are not far from here. Elma senses that a wandering king is approaching them. The boys looked at Elma in shock and opened their mouths in surprise. One of the adventurers said that this could not be happening. The Celt panics and says that the local boss is a Nightborn and fighting him is unwise. The hunter understands that they need to urgently find a way to just get out and preferably not engage in battle with him. Elma says that it won't work this way. After all, the monster will be chasing them along the mana trail. After all, the monster knows this dungeon much better than the group of adventurers and can undoubtedly overtake them at any moment without effort. Kelt bares his teeth and gets angry, and Elma continues to talk about how they have another problem. He turns to Kelt and tells him that he said something incredibly fast was approaching them. But the Nightborn is a giant skeleton and can't move that fast. The Celt is surprised because he is absolutely sure that these are not human, very heavy steps. The hunter wonders what it could be in such a case. Elma took on a determined look and said that, most likely this was precisely the evolution of the 85th level born. The monk starts yelling that they definitely won't be able to cope with such an opponent. However, Elma explains that, to their great happiness, thanks to Kelt, they learned in advance that the monster was rapidly approaching them. Elma invites everyone to show their skills and characteristics. Lucy is determined, but the hunter does not want to reveal his abilities. The Celt does not want to reveal his characteristics, considering it a rule of adventurers. Even if he shows his skills, they still will not cope with the monster. Elma understands that in this world everything is not like a game, but he is firmly convinced of one thing. The Celt starts shouting, hoping to reach the swordsman and Lucy that they have no chance of winning at all, because the damage to defeat such a powerful monster is definitely not enough. He tells Kelt that he has a skill that can cause huge damage. If Kelt still trusts Elma, then the swordsman will certainly find a way to win. Elma turns to the hunter again. He says that he also doesn't like to remain in debt, and reminds that Celt saved Lucy's life. The memory of how the Celt rushed to the girl's rescue flashes before my eyes again. Elma calls Kelt a comrade and asks for his help in the upcoming battle. Kelt is surprised by such an unexpected declaration of friendship. He is displeased with such a provocation, but noted that Elma still knows how to talk beautifully. The hunter extends his palm and says that he understands everything. The Celt, without a single doubt, intends to act as Elma tells him. Elma and Lucy also pull their hands forward. The monk begins to express his dissatisfaction about the fact that she is not as smart as Kelt. But they still have no choice, and also extends his hand forward. 4 palms are extended into the center, reflecting the strength of all team members. Elma really wants to see the limits of all the guys. With what he has seen, he wants to create a strategy that will lead the guys to victory. Everyone is extremely determined. A huge creature with a mouth and sharp teeth is rapidly approaching, tearing up the ground. Meanwhile, the guys are discussing their next plan of action. The Celt looks at Elma's skill with indignation. He thinks it's crazy that with such a low health pool, he can hit 6 times harder. The Celt has never seen such a skill before. The monk analyzes Lucy's abilities, which she has never seen before. After all, the girl's entire build is based on simple luck. Lucy just smiled sweetly and laughed in response. Kelt asks Elma if there is a chance to defeat the monster. Elma, inspired by the team's skills, develops a strategy and decides to go all out. Elma looks at his profile and skill tree. He is a level 66 heavy knight. He decides to increase his useful heavy armor oath skill by 7. A small glow appears around the swordsman because he has increased his skill level and received the new skill called Block. The Block skill reduces damage for 3 minutes. If you hold it longer, mana will start to be consumed. Elma understands that with such a skill, he can now survive a rather powerful blow without a single doubt. And then you will still be able to achieve the conditions for activating the skill, Dying Dragon's Rage. The monk says that she will certainly heal all the guys. But with the remaining mana, she will hardly be able to last the amount of time the guys need in the fight. She says that she will be able to heal Elma and Lucy once each. Her energy simply won't be enough for more, and all her power will be exhausted anyway. Elma refuses the monk. He says that he does not need to be treated, and that treatment must first and foremost be given to Lucy. Elma offers to treat Kelt after Lucy. Kelt is surprised by this decision. A hum and quick steps are heard from the dark corridor. The monsters were getting closer and closer to the guys. He was rushing inexorably fast, feeling the thirst for the upcoming battle. The boys take a fighting stance, preparing to create conditions for Kelt's attack. A mistake could lead to the failure of the plan and Elma's death, but there was no other choice. He furrows his brows and realizes that the boys no longer have a choice but to quickly finish off the merciless monster. From the depths of the dark corridor, the terrible and vile sounds are heard more and more each time, making one tremble with horror and anticipation of the battle. All the guys stand in anticipation of the enemy and do not loosen their grip for a minute. The silhouette of a monster appears at the end of the corridor. The atmosphere tenses. Elma, Lucy, and the monk remain determined. The monster lets out an angry roar. The monster turned out to be a level 85 Skull Lord. The monk screamed and realized that this was, without a doubt, something terrible. Coming closer, the monster revealed itself. Its upper part was a skeleton, and its lower part was the body of a horse. On its head was a crown. In its hands, a sword and a shield. Elma realizes that unlike the Bornborn, this monster relies heavily on its speed. The rest of its attacks should be the same. The girls listen attentively to Elma, and the monster again screams shrilly in a loud voice. Elma creates Life Shield and then uses Dying Dragon's Fury, surrounding himself with lightning. The skill No Regrets increases his energy. The monster attacks the boys with terrible screams, and the boys rush towards him. Elma ordered to act strictly according to the plan. The monster and the adventurers rush towards each other. Lucy jumps on the wall to strengthen the blow. Elma runs ahead and the monk behind. Elma is sure that the Celt heard the steps of the Lord. However, the swordsman still did not expect that the monster would have its own rather powerful shield. The man understands that now, as simply as air, a quick fight is necessary. If they simply try to crush the monster with characteristics, then the guys will still lose. The Skull Lord charged at the boys one last time, fully prepared to attack, and Elma gave the order that Kelt must act at that very moment, without the slightest delay. The Kelt suddenly appears from the floor and shoots a bow at the monster's back using the precise shot skill. The arrow hits the heart area. The Skull Lord was immediately taken aback by the blow. Elma compliments Kelt on how well he did. Kelt smirks and uses his Shadow Dive skill again, allowing him to pass through space. The monster growls again and wants to start attacking. Kelt suddenly jumps out of the floor and jumps back with a sharp movement. Lucy, watching the monster from the wall, understands that it is extremely difficult for him to turn around after being defeated by Kelt's attack. The girl jumps from the wall onto the Skull Lord, spinning in the air and delivering an acrobatic strike, repeatedly hitting the monster with her weapon. In doing so, she places a debuff and poison on the Skull Lord, using the wounds she inflicted on him. Lucy lands masterfully on the floor and shouts to Elma that everything worked out exactly as planned earlier. She inflicted several poisonous wounds on him. Elma rushed at the monster with all his might and said that this was undoubtedly a great turn of events. Now it was finally time to move on to the main part. Elma swings her sword and uses the disarm skill. The Skull Lord lets out another ear-piercing scream. Elma gives the command to the monk to begin to act. The girl activates the slow down skill, and a clock with gears appears around the monster, slowing its movements. Elma rushes to attack again. Analyzing the situation, Elma sees that he has reduced the attack power, speed, and inflicted poison on the Skull Lord, significantly reducing his mana and health. Elma realizes that everything is going perfectly so far. But bosses have high resistances, which reduces the effectiveness and duration of debuffs. This makes the fight more difficult. But the team does not lose spirit. The Celt takes aim with his weapon again, and Lucy is ready to act again. The monk is still trying to delay the monster's actions. Since the Skull Lord is the boss, the boys must defeat him quickly. Elma is surrounded by lightning and charges forward, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The boys prepare to attack. Celt pulls back his bowstring. Lucy runs forward. The monk raises his staff, and Elma shouts the command to strike simultaneously. Together they run towards the Skull Lord. Elma plans to apply 3 debuffs: speed reduction, attack power reduction, and poison. Elma fills herself with lightning-like energy and decides that this is their only chance. The monster, noticing the knight's swing, grabs his weapon and makes sounds. Suddenly, Elma's sword collides with the Skull Lord's sword. The skeleton sword is like a shapeless weapon that has sharp ends. Elma uses the parry skill without any hesitation. He swings the ball with all his might and hits the Skull Lord. The first debuff can be considered to have been successfully applied. The monster swings its weapon again, and then Lucy comes into play with her poison skill. Lucy jumps and swings her dagger to inflict poison on her opponent. The Skull Lord notices the attack and manages to cover himself with his shield, which is covered in bones. The girl jumped back onto the wall and was unhappy with this trick of her opponent. The Celt began to shoot straight at the target. The arrow hit the monster right in the thigh. In response, he only turned around and looked at the source of the blow. The Celt was dissatisfied because it did not cause any injury. He thought that the monster was like being bitten by mosquitoes. The monk, Lucy, and Elma surrounded the monster on one side, and the Celt was on the other side, mostly from behind. Lucy jumps on the monster again to inflict a debuff it hadn't received before, but the monster shields itself again. Not only was he able to cover himself, but he also threw the girl several meters away from him. Elma immediately rushed to help Lucy as fast as he could when suddenly the Skull Lord swung his weapon high and straight at the heavy knight. Elma decides to take the parry skill, but literally a couple of seconds later she realizes that he still won't have time to pull off such a trick. While Elma is pondering, the Skull Lord attacks him and throws away his shield. The knight realizes that this is only the beginning. The man realizes that he still has a shield of life. This means that we urgently need to find a new opportunity to somehow harm the Lord of Skulls. While Elma was thinking, the skeleton took out his weapon and summoned his powerful power. Lightning spears started to be released from the weapon, and the heavy knight was definitely struck by this skill of the Skull Lord. Elma shouted at the top of his lungs for the boys to run away from the battlefield and from the strong and perhaps even invincible enemy as far as possible. Lucy wiped her cheek, and Celt and the monk were shocked by the swordsman's order. The Skull Lord had awakened his power and was ready to attack with all his might. The Skull Lord used the skill Thunder Pulse to slam his sword into the ground. Lightning bolts shot out from there, aiming at the boys. The boys try to take cover, but Celt runs away. The monk hides, and Elma and Lucy are pinned to the walls. The Skull Lord focuses his energy, lowering his head to the hilt of his sword. The skeleton continues to use the skill, throwing Lucy back and pinning Elma to the wall. Lightning wraps around him, destroying his life shield. A sharp weapon appears in the hunter's hand. He pushes himself away from the wall and mockingly addresses the monster. The Celt warns the Lord not to underestimate them. Who survived so much? The Celt swings at the monster and jumps up. After the jump, the Celt finds himself in front of the Lord. A bone hand with a weapon threatens the hunter with a fatal blow. The Lord's empty gaze terrifies the Celt. The skeleton attacks Celt, throwing him back with a scream. Elma calls out loudly to Celt, hoping to get an answer. The Skull Lord, having dealt with the Celt, rushes towards Elma. The swordsman successfully parries the monster's attack, which swings again. Elma realizes that a powerful blow is being prepared. The Skull Lord draws his sword from his back with all his might and slams it into the ground where Elma should be standing. The heavy knight manages to jump back, but is pushed back by the shock wave and falls to the ground not far from where the weapon hits the ground. Elma watches as the end of the monster's weapon crushes the ground beneath it into tiny pieces. Elma realizes that the monster's attack power has already returned to normal after the debuffs were applied. Elma realizes that he used his skills to parry the attacks earlier, but that won't work now. Also, only one type of debuff has fallen so far, meaning that there won't be much left of the others soon either. Heavy Knight Elma realizes that the Skull Lord is still completely focused on him. His next blow will simply be the swordsman's last. Suddenly, a very loud Celt scream is heard from the side. He turns to the damn knuckle again and, despite the wound in his side, shoots straight into the monster's heart. The Celt can barely stand on his feet and says that the Lord of Skulls is to blame for not finishing him off, but decided to turn away from the hunter and so hastily move on to another adventurer. The Skull Lord is defeated again, his head bowed low in sudden helplessness, but it is unknown for how long. The Celt used his skill called Court Death. Elma remembers how before the fight he asked the monk to restore the Celt's health and apply a protection that reduced damage by 30%. It was a risk, but a justified one. Thanks to this, the Celt was able to give a vital chance for victory. He was able to hit the monster right in the heart with his arrow. Elma is incredibly happy that he was not mistaken in the slightest about his friend, and said that he expected nothing less from him, addressing Kel with a grin as a veteran. The Celt looks resolutely at his comrade and tries to get his breath back to normal. Elma seizes the moment and swings her sword, moving it far to the side to gain significantly more power for the attack. The swordsman screams that it is all over for the Skull Lord. The monster screams and looks at the heavy knight. The Skull Lord doesn't have time to shout something in his own language before Elma suddenly uses her sword to cut the Skull Lord's bones in half with enormous, simply unimaginable force. The monster's head flies off, and it lets out a final scream. Elma looks at the remains of the creature in the corridor, now empty after the battle. All the guys are exhausted, they are trying to catch their breath and more or less bring their battered state back to normal after a stormy and merciless fight. Elma sits down on the floor and pushes the ball into the ground. As a result of the battle, 9,057 experience points were received and the level rose from 66 to 71. The guys still won despite all the failed points of the battle plan. If they had lost here, a huge number of adventurers would have died. The monk does not believe what happened and realizes that they still won. She begins to cry loudly and repeats that they defeated such a strong opponent, and that she still cannot believe it. Lucy sat next to the monk and just smiled sweetly, letting the monk hug her so that she could find her comfort after such a restless and dangerous battle. Elma turns to Celt and thanks him. He says that if the hunter had not decided to take the risk, then they would all be lying here now, defeated by the merciless Lord of Skulls. The Celt agrees with Elma's words and falls backwards onto the ground. He tries to catch his breath and says that he never wants to fight again when he's on such a tightrope. Tears of joy flow from Celt's eyes after the victory. The guys support him with a smile, understanding his feelings. Suddenly, the bones began to dissolve intensively and turn into an unimaginably light dust. A rather large pile of crystals remained in the place of the monster. Elma paid attention to it. The Celt rises from the ground with great effort and says that this is the first time he has seen a level 85 magic stone. The hunter assumes that this item is probably worth a fortune. Elma is looking for information about the magic stone obtained after the battle with the Lord of Skulls and confirms Celt's words. This item is worth about 10 million. The Celt's face twisted into a terrible grimace from these words and Elma's imperturbable intonation. He is indignant that Elma is calm about the find, as if it were an ordinary thing. Elma attributes the success to Lucy's luck, and she giggles sheepishly. Suddenly, Elma also notices the shield that the Skull Lord left behind. The Skull Lord's shield holds a strong grudge that protects the owner from attacks. The Celt is glad that the boss dropped useful items, emphasizing Lucy's luck. The monk jokes about the rule, whoever finishes him off gets the loot. The Celt replies irritably that otherwise he wouldn't be standing still. The Celt smiles contentedly and tells the monk that Elma gave him the loot from the battle with the ragmen. The hunter says that this is enough for him to treat the heavy knight to a drink. Elma says that he checked the value of the Skull Lord's shield that dropped. It turned out that the Skull Lord's shield is worth about 55 million. Everyone is amazed at the cost of the item. The monk and the Celt are surprised, and Lucy does not believe that such a thing can cost so much, given its terrible appearance. Elma explains that he doesn't really want to sell the shield. After all, it's much better than his current shield, but due to the significant difference in level, the Skull Lord's shield will be hard to use in combat and for exploring the world. Elma smiles and says that it would still be simply unfair to take him for yourself. After all, without the guys, he would not have dealt the final blow, and that is why it is necessary to distribute the received and such unimaginably precious loot. The monk says that she is just a healer, so there is no need to divide the reward between her. She had no mana left in the last fight, so she was almost useless. She thinks that most likely she was just a hindrance in the last fight. She indirectly addresses the Celt and says that Elma and Lucy have no obligations to this hunter, just as they have no obligations to her. And the hunter only looked at the healer with genuine displeasure. Moreover, the guys can gather in a guild and divide everything there. The monk turns to the guys again. She sincerely wants to say that although a lot has happened in their group, she is very happy. She was lucky to team up with them. The Celt looks away with some displeasure. The monk comes closer to Celt and smiles from ear to ear. She says that she wasn't kidding when she said that she was glad that she worked with Celt. She expresses her doubt to Celt that if it had been someone else instead of them, the boys would have won. Celt turns away and denies the monk's words. He notices that she is a Blackheart and she only wants to find a reason to laugh. Lucy and Elma watch this scene of bickering between the hunter and the monk and understand that finally a peaceful and long familiar atmosphere has arrived. Elma, despite her victory, understands that this is far from the end. After all, the wandering king of sleep, the Lord of Skulls, was defeated, which means the problem in the crypt was solved, and the situation with the monster attack was also soon resolved. However, as Elma thinks, the one who arranged all this is still at large. Coming out of the dungeon, the boys find themselves in a courtyard among ruined buildings with deep cracks. When they step into the light, someone notices them and asks what is going on. Suddenly, a masked man asks with genuine displeasure that someone took down a local boss, and it turned out not to be at all as they had agreed with someone. Suddenly, a man who was sitting to the side, leaning against a column, clutches his wound, hoping to ease the already acute pain. He asks if they are finally saved, and someone managed to bring down this merciless monster. The tired adventurers gathered in the courtyard. Some, exhausted, sat without strength. Others, able to stand on their feet, took up fighting stances. Elma mentally counts the people in the square and realizes that 6 of them are missing. He realizes that out of the 20 adventurers in the square, there were only 14 people. The bodies of those who die inside the dungeon disappear without a trace when the dungeon is closed. And among the survivors, there were no new faces for the heavy night. Elma wonders if the criminal was among those who took part in the raid, or if he managed to run out before the boss was hastily defeated in a difficult battle. They don't know the level, class, or characteristics of the criminal. Besides the guys, someone else here encountered a dangerous enemy, and looking for the criminal right now is too dangerous and risky. Suddenly, Kalos approaches the guys and asks if there is really someone among them who is able to defeat the boss. The man asks who defeated the boss. Elma replies that they did it. Everyone in the square looks at the adventurers in surprise. The guy with outstretched arms quickly approached Elma and said that he definitely felt that there was something special about him. Now Elma smiles and says that Kalos is overpraising him. After all, he couldn't have done anything alone, and the victory is the merit of each adventurer on his team. The guy accepts Elma's words and says that even with such an outcome, it is quite hard to believe that they killed such a monster. Kalos says that he also encountered the Skull Lord in the dungeon. The guy says that he realized that his comrades would be useless, so he left alone. He admits that he would be ashamed to run away from the enemy, but he had to tell the other adventurers about it. He closes his eyes in regret. The girl calls Kalos teacher and, through tears, expresses joy that he is safe. She worries about what she would do if he died. Kalos smiles and extends his hand to the girl, asking her not to exaggerate. He assures her that he has been in worse situations than the recent fight with the boss. The guy calmly closes his eyes and sincerely thanks Elma. He says that the life of each of those who stand in the square is now saved thanks to Elma and his brave and united team of adventurers. The guy approaches Elma, takes his hand, and says that he wants to get to know him better and thank him for his work. Elma feels something strange from this handshake. Kalos whispers to Elma that he wants to discuss something important. He is convinced that someone deliberately caused a disaster in the dungeon. Most likely, the aristocrats in the guild itself are somehow involved in this. The Adventurers Guild is housed in a luxurious 2-story building with white columns and carved arches. The interior is bright thanks to narrow windows. Kalos, Elma, and Lucy are gathered in one of the rooms. The guy put his hands on his legs and says that he is very grateful that the guys helped them in the raid. He realizes that it was thanks to them that they were finally able to deal with this disaster. Kalos understands that if it weren't for Elma and his team, they would have been defeated there 100%. He says that Lacalina would have had to gather much more power than it actually did. Kalos has already reported to the guild about the errors in the map and the trapezohedron he found. Elma wonders if the errors could be due to negligence on the part of the cartographers. But the problem remains serious. On this map, all routes except the main one were indicated incorrectly. Any other group that encountered the Skull Lord would have been unable to escape or would have been trapped and unable to fight back. It seems that the mapmaker was deliberately trying to increase the number of casualties. Elma realizes that the weaving trapezohedron is hidden far from the main route, so that no one can find it and destroy it. Elma says that this is a rather large and significant disaster and asks Kalos if they managed to find out anything about the mapping. The guy says that he passed on information to the Adventurers Guild. As it turns out, there was a man who went from being an adventurer of the guild to being its hired worker. Because this guy was doing so well, he was given a lot of tasks. As for the preparation for this raid, it seems like he did the vast majority of the preparations alone without any help. Kalos leans over a little and says that this guy is now missing. Elma asks her interlocutor again whether everything really turned out in such an unimaginably strange way. Kalos goes on to say that he has traveled throughout the kingdom in search of this strange phenomenon. Just when he's about to find a clue, it slips away from him again. Despite this, he still has some suspicion. He believes that the Marquis of Howlord's family is somehow mysteriously involved in this. There aren't many organizations in the kingdom that can pull this off. Elma realizes that Kalos's words sound logical. Elma also understands that the problem is still in the motive. He wonders if this can bring even a little benefit to anyone. Kalos continues. Kalos is sure that the culprit will not stop. He believes that the guild will not take action, especially when it comes to partners. Therefore, he calls on Elma to cooperate. Elma looks at the guy with some mistrust, drawing her eyebrows together and not hiding her concerns about this matter. Kalos's face depicts a universal calm that, at first glance, seems indestructible. Elma firmly agrees. He agrees to cooperate and offers to share information they discover to improve the efficiency of their work. Lucy also resolutely agrees. She asks to be sure to let her know if her help is suddenly needed in this difficult matter with intricate plots. The boy closes his eyes and thanks the boys. He says with sincerity that he is glad to have met them. Lucy and Elma slowly approach the exit door. Kalos addresses them again at the end. Kalos says that the kingdom of Nulson is huge. There are many noble families, but the reality is that in reality, only a few hundred people protect the peace within the kingdom. Kalos places great hopes on the boys. When the boys left the palace, it was already a dark night outside and only the moon illuminated everything around with dim glare, which immediately interrupted the streams of light from the tall street lamps. Lucy follows Elma and admits that she understood little of what Kalos said. She asks if it is true that the monsters in the city are being strengthened. The girl asks whether they should get involved in this at all, since they are just ordinary adventurers. Elma understands that their common enemy is really strong, and they have no convincing evidence. But this whole situation leads to complete bewilderment and misunderstanding of the enemy's goals. Perhaps their goal is to destroy sleep. The girl asks in surprise what is sleep destruction and what it could mean. Elma realizes that this is the second evolution of the Dream King. If the conditions for the next evolution are met, the Dream King will go mad and lead an army of monsters to Earth, destroying cities. If that was their real goal, then the boys can't let it happen. Lucy looks at Elma worriedly after all the head-spinning explanations. Elma opens the door of the establishment. The Celt is already sitting next to the monk and drinking a mug of drink. The Celt gets up from the bench and cheerfully waves to the guys in greeting. Elma also waves and smiles in response. Celt complains that he is tired of waiting for Elma and Lucy, calling the nun a snide one. The nun laughs, happy that they have arrived. Otherwise, she would not have stood Celt any longer. Elma realizes that they must celebrate first. After all, they and their team were able to avoid tragedy. However, they still have to confirm the existence of the enemy. Lucy leans towards Elma and quietly whispers that the Celt and the monk were still able to get along in their own way. Despite all the disagreements between them that had been before, Hunter Celt raises his mug and offers the guys to finally drink. Everyone agrees and raises their mugs with drinks with a smile. The mugs merrily clink together in the center to the sounds of a victory toast. Elma realizes that it was still a great victory. Several days have passed since the raid. Peace and quiet reign on the streets. People walk peacefully and chat with each other, discussing a variety of topics. Elma couldn't even imagine it. If they hadn't managed it then, the peaceful life of this city would have come to an end. Lucy smiles and says that these people are lucky that they won't have to see the Lord of Skulls. In that raid, the boys encountered the Skull Lord. Since he was defeated, nothing terrible happened in the city, much to the adventurers' happiness. However, despite everything, Lacalina is still in the crosshairs. Kalos suspects that there is a spy in the guild who drew the fake map. If the enemy acted so openly, then he is certainly not afraid that he might be exposed. In any case, they cannot find out the true identity of the enemy. Elma understands that something is clearly wrong here. The boys approach the Adventurers Guild again. Today they need to choose a new dungeon. The quest board has different dungeons with descriptions that can be taken for exploration. Elma says that they need to become stronger, regardless of the enemy's plans. Lucy supports him. Suddenly, Elma's attention is drawn to Kelt, waving at them. They exclaim when they see their favorite comrade. He approaches the boys and says that he heard something interesting. The hunter says that good adventurers are the first to hear useful rumors. Elma notices a funny thing. Even good adventurers run very quickly and dexterously, or to be more precise, they run away. Elma reminded him of that incident and told Kelt that he was a real good adventurer. He scratched his temple with his finger and hesitated, but still apologized for the incident when he ran away as fast as he could after an important battle. Elma says that in any case, any information will be useful for adventurers, and Lucy was ready to listen to new information. Elma agrees and asks Kelt to tell everything he knows and what he managed to learn from others. Kelt becomes serious and warns that information cannot be shared here. Behind the fence, two adventurers shout at him, warning Elma not to trust Kelt. The Kelt exclaims with displeasure and asks Elma and Lucy to leave his place. Lucy jokes that Selt looks like a spiteful and self-serving villain. Elma smiles, thinking that he still hoped to become famous. The boys entered the tavern. Elma and Lucy waited patiently for the information from Kelt, which he was so eager to tell. The knight asks how much they need to pay for his information. The Kelt is perplexed and says that he actually had no intention of taking money from his comrades. The Kelt frowned and said that they thought something stranger's going on in Marquis Howlord's family. These rumors are spread among the families of the aristocracy. The Howlord family is obsessed with the purity of blood and only takes their own. A stranger will not be able to take an important place in the family. So even the youngest son of the family can become an heir. But now there is no potential heir. Therefore, there are many factions in the family that are in conflict with each other, and the family members still cannot decide who will be the next heir. It is said that there is a lot of dirt going on behind the scenes. The current head does not neglect anything at all. Maybe even unnecessary people are ordered to be removed completely. Elma believes that the rumors may be exaggerated and the situation is not so bad. Kelt seriously mentions Suna Howlord, a brilliant and ruthless swordswoman, the first child of the head of the family. The Kelt says that the villagers say that she is quite a scary woman. She has been trying hard to establish connections with various aristocrats lately. It seems that she is desperately clinging to the place of the heir. It seems to the Kelt that the recent disasters have been following their course rather suspiciously. Elma agrees with Kelt. He says that it is quite possible that the potential heiress is trying to make a name for herself. So she wants to arrange such a catastrophe. Such a possibility cannot be completely ruled out. Kelt understands that Elma is quick-witted. That's why he decided to share the information with him. Elma agrees with the hunter and says that he will remember it, and thanks Kelt for the information. Elma puts her fist on the table and asks Kelt if that was all he wanted to tell, and the hunter didn't want to add anything. The Kelt understands and asks if it is really that obvious. He continues and says that the guild is hiding something because not so far from the city an unusual dungeon appeared. Lucy raised her eyebrows and her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that an unusual dungeon had appeared nearby. The Kelt confirms that if everything goes as it should, the adventurers will be able to earn a lot of money and resources. Elma reminds them that they are B-rank adventurers and will be of interest to A-ranks in the dungeon. Kelt wonders why Elma is so serious. The Kelt closes his eyes and says with displeasure that he had hoped that he and Elma would work together, which is why he had called him. Elma asks what this place is where the new secret dungeon is. The Kelt remembers the name, the Tower of Phantom Beasts. Elma stands up abruptly. The chair moves and the knight repeats the name. frightening the Celt. The bartender looked at the boys with distrust, and Lucy, noticing this, asked Elma not to shout at the whole tavern. The knight hesitated and immediately, without delay, respectfully apologized. The Celt assures that there are already rumors about the dungeon, so it is too early to worry. He wonders how profitable it is. Sometimes rare dungeons appear randomly and players fight for access to them. Elma says that very rare items drop there, and there are also many rare monsters. Lucy asks if there is some item that Elma needs for battles. He explains that one of 5 random monsters can appear there. Among them is the one that Elma is very interested in, the Grim Reaper. Lucy looks at Elma in surprise. He continues that if you get his skill book, you can become even stronger. The entire monster drops the Hand of the Death God. It's a book with a binding made of bones and a cover made of long phalanx bones. The book is called The Hand of the God of Death. Its binding is covered with the skeleton of some insect. And the cover of the book itself is presented in the form of a skeleton in a robe that stretches out its hand to the reader. Elma believes this is the perfect skill book for a high-luck jester. It's as important as a smoldering fang for a heavy knight. You can say that without this book. It's like without hands. Elma turns to Lucy and tells her that with this book, she will be a hit in any group. Usually no one can use such a book normally because of their poor luck. But Lucy has nothing to fear. She has no risk of failure. Elma looks at the girl confidently, explaining to her the principle of working with the book. The girl looks at the knight with enthusiasm and with a certain desire that has appeared in her eyes. He smirks and says that maybe Lucy will become even much stronger than him. Suddenly, the girl put her fists together and said that she definitely wants this book. She enthusiastically says that it is worth being an adventurer for such a trophy. Elma is happy with the girl's decision and explains that this will be their next goal. He turns his attention to something off to the side and notices another important detail. The Celt looks at the guys with genuine surprise. Elma turns to Celt and asks him what their very reliable and very experienced comrade, the adventurer of that rank, is thinking about. The Celt throws up his hands and says that, unfortunately, he will not be able to participate in such an adventure. He is extremely happy that Elma invites him, but he has other things that are more important than this. The Celt folds his hands in front of his chest and says that he will never change his mind, because he considers this a very dangerous activity, and he, as everyone already knows, is not at all used to taking risks. Celt says that it is better to go for simple tasks where you don't worry too much about the consequences. When you worry too much, there is a greater chance that you will make a mistake. In the end, Elma agrees with Celt's opinion. Elma closes his eyes, and he realizes that there aren't many B-ranks adventurers among the other dungeon explorers, especially those who act alone. Almost everyone works in already established groups, and people like Celt are a rare case. Like the support class, Mabel also has a constant stream of work. She is constantly picked up by various raids, and she already seems to have her own group. She's nothing like the lone wolf Celt. Elma reflects on the fact that he is an unreliable guy because he can tell information about the dungeon to someone else, and thus create unwanted competitors for them. Elma smiles and tells Lucy that it looks like they will be alone together. The girl happily agrees. They wave to Celt and leave the tavern. At this time, someone is riding along the road in a carriage. The carriage passes by narrow streets, and Elma and Lucy are forced to bow after it. Afterwards, the guys sat down to rest not far from the house. In the distance, large stones were visible. These stones were a sign that they were almost close. Elma and Lucy confidently walked along the mountain serpentine. They had found the entrance to the Tower of the Ghostly Creatures. The entrance to the tower resembled a magical whirlwind. The road to it was also represented as a mountain serpentine strewn with countless stones. It is immediately clear that one must step on such a road with extreme caution. Lucy asks why the guild hid the dungeon after learning about it from Celt. Elma replies that there are great rewards here, and the guild probably wanted to take them for themselves or wait until they defeated the master. In the game back then, players would fly in literally a few minutes, and the dungeon would be cleared in 2 minutes. Only the guild hid the find. There is a high probability that someone has already entered the dungeon. Maybe they shouldn't have come here, Elma and Lucy, but this is a good opportunity to get the hand of the death god. Elma and Lucy stand right in the center of the vortex. A magical flow carries them to a corridor leading to steps. The floor is covered with a carpet, and on the sides there are statues of winged lions. Lucy notes the richness of the interior on the 80th level of the dungeon. Elma agrees and asks Lucy to act more carefully. It is better to run away from dangerous monsters, and in tight places and dead ends, do not let yourself be squeezed in order to have the opportunity to get out. Elma and Lucy are determined. Their target is the monster that will drop the hand of the death god. And Lucy notices something surprising. There are windows in the hallway, despite the fact that this is a dream hole. The tower turned out to be incredibly high. Its top is lost in the clouds. Lucy looks out of the window and notices that the bottom of the tower is not visible at all. They are so high. Lucy turns to Elma and asks how it works, and wonders if this tower has appeared somewhere in the world. Elma explains that this is God's dream. The sky here is also not real, and the dungeon is just the personification of a dream. Elma tells Lucy that it is better not to go outside, because he does not know what will happen if the girl suddenly falls. Lucy stretched out her arms in front of her and took a couple of steps back from the window and agreed with the knight. The knight cracked his knuckles, and Lucy pulled out her weapon. The brave adventurers were ready to begin their hunt again. Grim Reaper. It has both high damage and a large radius of attack. It can also take the form of a spirit and thus avoid physical attacks. It is a rather nasty monster with high attack power. The steps go far down. A corridor appears, along the walls of which are huge statues of gargoyles. All the gargoyles have huge, frequent teeth and large muscles. Elma says that she and Lucy should ignore the other monsters. They should only fight if they cannot escape. Lucy understands the knight's instructions, and she and Elma continue down the corridor. Suddenly, one of the statues behind him made a strange grinding sound of stone on stone. Elma immediately noticed it. As it turned out, the gargoyle standing behind the boys was about to strike. Elma prevented this by using a well-aimed and very well-timed blow with his shield. He shouted at Lucy to start leaving immediately. After defeating the gargoyle, they find themselves in a safe room with checkerboard tiles and decorated walls. Lucy is glad to have escaped the monsters. Elma looks at her shield and realizes that it is quite a powerful thing. The monster flew further than the knight expected. The adventurers climb the stairs and walk down the hallway. Elma saves Lucy from falling into a huge hole. They come across another gargoyle statue, causing the girl to become wary. Lucy follows Elda and asks him if the Grim Reaper can even appear, but Elma assures him that he will appear if they are extremely unlucky. Suddenly they walk down the corridor and see in the distance the silhouette of a monster that looks insanely like the Grim Reaper. The monster turned, revealing itself to be a Grim Reaper. Elma marked it and asked Lucy not to let it escape. The monster turned around, but its emotions could not be hidden by the mask. Suddenly he takes his weapon, which looks like a scythe. He swings it with all his might. Most likely the monster is in a spiritual form because besides the mask, the mantle, and the gloves, he had nothing else on. Elma realizes that this trick is the beginning of a funeral dance animation. The monster spins around its axis and swings its scythe from side to side, destroying everything in its path. Also, once it starts, its attacks are impossible to stop. This is called hyper armor. So Elma decides to rush straight into the monster's attack before it starts its funeral dance. Elm makes a sharp lunge and delivers a powerful blow with his shield. He firmly decides to knock him down before he starts attacking. The monster flies back a little. Elma understands that the skill is quite strong, but when the monster starts to perform it, it will not be able to dodge at all. As the monster stood up confidently on both feet and took his weapon with both gloves, Lucy jumped up from behind and was ready to deliver her poison attack by applying a debuff. The monster turned around and barely noticed the girl. However, she had already swung her sword and used her jester's acrobatic skill, hitting the monster right on the robe. The monster flies back, and then Elma decides that it is all over with him. The monster's body flies right under Elma's sword. As soon as the monster approaches, Elma cuts him in half with her sword. The enemy's robe and monster's mask are on different sides, and the gloves are still lying on his side. After defeating the monster, the guys received 2,899 experience points. Elma puts her sword back in its sheath. The girl happily approaches the knight, and she is happy that they were able to do this without much effort with such an unusual opponent. Elma says that it's good that they prevented him from taking his spirit form after all. She and Lucy were very good at exploiting his blind spots and weaknesses. Now it was time to loot the monster. His robe and gloves began to slowly dissolve. The girl put her hands together and literally begged for the skill book to drop. The robe was gone, leaving behind only the Grim Reaper's scythe with high critical damage and mana-stealing abilities. Elma realizes that luck has not smiled on them this time. The knight picks up the scythe, saying it's better than nothing, although it's not what they wanted. The girl sits sadly on the floor. Elma is surprised by her reaction, because the scythe costs 15 million, while the book costs 55 million. Lucy and Elma are still in the dungeon. They are fighting another monster. They both lunge and try to prevent the Reaper from attacking. Elma at this time swings with all her might and uses the skill of the Dragon Slayer. At this time, the Reaper's scythe crashes into Elma's side with all its might. The man managed to jump back, and the monster's weapon pierced the ground. Elma managed to dodge, and the monster only looked after him. He begins to take on a spirit form, which is then impossible to reach with any physical weapon. Elma is unhappy with this outcome. The monster nevertheless took the form of a spirit and began chasing Lucy. The girl skillfully dodged, and Elma said that he would not allow her to be offended. Elma uses the shadow suppression skill, and now the monster takes on its shell again. Now it is completely open to the enemy. The knight turns to the Grim Reaper and asks what is wrong, are his hands shaking? He swings more precisely and strikes with all his might towards Elma, but the knight defends himself with his sword. The monster prepares to attack Elma from above. At that moment, Lucy rushes towards him with a weapon, trying to protect her friend. Lucy takes on acrobatic feats, literally slashing her weapon across the monster's robe. The girl lands neatly on 2 feet. The monster's clothes, or rather what was left of them, fly apart in all directions and fall like feathers to the floor. Lucy received 2,609 experience points. Elma 1,301 experience points. The knight has now leveled up by 1. Lucy notes that the Grim Reaper spirit form is still a very dangerous thing. It would be nice to hire someone with magical abilities. Elma says the magical attacks really do get through to him. Elma says that the Grim Reaper moves very quickly, so it is difficult for mages to hit it. And every miss is a waste of mana, a precious resource. Lucy confirmed sadly. She understood Elma's words. Only she says that in this case they will cope on their own. Elma throws up her hands and asks Lucy about how she has already gotten used to fighting this monster. After all, this is already the 3rd one. But the girl thinks about it and soon agrees. The girl says that she understood what position she needed to take. She understands that in this case she began to attack more boldly. While the girls are thinking, Elma looks at the remains of the monster. He concludes that only the Book of Luck did not fall out for them. The robe, mask, and gloves began to dissolve again after the defeat. The girl again folds her fists in front of her and clenches her eyes in anticipation. However, they again come across a scythe worth 15 million. Elma realizes that this time they didn't get a skill book either, and they've already got the 3rd scythe. Lucy gets on all fours and asks a rhetorical question about why this is happening. The girl, in tears, grabs the braid and screams why only trash falls out. Elma calms her down, reminding her that each braid is expensive, and asks if she has forgotten about it. Elma thinks that it is quite normal that despite Lucy's luck, skill books still rarely drop. Although Elma is already beginning to guess that this is Murphy's Law. The knight sits down tiredly next to the girl and says that his mana is running low. Catching 3 more monsters will be difficult. Lucy sadly asks if they won't get the book. The heavy knight says that they still have a chance. They just need to save their mana. As Elma said, avoid fighting other monsters. In the following rooms, they need to try to use fewer skills. Suddenly, some strange creature comes around the corner from behind the guys. A glow emanates from him, and he himself sparkles all over. Elma suddenly notices an incomprehensible glow to the side. As it turned out, it was a level 90 royal gem toad. Instead of eyes, it had gems, and on its head was a small crown sparkling with precious metals. Elma's eyes literally sparkled. He was extremely surprised that they saw this monster, the royal precious toad. Meanwhile, the monster slowly crawled further away from them. Elma rushed towards the monster and told Lucy that they simply needed this toad. She couldn't just let it go. The girl listened to Elma and ran after him. She is interested in what to do to conserve mana and avoid battles with other monsters. At this time, a large number of adventurers enter the dungeon. They persistently climb the stairs in the hope of taking more treasures for themselves. Lucy and Elma slowly approach the monster. The toad looks rather clumsy, despite the large amount of jewelry in the glow. Elma extended his hand forward and asked Lucy to quickly grab the precious toad. As soon as the toad sensed danger, it rushed forward as fast as it could. Elma is amazed at how fast the toad moves despite its clumsy and huge frame. Lucy runs straight after the toad. She's about to catch up with her. She still makes a big jump and aims her weapon straight at the toad. Lucy takes the throw. She wants to perform the skill, but suddenly she falls to the floor and the frog literally slips out from under her sword. Lucy lies on the floor and the frog quickly runs forward, croaking in fear. Elma fearfully asks Lucy if everything is okay. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asks Elma for forgiveness because she was unable to get the frog. After all, she only thought at first that she would be useful to the knight. Elma extends a hand to help Lucy. He says that it is still commendable that she was able to chase such a fast monster for so long. Elma notes that the rooms are spacious and the golden toad tactic won't work. The toad moves at 244, twice as fast as Lucy, so the girl can't keep up with it. And Lucy sadly looks after the frog and objects to Elma's words because her blade almost reached the monster. Elma points out that despite her low health, given the frog's defense, Lucy would have needed to roll a 6-3 times on the dice. The girl opens her mouth and literally screams at Elma that it is practically impossible. He runs his finger down her cheek and asks the girl for forgiveness. He explains that they had no chance from the start. They are still in this great hall. The girl turns around and says that they got pretty deep when they were chasing that precious toad. Elma agrees and says that they should probably go back. The girl agrees. Suddenly, people in armor appear from the right corner. They are perplexed, because the guild was strictly ordered to keep their mouths shut. Elma and Lucy look at the newcomers with distrust. In front of them were two girls, one in armor, the other an aristocrat. The first looked at the adventurers with disdain, claiming that rats would always find a way. The girl standing behind had a power-up stone inlaid into her weapon, and she has the same look and hair color as the guild leader. Elma was sure that this girl was Snow Howard. She stood calmly, maintaining an aristocratic stance. Meanwhile, the girl in armor leaned over and addressed Elma. She asked if he simply addressed her mistress by her first and last name, and wondered if the boy was tired of living. The girl says that ordinary adventurers should not have known about this place, and she offered to show Elma the exit. Elma thinks about the fact that Snow Howlord is the first child of the current head of the family, who will stop at nothing. Elma sees this as a good opportunity to explore her involvement in such a case. Elma is puzzled why the Marquis has forbidden entry but has not posted guards. He doubts the girl's authority, believing that they are acting on their own. The girl in armor twisted her nose and said menacingly that Elma was allowing herself too much. Lucy was frightened by such an onslaught. Suddenly, Snow pacified the girl in armor with her one word. Isabella, bowing before her mistress, is ready to carry out any orders of Lady Snow. She gave the orders, and the girl agreed to carry them out. Isabella attacks the adventurers again, accusing them of greed. She demands their attention and warns them that if they are not willing to risk their lives for the treasure, they should leave the dungeon immediately. Isabella wanted to give advice, but Lady Snow interrupted her. Isabella agreed when her mistress repeated the instructions. Lady Snow reminded her of the need for respect. Lucy was surprised by the girl's silence. Isabella asks to keep the castle a secret. Lady Snow is in a good mood and is ready to let everyone go. But if someone decides to stay, Isabella is ready to fight again, drawing her sword. Isabella is sure that the dungeon requires skills. She has a strange weapon. Elma mentions the popularity of duels in Lacolin. Lucy asks him to retreat, but the knight draws his sword. He considers the meeting an opportunity that cannot be missed. The girl asks in surprise, drawing her sword, "Does Elma really not like to waste time?" Lucy the jester panics and says that their opponent is the Marquise's men. She asks if maybe they really shouldn't do this. In front of them stands the knight Isabella with her mistress, Snow. They stand in a huge hall with huge iron doors made with patterns. He does not listen to her and answers that, in his opinion, the Marquis will not do anything to them. They are not here according to the rules either. They will not be able to take decisive measures. He sees how the Knight Isabella looks at him with a big grin and expects his blow. Another Knight Isabella stands in front of him with a weapon and smiles, and he says that they also need a skill book. They can't retreat here and now. She gets angry and starts moving to attack, shouting that she will set his brains straight. She attacks, and the guy deflects with his sword and dodges, moving his head to the side. She doesn't stop and continues to attack from different sides. He also doesn't relax and repels each of her attacks. At that moment, the Knight Isabella swings her sword with force and lowers it into him. He again dodges and puts his sword in front of him. She tenses up and asks him where he came from. She reasons that with such power he is at least Brink. If he is from Lakalina, then she cannot not know him. And he asks suspiciously why she needs to know him. Knight Isabella, in a rage, draws back her sword and attacks immediately, demanding that he surrender before it is too late. He strikes with the weapon with the same force, but the girl raises her weapon and shouts triumphantly that he is open. He makes a straight blow with the weapon. He moves his head to the side. The weapon touches only his hair. Both grip their weapons even tighter. The girl screams at him to protect his head and attacks, but he defends himself again and successfully. The girl gets even more irritated because her blows don't hit, and he indignantly says that he actually knows how to use a sword. They quickly move away from each other, increasing the distance. Knight Isabella shouts that this is impossible because only one adventurer has managed to repel this combination. She looks back at her Mistress Snow and says that she can't lose face in front of Mistress Snow. She really looks at her with displeasure. The adventurers meet with looks full of hatred. The girl decides to use something more powerful, thereby scaring the adventurer. He protects himself with his shield from the cutting wave and wonders if he even uses the skill. The girl flies towards him with force, using the holy blade. He hesitates at first, then uses parry, cutting off her wave. Knight Isabella falls. The adventurer hits her with his shield. The girl kneels down and holds her shield out, puffing in front of him. He thinks that since she has a holy blade, she is probably a paladin class. He looks at her. Knight Isabella shouts that he held out, but she held back. Now she declares that she will be serious. Mrs. Snow sternly calls Knight Isabella and says that this is enough. Knight Isabella wants to object and argue. She calmly says that he is not behind her in fencing, and in other skills too. There is no reason for them to interfere with them anymore. Knight Isabella is worried and tells Mr. Snow that her reputation will suffer then. She sternly asks if she doesn't understand. She explains that he just only used defensive skills. They are both in a dungeon, so he doesn't want to waste precious resources on them. In other words, she says that if Knight Isabella continues, they will not be able to win. Knight Isabella writhes in anger. There is an awkward silence as Knight Isabella lowers his weapon, thinking that perhaps Mr. Snow is not quite what the rumors say. Lucy the Jester stands with her mouth open, sweat pouring down her face. She pauses as she speaks, finally speaking. Knight Isabella clenches her fist, her hand shaking along with her weapon. She says she didn't intend to lose in a one-on-one fight. She wonders if she really was wrong. The adventurer looks at her and asks if this means they have been allowed to continue exploring, if they can go. Knight Isabella looks at her Mistress Snow with hope, and she says that nothing can be done. They just recently talked about her abilities. Knight Isabella obeys her and asks her forgiveness, saying that she could not cope with an adventurer of her own level. He thinks about Lady Snow Howard. She was said to be often hot-tempered and act rashly, but she turned out to be reasonable. Knight Isabella says that maybe this time he has managed to earn the right to be here, and she, well, admits her defeat. The jester Lucy looks at her in surprise and expectation. Then the Knight Isabella adds that he should remember that she is not going to take her eyes off him if he attacks them from behind. Then Mr. Snow interrupts her and sternly calls her by name. The Knight Isabella turns to her and obeys, and the jester Lucy and the adventurer stand quietly watching them. Knight Isabella asks if she said something unnecessary, if it was too rude, but it is important to show that they have not lost their dignity. After Miss Snow's comments, she answers that she understood her. Knight Isabella doubtfully says that if she starts caring about people, the current leader will consider her unworthy. She explains that besides, he is much more interested in his own achievements. She does not think he cares about what Miss Snow did. There is silence. The Knight Isabella turns to the enemies and says that although she did not give it her all, she, well, admits her defeat. They can go where they want, so they will not interfere. There is another awkward silence. He thinks about saying a big thank you to them, but doesn't say it out loud. He speculates that Mrs. Snow is trying to compete with other candidates for the head of the family, which may be why she is trying to act in a way that will avoid criticism from the people. He remembers the other members and thinks with disappointment that their oddities are family. Lucy the Jester looks at him questioningly. He speculates that Miss Snow is currently trying to level up to become stronger, which is the main reason why she is conquering this dungeon. It is still difficult for him to imagine that she was somehow involved in the disaster. He analyzes what is happening. Mrs. Snow asks the knight Isabella to ask what this man's name is. She obeys, and the adventurer does not understand why she still communicates through her. The knight Isabella rudely addresses him and says that he showed himself well in the duel, so let him state his name. He replies that his name is the adventurer Elma. Knight Isabella says in surprise that it seems there was a man with that name in the recent major raid. Could it really have been him? The adventurer Elma puts his hand on his heart, bows and says that he is very pleased that he has attracted the attention of such an important person. But if they have no more business with him, then he will move on. Here Mrs. Snow turns directly to him and asks him to wait. She says that she wanted to thank him for holding back in the fight with Isabella and for being patient. In general, she wants to thank him, but she doesn't finish the sentence, as if something is stopping her. The jester Lucy and the adventurer Elma stand and wait in bewilderment. Mrs. Snow begins to burn and blush. Cannot pronounce this word. The knight Isabella supports her, says that there is no need to worry so much. She will succeed. Everything is fine and that she will cope, or she asks to let her speak for her. The jester Lucy and the adventurer Elma exchange glances. He feels awkward and she smiles at him. After a while, some kind of training takes place. Shouts and blows are heard. Lucy the jester holds her braid and shouts that this is the 4th time. Why is this so? It's not the same. Adventurer Elma explains that loot drops frequently, but they can't seem to get what they need. Lucy the jester sits on his knees, sighs, and says that although they have become much better at dealing with them, Elma the adventurer supports and says that it is true. They have learned his skills and his weaknesses. The basis of combat is to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Lucy the jester says she doesn't want to be a pessimist, but she doubts they'll even get that skill book. Adventurer Elma thinks hard and thinks that they will most likely only have enough resources for one more. Since not only they but also Mrs. Snow and Isabella are here, even if they return to the city now, the dungeon is unlikely to disappear. If you look at the diagram, Mrs. Snow and the knight Isabella are several floors higher than the adventurer Elma and the jester Lucy. He thinks that it is necessary to take into account that there may be more adventurers here. Knowing Celt, he could very well blab to someone else. Celt is a guy with a thick ponytail of hair on his head, with cheeks painted for battle. After a moment of silence, adventurer Elma says that perhaps other adventurers can knock out this skill book and give it to the shop. Then they can buy it. Lucy the jester says about Granny's shop that it is too risky. She adds that it is unlikely. Elma the adventurer agrees, but says that this chance is not equal to 0. Their plan is that they go down to the secret dungeon, meet the group of adventurers, brang, get some rare loot from the victory, and sell this bow to the shop. He hears some sound from the stairs and turns there. The jester Lucy asks him what it is. The adventurer Elma looks back at the dark staircase and says in a level, stern voice that he heard a scream. A screaming cry is heard, and Lucy the jester asks Elma if they will see what is going on. They hear the scream again. After going up the entire staircase, you can find yourself in a large hall where numerous male adventurers, beaten and wounded, fight with Isabella. One of them attacks in a rage with his sword. The knight Isabella parries the blow and hits the enemy in the shoulder until it bleeds. Miss Snow stands and watches the battle, but another enemy appears behind her, swings his weapon and wishes her death. As he flies towards her with an attack, Miss Snow calmly turns towards him and dodges the attack, drawing her weapon. Here the knight Isabella appears in front of him. He groans and bends down. The knight Isabella raises her weapon, and with one blow makes the adventurer fly away from them. The one who is wounded in the shoulder swears and shouts that they were told that these would be easy people. He admits that something is not easy at all. All the men stand in front of the girls in horror and tension. One calls Mrs. Snow a stupid, arrogant aristocrat. Why did she even go into this dungeon? Just then, Adventurer Elma and Jester Lucy come to them. Jester Lucy is surprised by what he sees. One adventurer turns to the boss and shouts that there are more adventurers here. The boss sees them and decides that it is time to leave. Here, all the men run away from them with wounds and shame. They all climb the stairs, and the others, the adventurer Elma, the jester Lucy, the knight Isabella, and Mrs. Snow watch them. Adventurer Elma asks them, so it was the attackers who were screaming. It seems like they didn't need help. Knight Isabella says they were still troublesome opponents. Mistress Snow thanks them for showing up and scaring them. Adventurer Elma asks if they are bandits. Knight Isabella replies that they are equal in strength to key rank adventurers. She says that as long as they have power, they don't need to worry about food. That's how La Colina is designed. She adds that this is what people become who can't achieve anything and can't leave the city either. It's always unpleasant to encounter such people, although there have been fewer of them lately. Adventurer Elma thinks that these are sea-crank adventurers. He frowns and continues to look at them. Among the bandits, these are some of the strongest in the world, where strength decides. Bandits are rarely those above rank C. Instead of attacking an aristocrat, it would be better to conquer some dungeon. Adventurer Elma says it's strange. They attacked the daughter of a high-ranking aristocrat. Did they really think they could get away with it? Knight Isabella says bandits are all like that, short-sighted fools. She says irritably that they seem to ignore common sense. They are driven only by greed and don't care how stupid their plan is. Ms. Snow turns to Knight Isabella and says that this is indeed suspicious. Knight Isabella turns to her and listens in surprise. Mrs. Snow explains that they knew where they were. They didn't even look for them for long. They knew that they would be in this dungeon no matter how you look at it. She says with a stern expression that they had information, so something was definitely wrong here. In other words, the Knight Isabella looks at her in fear and asks her Mistress Snow what she means by this. Mrs. Snow says thoughtfully that someone gave them to them, and they were only given superficial information. Someone set it up on purpose. They must have been supposed to get some money for them. Knight Isabella agrees with her, saying that it is true and that someone mentioned something like that. She asks if it really means that they only wanted to capture her. Adventurer Elma reflects that if they had waited a little longer and they had few resources, they would definitely not have been able to cope with 5. Adventurer Elma says that for hired killers, they didn't try very hard. Maybe it was some kind of warning. He asks Miss Snow if anyone comes to mind. Knight Isabella turns around and sees that Lady Snow is starting to blush and lose her balance. She looks at her in panic, and Adventurer Elma does not understand what is happening. Knight Isabella asks him not to talk to Lady Snow directly. She is the future ruler of this land after all. Adventurer Elma thinks that, of course, she has a sharp mind. But such shyness really hinders the future leader, isn't that so? Adventurer Elma realizes that these are killers who are targeting Mrs. Snow. Someone wants to prevent her from becoming the head of the family. He thinks and realizes that this could have been set up by another candidate for the post of head of the family. He looks at Ms. Snow and decides that this is a bit too revealing. He frowns. He thinks it's too open to hire such weak adventurers against the experienced knight Isabella and the genius swordsman Ms. Snow Hollard. Those two would have no problem dealing with the bandits, so with some kind of warning. He thinks for a long time in silence, then tells Knight Isabella that they had better leave here with Lady Snow. Knight Isabella answers him that he did not have to say that because that is what they were going to do. She turns to Mrs. Snow and calls her to follow her. Then she gets scared and screams that her leg is injured. Mrs. Snow quietly and calmly says that it's just a scratch, so don't make a fuss. Knight Isabella starts cursing and cursing the bandits. Just then they hear the voice of the bandit boss, barely descending the stairs. He says how and why this is happening because he does not want to die. He repeats it twice. Knight Isabella shouts in rage that he had the courage to return, so now she will show him why he should have run away. The bandit boss sees and shouts that all this is because of them. Miss Snow and the Knight Isabella turn around in fear. In an instant, the bandit boss loses his head flies off. Everyone freezes in complete horror. The boss's body, without strength or life, falls from the stairs, a huge mouth, inside which is the head and from which blood flows, growls at them. All 4 arm themselves and prepare to attack. A huge monster, Potharg, the king of dreams, dark as a shadow, descends from the stairs. A huge, feathered, long-necked monster steps on the dead body of the bandit boss and crows. This is the King of Sleep, whose name is Petarg. He is level 80 and has high strength indicators. The jester Lucy hiccups in horror. The knight Isabella asks at the ready if this is really the King of Sleep. The adventurer Elma frowns and says that this is already bad. He shouts that the wandering King of Sleep is here again. The knight Isabella does not understand and asks why he is wandering. What is the use of letting the Kings of Sleep out of their room at all? Adventurer Elma muses that it certainly doesn't look like they were released by the bandits by mistake, but rather that he was released specifically to attack Miss Snow. He sees the hand of the dead boss and realizes that this is definitely an assassination attempt. There is blood all around the body. Patrea is a Patreg Dream King monster that mainly uses magic attacks. At this time, the Patreg Dream King monster licks the blood from its feathers. It will be difficult to attack from such a distance. Adventurer Elma understands this. But besides, the monster Patarg the Dream King is weak in close combat. Patarg pushes off his paws and flies upward. Everyone tenses up and readies their weapons. Adventurer Elma understands that he can't reach him with his skills. Jesters can quickly close the distance, but Jester Lucy hasn't reached the required level yet. The monster Patarg the Dream King flies high and looks straight down at them. The adventurer Elma reflects that Mrs. Snow and the knight Isabella also fight only in close combat. He comes to the conclusion that she will simply kill them one by one, so they are not ready for battle. Adventurer Elma says he doesn't like to be negative, but he doesn't think they can win here. Here the knight Isabella comes forward, not listening to his words, and shouts that she will distract him, and they must take Mrs. Snow away from here. The jester Lucy and the adventurer Elma stand in shock. Ms. Snow sternly shouts the name of the knight Isabella, and she interrupts and tells him to leave because she can buy them a couple of minutes. The monster Patarg, the King of Dreams, raises his head on a long neck, inhales the air, and a magic circle appears near his mouth. This huge ball that appears in front of him is called a wind hunt. At this point, the knight Isabella understands his situation. She stands firmly on her feet and is about to parry the blow. Then the adventurer Elma wonders if she really thought she could parry it. He thinks that this is a bad move. In a split second, the adventurer Elma appears in front of Isabella and protects her with his shield, after which the windy hunt evaporates before them. Adventurer Elma explains the wind hunt is targeted, so the spell's power is weak and it's best to block it. Neat Isabella indignantly shouts that she told them to run. She calls him a fool. Adventurer Elma confidently tells her that they are all going to fight. Hearing her words only makes them more courageous. Knight Isabella is surprised by the words she heard. The jester Lucy and Lady Snow prepare to attack, holding their weapons tighter. Adventurer Elma also adds that if she can hold out for a few minutes, he alone can hold her off for more than 5. The huge monster bird now takes aim at Adventurer Elma. The monster bird lands right in front of them and causes a lot of smoke and noise. He looks at the people with great interest. Knight Isabella shouts to Adventurer Elma, who stands before her, that it is too reckless to challenge the monster Potard King again at level 80. She screams in rage that she is a knight of the Howlord family. She cannot let Mrs. Snow die. Adventurer Elma is initially silent to these words. He then adds that he is sorry, but it doesn't look like her beloved Mrs. Snow is going to run away. Knight Isabella addresses her Mistress Snow. Adventurer Elma shouts to Knight Isabella that if she wants to protect Knight Isabella, she will have to fight. He shouts that they will attack this monster Potch the Dream King together. Knight Isabella grinds her teeth. The monster Potch the Dream King growls. She finally agrees. Knight Isabella shouts that she will hate the adventurer Elma if Lady Snow dies. She asks if he understands. Adventurer Elma smiles. The monster Petard the King of Dreams growls louder and louder so that they lose their balance in front of him. The monster Petard the Dream King looks around, then uses the sylph cutter. The adventurer Elma tenses from this. The waves fly towards them. The adventurer Elma runs away from the attack. Everything that touches this line is cut with ease, even the walls of the dungeon. Adventurer Elma realizes that sylph cutter is the hardest skill to dodge. It's just that the spell flies really fast. Knight Isabella runs to the monster Petard King again and shouts that it's necessary now. However, the monster Petard the Dream King turns his head straight towards Knight Isabella and notices her, thus exciting Knight Isabella. The monster, Petarg the Dream King, attacks her before she can Petarg the Dream King. The jester, Lucy, and the adventurer Elma look at her in horror. Then Mrs. Snow steps in with her ability. She uses ice to defend an attack. The monster, Petarg the Dream King, turns to her in irritation, and it becomes clear to the adventurer Elma that she, that is, Mrs. Snow, is an ice knight. She is a knight who can fight at long range with ice magic and is also an excellent swordsman at close range. A powerful class if one knows how to fight, he believes. He remembers that most people only use this class in a support role. Jester Lucy moves off and quickly goes into the attack zone. She jumps up right above the Petarg King monster with a scream, he plunges the weapon into the back of the patriarch using a dice roll. After the attack, she immediately steps back and shouts that she succeeded. It was worth it if they continue. She sees the characteristics of the monster, Petarg the Dream King, that its indicators decrease slightly with each hit. Lucy the jester looks on in horror and asks if this is serious. His health is hardly diminished. Petarg is actually very resilient. Given his regeneration, it would take 6 consecutive maximum dice rolls to kill him. The monster Petarg the King of Dreams roars and rushes at high speed straight towards the knight Isabella. She gets scared and steps back. Then the adventurer Elma comes forward with her shield. With his paw, the monster Petarg, the King of Dreams, strikes the shield. The adventurer Elma holds on. With all her might, the knight Isabella looks at the bird in fury. Adventurer Elma shouts to knight Isabella to get up faster. Here, the monster Petarg the Dream King moves away a little and uses parry, holding on tighter with his paws. The monster Petarg the Dream King does not stop attacking the adventurer Elma. He becomes more and more tense. He understands that the monster, Petarg the Dream King, has 2 long paws. Here, the knight Isabella gets up and goes to attack him. The jester Lucy runs after her with a wound on her face. The monster bird raises its head up again. A large magic circle appears at its mouth. The monster Petarg the Dream King lowers his head and uses a blow on them. A huge wind knocks the adventurers off their feet. Knight Isabella flies back to the jester Lucy. Mrs. Snow calmly stands in place, defending herself only with her hand. The other guys stick their guns right into the floor and hold on thanks to that. The monster, Petarg the Dream King, doesn't stop blowing on them. The adventurer Elma calls the monster Petarg the Dream King a plague and realizes with sadness that they have become separated from him again. At this rate, he will simply heal. In a battle of attrition, he will emerge the clear winner. He understands that at this rate they will not win. The monster Petarg, the King of Dreams, is already looking at them victoriously and maliciously. Adventurer Elma picks up and realizes that she and Isabella must be a shield. Mrs. Snow must distract him with magical attacks, and Jester Lucy must get closer to hit with a dice roll. The monster Petarg the King of Dreams growls angrily again. The adventurer Elma gently approaches him. The monster Petarg the King of Dreams follows his movements. His gaze follows him. He grabs Elma's shield with his paw. He digs his claws into the shield and then pushes hard, inflicting a wound on the adventurer Elma. The monster Petarg the Dream King does not lose his vigilance and immediately uses the Sylph Cutter again. He can't dodge it, so the wave hits Elma's body straight away. He flies back with a groan and hits the wall. The jester Lucy calls him worriedly. The adventurer Elma sits unconscious against the wall. Even the wall has cracked from the impact. He slowly gets up, leaning on his sword and surprising everyone in the hall, says that if they had the hand of the god of death. He does not finish the sentence. Knight Isabella asks in surprise about the hand of the god of death. Then Miss Snow shouts that they have it. They have it right with them. The adventurer Elma himself is surprised that they have it. He remembers and understands that they came here before them. It is not surprising that they got the loot. Adventurer Elma shouts that he will pay when they get out of here. He asks Mrs. Snow to give him the jester Lucy. Ms. Snow addresses Lucy the jester as Ms. Jester and shouts to catch. She throws her a card with a picture of a skull. The monster Petarg the King of Dreams watches them closely. Lucy the jester catches him. Lucy the jester looks at a book with a picture of a skeleton and says in surprise that it is the hand of the god of death. Thanks to the hand of the god of death, they will be able to learn to wield a blade like a real reaper. Their sharp blade will take lives with one blow. The victim will not escape. Jester Lucy shouts at Adventurer Elma, asking how she can use it. Adventurer Elma asks her to imagine filling the book with mana. Jester Lucy obeys and shouts that she understands. She extends her palm towards the book. The book begins to glow and emit a lot of bright magic. Adventurer Elma shouts instructions at her, namely, to remove the increase in attack power and shove all the free points into the hand of the god of death. At some point, the book itself begins to turn over the pages. She sees in her powers luck and the hand of the god of death. Adventurer Elma realizes that with her current free points, the Jester Lucy will be able to learn what they need. Adventurer Elma shouts that he understands that she has just now acquired a new skill, but that she must finish everything as quickly as possible. Jester Lucy agrees with him and obeys. She feels that they can do it with this. She feels this power of the god of death and holds her flaming dagger. Adventurer Elma shouts that the more time they waste, the less chance they have, so they need to knock him down with a couple of blows. Everyone is getting ready. The monster Potter, the Dream King, senses their intentions and growls again. Knight Isabella asks Elma what she should do. He answers that the plan does not change. He shouts that he, Knight Isabella, and Lady Snow will create an opportunity for Lucy to be fooled. He shouts at them not to worry. If they do everything right, they will win quickly. He goes on the attack and shouts at them that they can spare no mana. Knight Isabella understands him, and since she does, she uses a resolving wave. This wave hits the monster Potard the Dream King right in the stomach, while the adventurer Elma pushes away and walks straight towards him. While he twitches in pain, he swings his sword, but then the Potard Dream King monster raises its paw. He quickly moves away because the Potard Dream King monster uses parry, which still hits the adventurer Elma. He groans in pain and barely holds on, putting his shield forward. He realizes that he made a mistake with the timing of the parry. Then the monster Partard the Dream King swings his paw at him again. The bird monster hits him with great force. He leans on his feet and puts his shield forward. He writhes in pain and tension. Here the adventurer Elma hits the bird with his shield and flies back. At this time, the Jester Lucy approaches the monster king Patargin. The monster Patarg the Dream King summons a magic circle and prepares to attack. The Knight Isabella understands and shouts that things are bad because it is the cutter of the sylphs. The Jester Lucy comes closer to the monster Petard the King again. Pieces of ice come out right in front of the Petard Dream King monster's face, digging into his skin, causing the Petard Dream King monster to wince and close his eyes. Mrs. Snow steadfastly casts a spell, releasing snow and ice at him, and the Knight Isabella proudly and joyfully calls her Mrs. Snow. Here the Jester Lucy comes up to the monster Potarg the King again, prepares her dagger, and points it at the monster Potarg the Dream King. The adventurer Elma supports and shouts to the Jester Lucy to do it. She thrusts the dagger into the Petard Dream King monster's body with great force using the Dragon Slayer skill. She confidently looks at the Petard Dream King monster, and the Petard Dream King monster coughs up blood. The huge monster bird flaps its wings and screams in fury, jerking its head from one side to the other. The monster, Potarg the King of Dreams, roars because the Jester Lucy was able to strike. Dragon Slayer is a level 7 Death God's Palm skill. It is a strike with a high critical hit rate despite its low power. Adventurer Elma prepares to attack. Adventurer Elma is still thinking aside and understands that here they no longer need to rely on chance. This skill deals much more damage more reliably than a dice roll. The monster bird bleeds and retreats back. Adventurer Elma continues to ponder that, combined with Lucy's Jester's luck. Her critical hit rate is high. Lucy the Jester stands confidently, holding her dagger tightly. Knight Isabella shouts in shock that this is a Dragon Slayer. It is a powerful skill. She adds, not so happily, that the attack power is too low, even if it is a critical hit. With such damage, in her opinion, it is unlikely that it will be possible to kill this monster Potard the King of Dreams. Suddenly, a huge black skull mark appears on the site of the Petard Dream King monster's wound and begins to move. This skull opens its mouth and releases a stream of blood from it, which frightens and hurts the Petard Dream King monster again. The blood flow does not stop and splashes to the side and upwards. The monster bird beats from side to side, and the skull does not stop releasing blood. Even Mrs. Snow is shocked by what she sees, not to mention the Knight Isabella. As a result, the monster bird, bleeding, falls to the floor and twitches in place. The monster Petard the King of Dreams lies unconscious, and the Knight Isabella and Lady Snow want to approach her, asking what just happened. They admire and scream, "What a huge power!" The head of the monster bird freezes in expressions of torment with its mouth open. Next to it stands the strong and powerful jester Lucy with a dagger that ignites together with her hand, causing her no pain or damage. Adventurer Elma analyzes the situation again and thinks about the level 14 Death God's hand skill, called Abyssal Blade. With this combination, critical damage is doubled, so Lucy the Jester was able to deal such a big blow that the monster bird loses strength and blood. The Death God's hand is a simple skill tree. There's nothing complicated or special about it, it's just aimed at dealing massive damage. Lucy the Jester had her Abyssal Blade skill increased in stats by the time she attacked. Her critical damage was doubled. Normal critical damage is damage multiplied by 1.5 times, but with this skill it is multiplied by 3. Let's say normal critical damage is 1.5, then with Abyssal Blade it is 3. Even if Lucy the Jester's attack power is small, the wound can easily be fatal, which proves the bird's lack of strength and power. Here, the adventurer Elma understands that they need to move forward. If they don't slow down, they will cope. Here, the monster bird stands up and leans on its paws, flaps its wings. The monster bird suddenly rises upward, surprising everyone, the knight Isabella and the jester Lucy especially. The knight Isabella does not believe this. Is it really this monster Potarch, the king of dreams, that soared into the air? Knight Isabella looks and wonders if she is afraid of another attack like this. She points her weapon at the bird and shouts that he is the king of sleep. But such a coward. Adventurer Elma calmly says that this is not true and that this is not the point. The adventurer Elma himself understands that the monster Potter King is again much smarter than in the game. He raises his head with great tension and looks at the bird. He realizes that he is going to float in the air until he is fully recovered. But Elma has plans and strategies. Adventurer Elma sees the anger of this bird and understands that it is clearly not going to run away. The monster Potarch, the king of dreams, is losing his feathers. He is shaking all over, holding on to a pair. Adventurer Elma realizes that he knows that they don't have very powerful magic and that they don't have much mana to dodge for long. Adventurer Elma thinks that this is two unfair tactics because there was no such thing in the game. The huge monster bird Potarch, the king of dreams, smiles slyly and suspiciously. Then Mrs. Snow comes in, holds out her weapon, and a huge ice pillar appears, which rushes upward. Mrs. Snow shouts resolutely to trust her and go forward. Lucy the Jester turns to her in surprise. Mrs. Snow's class is an ice knight. She can easily change the battlefield, creating advantages for her party. Lucy the Jester looks at the pillar and understands what needs to be done. She shouts, "Mrs. Snow, thank you very much," thanking her. But the adventurer Elma in horror shouts the jester Lucy to stop. He understands that it will not work so easily. During all these battles, he realized that the monster Potter King had intelligence again. They don't just wave their power and magic, they think about their every move. But he admits that even among all the monsters, Petard King, again this monster bird king of sleep, stands out strongly. The monster bird spreads its wings and summons a magic circle that beats with electricity. Adventurer Elma realizes that even if he knows how the system worked and the characteristics of the Petard Dream King monster, sometimes there is nothing better to do than retreat. He shouts to the jester Lucy to run. The jester Lucy looks in horror at the monster Petard, the king of dreams, who smiles a malicious smile, causing fear. The adventurer Elma shouts that he will now break the pillar. The monster Petard, the king of dreams, throws all his power straight down into the pillar and smashes it with great force. The jester Lucy is nowhere to be found. The adventurer Elma screams her name in despair and horror. A huge wave of power from the monster Petard, the Dream King, goes straight to the jester Lucy. She freezes, gritting her teeth, and the adventurer Elma screams her name in horror and panic. She remembers the words of Mrs. Snow, who asked her to trust her and go forward, and then Mrs. Snow shouts at the jester Lucy to jump. The jester Lucy turns around sharply and hears her. She obeys and jumps to the side as a thunderstorm strikes the ice pillar and shatters it into pieces. Lucy the jester falls and covers herself with her hands in fear. Then Mrs. Snow steps in again and uses magic again with a wave of her hand. Lucy the jester opens her eyes in surprise and sees that she is standing on a huge snowflake and floating in the air. This is the ice platform that Miss Snow summoned for her. The monster Petard the Dream King sees how this all turned out and begins to get angry, growling at them again and again, even louder. Adventurer Elma sees and concludes that Mrs. Snow has a huge speed of casting magic. Everyone calls her a genius warrior. He reflects that, given her reputation for coldness and cruelty, he was afraid that these rumors would not be true either. But it seems that they were true after all. Miss Snow looks confidently forward and holds everything to herself. Jester Lucy prepares to attack again. Adventurer Elma shouts to go forward, giving hope, says that they can kill this monster Petard the King of Dreams. He rushes towards them, using the Life of Life skill. He moves faster, fills up and surrounds himself with energy. He uses the fury of a dying dragon. Lucy the Jester first leans heavily on the snowflake underneath her, then pushes off with force, allowing herself to jump even higher straight to the Potter King monster again. In flight, the Jester Lucy uses the Dragon Slayer again, but the monster, Potterg the Dream King, understands and immediately summons the Sylph Cutter, which he used on the Adventurer Elma several times before. Adventurer Elma sees and realizes that he is much faster. He sees everything as if in slow motion. The monster bird opens its mouth wider. Adventurer Elma pauses, sits down and uses her shadow suppression skill. Here, all the shadow that comes from the monster bird and the Jester Lucy are drawn to the Adventurer Elma himself. When strongly scattered, the effect of suppressing the shadow is weak. The monster Petard the King of Dreams stops calling anything and looks down in horror, not understanding what is happening. At this time, while the monster Petard the King of Dreams looks down, the Jester Lucy flies closer and closer to him with her dagger. Adventurer Elma understands that he can win 1 second. He thinks that it is quite enough. At this moment, the Sylph Cutter flies to the snowflake. The platform for Mrs. Snow and the Jester Lucy herself with great confidence swings her dagger and flies straight to him. The monster Petard, the King of Dreams, looks on in horror and does not have time to do anything as the Jester Lucy plunges this dagger straight into his body, causing wild screams. Once again, a skull appears on his body from the Dragon Slayer, which sucks the blood from the monster Petard the Dream King and spits it out. The monster Podark, the King of Dreams, falls back in agony, waving his paws and wings. The Jester Lucy holds on to the dagger until victory. Ms. Snow looks on, her eyes widening at what she sees. The Petard Dream King monster falls to the floor with a loud thud, causing a lot of noise and smoke. At some point he rises slightly, roars and bleeding, runs furiously towards the people. He opens his mouth wide, from where blood flows, uttering terrible screams. Adventurer Elma sees and is indignant that he can still move. He calls her a stubborn chicken. The monster, Petard the King of Dreams, does not stop and continues to walk towards him, and Adventurer Elma does not move from the spot, confidently holding her weapon. Miss Snow opens her mouth in horror. The Knight Isabella looks on in shock, sweat pouring down her face, and the Jester Lucy watches his movements with a smile and confidence. Adventurer Elma does all this without regret. He makes one swing, thereby cutting off the monster Potter King again, not only his head, but also the paw with which the monster bird tried to attack. The head of the Potcheg the Dream King monster flies lifelessly to the side in great agony. The body is bleeding non-stop. Its mouth is still making sounds. Adventurer Elma receives a notification that he has received 2,609 points, and his level has risen from 72nd to 74. The head of the monster bird lies lifelessly far from the main body. The body of the monster, Potard the King of Dreams, surprisingly stands on its paws, albeit without one, because it was also cut. Adventurer Elma stands with a look of victory on his face, surrounded by a lot of magic and power, and his hair fluttering in the wind from the power. Silence falls. The monster Potard the Dream King lies without limbs. His head has flown off to the girls, who are still standing in shock, not moving. They look at the head with an open mouth and a lot of blood. The Knight Isabella, as if she herself does not believe it, says that it is all over. Her eyes are wide open and her body is tense. She asks with fear and some suspicion what this monstrous power is. She looks at the adventurer Elma with his weapons, shield and armor. Did he really have such a trump card? She turns to the adventurer Elma, her voice uncertain and trembling, asking him who he is. Adventurer Elma turns to her and says with a smile, hiding the sword in the check, which turned out to be rude because he does not like to use this skill like that. Knight Isabella looks at him suspiciously in silence, then turns to Mistress Snow, calling her mistress. She runs up to her and asks if she is okay. Then suddenly the Knight Isabella starts crying, wipes her tears with her hand and says that she already thought that they would all die. Mrs. Snow tells her that she immediately straightens up and stops crying, that she fought in the vanguard with her comrades, she should have been more worried. Miss Snow, with a smile and a tear in her eye, says that she is so glad that Knight Isabella was not hurt. Knight Isabella begins to cry completely and loudly, thanking her Miss Snow. Mrs. Snow turns to the adventurer Elma and the jester Lucy, calling them friends. She tells them that she is very grateful. The adventurer Elma is surprised to hear her words. Mrs. Snow puts her hand on her heart, bows slightly, and says that they are their saviors. She does not know how she can thank them. The jester Lucy and the adventurer Elma look at her in surprise. The jester Lucy, with a sweet smile, says that it is not worth it. The adventurer Elma says that without her help they would not have been able to defeat him. Mrs. Snow is silent again. She says sadly that they would hardly have survived the encounter with the Wandering King. She remembers the responses when he bit off the bandit boss's head. Miss Snow says sincerely that we are lucky to have them nearby. Silence falls again. Miss Snow awkwardly moves her head to the side and lowers it. Lucy the jester says happily and with a wide smile that she wants to thank her. If it weren't for her magic, she wouldn't even be able to reach him. Miss Snow twitches from her words. Then she starts to hesitate again. Stop in her words. Her legs give way. She tries to finish what she wanted with her head down. She moans and says that she is grateful to them. Knight Isabella immediately approaches them, protects her with her arms, covers her, and shouts Jester Lucy that Mrs. Snow was trying to formulate a thought. Why she knocked her down? It was worth waiting until she finished. Lust, in a panic, asks her forgiveness several times. And adventurer Elma thinks to herself that he has already forgotten that she is like that. Knight Isabella, after scolding the jester Lucy, turns to Mistress Snow and asks her if she can pull herself together. Mistress Snow looks up with her cloudy eyes and red cheeks. She sees the adventurer Elma and the jester Lucy in front of her, who sparkle in her eyes. She staggers and hides behind the Knight Isabella, hesitates, and then asks the Knight Isabella for forgiveness, causing her to blush as well. Knight Isabella tells them that they acted as if they had encountered the Wandering King many times before. She asks with great interest how long they had fought before. The adventurer Elma begins to think. He remembers a huge skeleton, the monster Patarg, the king of dreams in the form of a baby with a huge eye, a huge insect with sharp teeth. Adventurer Elma tells her that this is already the fourth. Knight Isabella is surprised and repeats the number, she says, so that's why they were so calm compared to them. Mrs. Snow, with red cheeks, still whispers behind Isabella's back that 4 battles with such monsters is amazing to her. Knight Isabella says that this is their 3rd time, although all the previous times they had 20+ bodyguards with them. Behind her, Mr. Snow awkwardly asks Knight Isabella to stop, saying that she feels awkward. Jester Lucy and adventurer Elma look at them and react as if they hadn't heard anything. Knight Isabella remembers something and says that it turns out that the murderers were overtaken by karma in the form of a wandering king. They deserve it. She laughs and says maliciously that these poor guys were unlucky, and adventurer Elma thinks that now he will know how to climb on Mrs. Snow, and their parents should have raised them properly. He sees the Knight Isabella gloating. He won't be surprised if they encounter more of the same. He doubts the attackers will stop there. In this hall, everything starts to smoke. Steam appears from the fact that something evaporates. The jester Lucy sees the body of the dead monster Patarg, the king of dreams, and shouts to the adventurer Elma that something fell here. She pulls out a weapon and shouts that it is something powerful. It is the spear of the king of birds, a large spear imbued with the power of wind, allowing one to use the skill of the Spear of Storm. By filling the spear with mana, they can release strong streams of wind. Knight Isabella says that they are lucky that the king dropped loot. Jester Lucy says with disappointment that it is only a spear, and she cannot use them. Adventurer Elma agrees and says that it is better not to use a type of weapon unfamiliar to her, only to sell. Adventurer Elma thinks that 40 million is quite a large sum. He remembers something and turns to Knight Isabella. He asks her tensely how much that skill book cost. He knows very well that the price for that book is no less than 80 million. Even with this spear, they won't be able to pay for it. Knight Isabella begins to think, and then offers a solution to the adventurer Elma. She points to the weapon in the hands of the jester Lucy and says that they will take this spear and be even. She asks him what he will say to this. Adventurer Elma asks in shock if this is really true, since that skill book was at least twice as expensive. Lucy the jester screams in bewilderment. Did she really use such an expensive thing? She starts looking and asks for forgiveness, saying that she will somehow get it out of herself now. The adventurer Elma awkwardly says that he does not think that she will succeed now. Knight Isabella says with a serious face that they are their saviors after all, and they could use proof that they defeated the King of Sleep. It becomes clear to the adventurer Elma that they want to use him like this. He turns to the jester Lucy and says that since this is so, does she agree? She immediately shouts that she certainly agrees. Here Mrs. Snow comes out and sternly refuses, saying that they will not take this spear. The knight Isabella herself asks her in fear. Why? Because with this spear you can do. Here Mrs. Snow interrupts her. She says that they saved their lives. The struggle within the family is not their problem. They cannot be obsessed with this struggle. They cannot lose sight of what is really important. Knight Isabella indignantly shouts that they will not achieve anything with just beautiful words. She is very concerned about this situation and the reputation of her Mistress Snow. Ms. Snow calmly calls her by name and says that she does not want them to present other people's successes as their own. She says that even if it means she won't live up to her father's expectations, she won't resort to low tricks. Knight Isabella wants to object, but Mrs. Snow says that they, that is, the jester Lucy and the adventurer Elma, showed her how real adventurers should fight. Mrs. Snow clenches her fist, gathering her thoughts and spirit. She says with a great pride that it was mesmerizing. She says all this while looking into Isabella's face. She tells her face to face that she was vain to consider herself a genius. Compared to them, she is just another political bigwig, as she calls and considers herself. Knight Isabella freezes in shock and only calls the lady by name. Here, Lady Snow says that she wants to be recognized as the head of the family, not just for her pretty eyes. Silence falls. Her words seem to echo in the huge hall. The jester Lucy and the adventurer Elma do not intervene in the conversation. Here the knight Isabella begins to speak, that she understands their determination. She believes that she is right, because one cannot demand something from their saviors. She realizes that she acted stupidly. The jester Lucy and the adventurer Elma smile. Hearing these words, Knight Isabella says with a soft and warm smile that she is very happy to see how Ms. Snow has grown. She smiles back at her. Knight Isabella remembers something and shouts to adventurer Elma that since they gave him the spear, maybe they won't pay for silence. Then Mrs. Snow tugs her, so that night Isabella shouts that it hurts, and several times. Jester Lucy and adventurer Elma silently watch the situation. The next moment, the floors of the tower were ablaze with bright fire. This flame also engulfed the huge spiral staircase that rushed below. It spread along the corridors of the floors, engulfing the beautiful ornaments on the walls. Thus, soon the entire tower was engulfed in a bright and large flame. Even at a very great distance, the crackling of the fire could be heard. A little further from the tower, on the cliff, stood 4 adventurers, among whom were the jester, Lucy, the heavy knight Elma, the knight Isabella, and Mrs. Snow. Suddenly, the knight Isabella said that there was no one left but them. Lady Snow confirmed the knight's words. Knight Isabella turned and said that she had assumed that the criminal had remained in the dungeon, but perhaps she had jumped to conclusions. Her face was covered in bruises and soot. Adventurer Elma thought after Knight Isabella's words that it did not seem like the culprit had left any traces behind. Then Lady Snow, with a calm but tense face, asked if it could be the work of her family. An angry expression appeared on her face. She said that it was quite possible that he was simply against it because she would become the next head of the family. However, she could not believe that he would act so directly. Knight Isabella turned to Mistress Snow and said that people cannot always be understood, and there is no point in being afraid of villains who are easy to read. She says the real problem is when their villain is behind the scenes and his actions are unpredictable. Ms. Snow said that using violence to take the place of the leader was unacceptable. She was beside herself with anger. Knight Isabella thought about it and said that it might not be the work of the candidates for the position of leader, but someone who is on their side. It might also be a person who is simply against them. Adventurer Elma thought that the criminal used the boss, so after his murder there were no traces left, which means there are no clues and it will be difficult to find him. Jester Lucy said, looking at Elma, that this was a difficult situation and asked if they would interfere in the fight of the aristocracy. Elma replied that who knows, and then thought that, as far as he knew, there was no such feud in Count Edwan's family, because he had built a future for his family with his own strength and ambition. He wasn't particularly interested in politics, of course, but even he knew he had a lot of influence. However, things are different in the Hallord family. This family is one of the top 5 in the country, so it is no wonder that they have such bitter feuds within. However, Elma has another question. But in this dungeon, everything was carefully planned, as in the dungeon Crypt of Sorrow. It is safe to assume that it was done by the same person. The Hallord family has already fallen under suspicion, and now this theory makes sense. Elma continues to stand on the cliff and reason in her head. He understands that, however, although everything is carefully planned, he does not understand what the criminal is trying to achieve. Suddenly, there was some noise, and Elma and Lucy noticed it. Lucy the jester turned to Elma and asked him what had happened and whether it was possible that the young man had noticed something interesting. Elma suddenly turned to the jester Lucy and said, after all, the assassination attempt on the Marquise's daughter is a big deal. Isn't it logical that you want to know how it all ended in the end? He points to the side and says that he would hide somewhere safe, like on that rock. He points to a huge rock. Lucy replies that she understands what Elma is talking about. Elma says that at the same time he does not feel anyone there, and this is very strange. Suddenly, the Knight Isabella interrupts him and says that, in any case, this is not their problem. This problem only concerns the family of Mrs. Snow. If the culprit is indeed one of the family, then they should deal with him themselves and sort things out. She also says that they have already done so much for them, so she asks them to let her thank the guys. Knight Isabella bows, placing her hand on her heart, and says that they are very sorry for causing trouble for the adventurers. They will do everything to ensure that no one bothers them again. Then she finishes her speech and proudly says that this is exactly what her mistress said. At this time, Mistress Snow hid behind the Knight Isabella. Elma awkwardly scratched his cheek and thanked Isabella and Lady Snow. Suddenly, Knight Isabella said that she also agreed with Lady Snow. At this moment, Mrs. Snow, who was blushing, was holding Knight Isabella's hand. She suddenly pressed her lips and pulled away from Knight Isabella, and then said words. Miss Snow said that the way Elma and Lucy fought Petard was simply amazing. The girl's gaze filled with confidence. She also said that she wants to become stronger like Elma and Lucy. She wants to become a worthy head of the Hallord family, so she thinks so. Knight Isabella was surprised by Miss Snow's words. Mrs. Snow began to squeeze the hem of her skirt and speak. Then she bowed and thanked Elma and Lucy. The boys were very surprised. Elma bowed back and thanked Miss Snow, saying that the recognition of the future head of the Hallord family was the highest praise for him. Then Mrs. Snow became embarrassed and hid behind Isabella again. Isabella said that the lady had never talked to anyone so much before. Then the Knight Isabella told Elma that he was a commoner, so he should not even think about asking for the lady's hand. Lady Snow became embarrassed and asked Isabella what she was talking about. Already closer to night in the huge palace, right along the long corridor, a man was walking. He was climbing the huge staircase right to the throne and said that, after all, he cannot be ignored. The man sat down on the throne and grinned, then made a terrible face and said that the next step needed to be taken. A few days had passed since the incident in the dungeon. Elma was walking down the street with Lucy and thinking about how Miss Snow had thanked them. Elma said that the Hallords were a family of high-ranking aristocrats. Jester Lucy added that it was an honor to be invited. Knight Elma said that they needed to buy some suitable clothes. Jester Lucy was very surprised by the young man's words. She said that she even got a little nervous. After a while, they arrived at a very fancy clothes shop. Lucy was amazed by what she saw. She looked at the beautiful clothes and said that it was very cool. She noticed the bright jewelry and said that it all just sparkled. She couldn't tell from all the fancy jewelry whether there was anything that would suit her. At this time, Elma said that jewelry is also needed. He approaches a necklace with a huge flower and understands that it is very beautiful but very expensive. The magic flower necklace was 3 times more expensive than the in-game one. It required level 50. It added 10% mana and cost 9 million. Suddenly, a woman approached them and welcomed them to her clothing store, Phoenix. She approached them and asked if they were looking for something interesting. Then the girl thought for a moment and, looking closely, said that in front of her was a heavy knight and a jester with basic equipment. Elma realized that the girl noticed right away, as did the old man and the guild leader. He said that he thought the girl noticed that they were B-rank adventurers, but they had money, so he asked the girl not to worry. The girl asked him to stop and said that money was, of course, important. But that was not all she was interested in. The heavy knight's armor had many scratches from the battle, and the girl's clothes were clearly stained with dirt. Lucy was a little embarrassed. The girl said that what is on the outside reflects what is on the inside. Those who do not care about their appearance always have chaos in their heads. Elma was embarrassed. Then he said that they were invited to the house of Marquis Hallord, so they were looking for new clothes. The girl was surprised when she heard about the Marquis, and then asked why the boy and girl did not tell her about it right away. In that case, she suggested that they change clothes. The girl gave Elma a light suit and asked him how he liked it. Lucy said that this costume was very beautiful. The girl showed several more options and said that one was made of fairy silk, and another was decorated with expensive red thread. She asked the young man if he would try it on, to which Elma replied that there was no need to do so, since he liked the first option. Then the girl turned around and started assessing Lucy, saying that it was her turn. She also added that there was work to be done, but she would definitely come up with something. After a while, she started taking Lucy's measurements. She brought in a huge hanger with dresses and closed the curtains. The girl stuck her head out and told Elma that the man couldn't look here. Elma agreed, but was very tense. After a while, Lucy was wearing a short dress with frills. The next was a long, tight dress with a flared bottom, and the third was a long dress with floral embroidery. Lucy was surprised, asking if it really suited her. The girl asked Lucy if it was possible that she had doubts. Then she put her hand to the cubes and said that she could experiment some more. Then Lucy put on a few more outfits, but they didn't really suit the occasion. She felt a little awkward. However, the next moment she noticed a red dress standing nearby. After some time, or rather an hour later, Elma examined the jewelry and said that one of them had very good characteristics and price, so he did not understand where the catch was. Suddenly, Lucy called him, coming out of the fitting room in a stunning dress. The girl asked the young man what he thought of her outfit. Elma was stunned and could not utter a word. Suddenly, a girl appeared and said that the dress was decorated with a gorgeous flower and its fabric was very light. Then Elma turned to Lucy, and the girl became very tense, but did not answer. Elma smiled and told Lucy that the dress suited her very well. Lucy was delighted and began to laugh. Sometime later, in the city's market square, people were happily buying fresh goods, drinking, and chatting with their comrades. Several days had passed since the incident in the dungeon. Miss Sue invited the knight Elma and the jester Lucy to her home, so they came to the Hallord family mansion. Lucy was very surprised when she saw a huge shining building and said that she saw something like this for the first time. They walked along the corridor and admired the huge giant building. Lucy noticed the well-dressed servants and said in a panic that she was too out of place. Lucy turned to Elma and said that he should have gone alone. Suddenly, the knight Isabella turned to her and asked Lucy what she was saying. The girl asked if it was true that they were both their saviors. She also added that she had nothing to worry about. Lucy was surprised. Knight Isabella said that besides, their own family should show their hospitality. Walking down the corridor, she added that the head of the family has a lot of things to do, so she meets the guests. Then the girl opens the door, and they enter the house. Walking down the corridor, Knight Isabella said that they would still meet with Marquis Harden, and, of course, with Ms. Snow. Then the girl added that the Marquis was a man who put practical gain above morality. They would understand when they saw him, so they should be more careful. Lucy said she hoped they could stay calm, although she was still scared to show her face. Knight Elma thought that he would finally have the opportunity to see Marquis Harden in person. For now, he had too little information. The Marquis is one of the most powerful forces in the city, and he is also its greatest military force. Elma would like to know if the Marquis is somehow connected to the recent incidents. Suddenly, Lucy turned to Isabella and asked if it was true that the Marquis looked very scary. Isabella agreed and said that she was not afraid of him at all. Suddenly, she began to frighten Lucy and say that the Marquis had a mouth like a dragon, ears and a nose like a demon, and eyes like a goblin. Then Isabella laughed and said that the lady was very lucky to have a very beautiful mother. Elma thought that he rarely saw her in a good mood. Then she opens the door and freezes in place. In the hall, at a huge dining table, sat Marquis Hardenu. He had a very unusual appearance. Suddenly, the man said that he was also very glad that his daughter looked more like his dear wife, who was very beautiful. He asked Snow if his words were true. The girl was very tense, and Elma and Lucy were surprised by the appearance of the Marquis. Knight Isabella began to stutter as she asked the man why he was there. The man asked, wasn't it obvious? He wanted to show hospitality to his daughter's rescuers. Isabella was very surprised and looked at Mrs. Snow. The girl apologized to her and said that her father wanted to talk to Elma. The man then pointed to the guests' seats and told them to sit down, as he was waiting for the opportunity to chat with them. The Marquis then smirked and turned to Elma. Elma thanked the man and agreed with his words. Then they began to take their places, and the Knight Isabella stepped aside to take the one directly behind Mrs. Snow's back. Elma thought about Marquis Harden, that he didn't expect to meet him so soon. It seems that he is a treacherous person. Then the servants and cooks entered the room. They began to carry beautiful and exquisite dishes. Lucy was very surprised by the food. Then she thought and looked at the cutlery and put it back. The girl turned to Elma and asked if she really did everything according to the rules of etiquette. If she did something wrong, then Elma should definitely tell her about it. Suddenly, the Marquis told Lucy that she didn't have to strain herself so much, because it was just him and them. Lucy agreed and thanked the Marquis. She whispered to Elma that Marquis was not as scary as she thought. Everyone became silent. Suddenly, the Marquis grinned and said that this was all fine, but there was one but. The Marquis watched Elma and Lucy with a piercing gaze. They were all very serious. Elma thought his father had said that Harden was one of those people who had an inflated opinion of themselves. Lucy is a commoner and Elma is just the disinherited son of a count. He doubts that Marquis will treat them as equals. Elma decides that he must remain vigilant. Suddenly, the Marquis said that he wanted to thank the young man for saving his daughter Snow. The man thanks Elma, considering that there have been many unpleasant incidents lately. The girl awkwardly turned towards the man and then apologized. She apologized to her father for making him so worried. The man replied impartially that it was nothing to worry about. He cut his food with a stern look and added his speech, saying that the young man had saved a potential person for the post of head of the family. The man stabbed his steak with a fork with particular cruelty and added that he didn't care at all how he did it. He picks up the cut piece and starts grinning evilly. The man says that maybe if things had turned out differently, then everything would have been different. He bites off a piece of meat. Snow gets a little scared. The Marquis continues and says that the only one left alive would be his eldest heir. Elma tensed. Suddenly, the young man tells Marquis Harden that someone is targeting his daughter. He asks if the man realizes that this could be related to the struggle for the position of head of the family. Snow suddenly turned around. Knight Isabella started screaming and telling Elma what he was even saying. Suddenly, the Marquis interrupted everyone and said that there was no need to shout like that, because it was ruining his appetite. He told Elma that, of course, he would investigate. However, he doubts that anything like that will be discovered. One just needs to take a closer look, and if it really turns out that there is someone who wants to kill another candidate for the position of head of the family, the Marquis will immediately execute him. And so this question ends. True, if such a thing really exists. Elma tensely asks the Marquis if he really thinks that such a thing did not happen. Marquis turns to Elma and says, apologetically, that what right does the young man have to interfere in the internal affairs of their family? He didn't want to ask so directly, but maybe he was just pretending that the young man was worried about the situation that happened with his daughter. In other words, he tells Elma that he is not stupid, and whether the young man really wants to test his reaction. Elma said that he had no intention of doing so. The young man himself thought that the Marquis had exposed him right away. If he was behind the incidents in those dungeons, then he could also be behind the incident in the Phantom Tower dungeon. Or perhaps Marquis Harden will simply give someone an idea. Marquis smirks and says that although the young man may simply be buying time. Elma asks what Marquis means. The man told the boy not to worry. He was also seriously interested in the latest events. Then the man asked him to listen and asked Elma what kind of person the person who committed these crimes was. Elma asks about the boy's question, then thinks and becomes silent. Lucy also remains silent and looks thoughtfully at Elma. Elma says that the culprit must be a person who has more information about dream holes so he can pull off such shenanigans. He thinks that this series of incidents may just be his experiment. The Marquis began to laugh very loudly. He says that, in other words, Elma suspects those who have the most access to the information of the dungeons, that is, the Hall Lord family. The man asks the boy if he is really right. Lucy, Snow, and Isabella suddenly all became scared after the man's words. Lucy starts whispering to Elma and says that it's bad and that she should apologize. Marquis asks the young man if he had no suspects. Elma would not have given such a detailed description. Information about the dungeons is more difficult to obtain than the kingdom has, and if you hide such information, you can create gaps for yourself. He asks Elma if he has any ideas. He asks how a person can have such information. Besides, he heard about one funny phenomenon. Elma asks what the man means. The Marquis says that one day, suddenly, a man received some kind of revelation from heaven and saw the light. With the knowledge he received, he became a successful adventurer. He wonders what drives this man. Elma tensed up. The Marquis grimaces and tells Elma that he looks very much like that man. Elma is shocked and realizes that the Marquis is talking about him.